Lecture 20, The World Economy, 1450 to 1750.
In introducing the early modern period of world history in our last session, I emphasized, I frankly think it's pretty obvious, that the big deal development underlying all the others was the intensification of world economic relationships and the inclusion of the Americas into those relationships. What we're talking about today fleshes this basic statement out, adds detail, adds theoretical rigor as we talk about the emergence of a new kind of world economy, again, obviously, Americas included. The intensification point is really vital. When we talked about the world network in the post-classical period, we mentioned, for example, that by the time of the Song dynasty in China, the world network was really capable of having an impact on basic manufacturing patterns, increasing China's stake in this industrial sector, making silk, porcelain, etc. When we talk about the early modern period, we're talking about the same kind of intensification operating in a whole set of different economies and operating at a higher level. The device we'll use to explore these points is, again, called world economy theory. It's the child of an American sociologist, Emanuel Wallerstein, who has a number of books on the subject, fairly thick, fairly intriguing, and fairly controversial. I find world economy theory, which is not absolutely brand new. It utilizes some Marxist perceptions, and it utilizes economic work on dependency theory. I find world economy theory a really useful device to talk about relationships in the early modern period and relationships that would endure even beyond, even indeed to the present day. The theory has, in my judgment, three advantages, in addition to illustrating the general points about intensification. First of all, it clarifies new systematic inequalities in international economic relationships that begin to emerge in the early modern period, and through this helps show why societies otherwise as different as Latin America and Poland actually can be viewed through something of the same lens. Second, it talks about relationships within societies between export and import activities, economic position in the world economy, and political structures and labor systems. And these relationships are really interestingly interconnected, and I think the interconnections are in many cases plausible. And the third advantage, which obviously we will evoke today but have to come back to, is world economy's utility in helping to explain why certain kinds of economic patterns internationally endure so long, how hard they are to get rid of. The theory has been, however, widely criticized, and we have to note this too. Indeed, I think exploring the criticisms helps make the theory more useful. It's a theory that leaves out some factors. And we will note in the following discussion that Wallerstein has almost no place for culture. I think culture is very important, even in the early modern world economy, and I would try to add cultural factors in. There's surprisingly little attention actually to explicit technologies, and I think these can be added in without too much difficulty. So there are certain omissions. Almost inevitably, there are oversimplifications, and we'll point out some of these as well. Wallerstein is generalizing about a wide array of territories and situations, and his model sometimes just shades off from necessary detail. This is not too hard to fix, but we need to work on fixing it. The theory has trouble dealing with change, and that's perhaps one of the most telling deficiencies. It's very easy using the theory to say society X is in this position at this time. But when society X changes from this position to that position, all the theory can do is say, gee, it shifted. We need to use the next category. Doesn't deal with change or explain change too clearly. And finally, also extremely important for the early modern period, the theory does not do justice to the complexity of patterns in Asia, and indeed may really distort. This has been the most recent attack, and we need to build this criticism in. So, we're presenting a theory. I think it's useful for this period and the next, and even into our own day. It has flaws. It can be amended, and let's get going. Wallerstein introduces three key concepts. He actually has four, but I'm going to simplify the simplification just a little bit. First of all, he talks about core societies. These are societies that are the winners in the early modern world economy. And I'll explain their specific characteristics a bit more in a moment. Second, he talks about peripheral societies. These are the losers. And again, they have several characteristics that attach to their dependent, weaker position. And third, because not all societies were fully enmeshed in the world economy at this point, he also talks about external societies, where prosperity may or may not exist, but where it's not primarily dependent on global economic relationships. And we'll need this category as well, although we also need to adjust Wallerstein's use of it. All right, one other preliminary. Wallerstein argues that these economic relationships, particularly core-periphery, which is the crucial duo, these economic relationships are born with the early modern period. We can see that elements of these relationships existed even in the post-classical period. Not as rigorous because the intensity of the linkages wasn't as great, but there were societies that benefited more from exchange than others did, for example, China or the Middle East, and there were societies that tended to produce cruder products in their efforts to get into the game, for example, Western Europe. So the relationships are not brand new, but we can start with the early modern because they certainly become more rigorous at this point. Here's what a core society is. A society like Spain or Portugal in the initial phases of the early modern period, a society like Britain, France, or Holland by the 17th century. A core society makes profits from the world economy by doing three things simultaneously. First, it exports finished goods, because you can make more money with finished goods because you have to pay for more stages of the production process than with less finished goods. So it's an exporter of largely manufactured products. Second, it organizes the trading companies in which world commerce is carried. So it makes money not just from manufacturing, but also from commercial transactions. And third, it builds the ships and runs the ships that carry the trade as well, another source of profit. Of course, there's risk in all these levels as well. Sea trade in the early modern period was frequently beset by accidents, piracy, etc., so profit wasn't assured. But in the long term, the core profits from the world economy because of its capacity to operate superior activities and facilities in these three categories. Economic advantage is, however, closely linked to political advantage. And here Wallerstein isn't always clear as to which comes first. Probably, actually, in his view, the politics comes first. In Wallerstein's view, core societies not only have profitable economic relationships internationally, they also have fairly strong states. The connection is quite clear. In the first place, if you're profiting from the international economy, your tax revenues go up, so you can afford a more elaborate system of government. Second, if you have a strong government backed by a strong military, you can intervene in international situations in ways that will help position your merchants advantageously. So, advantageous economic position coupled with political strength. And third, Wallerstein argues that core societies, and he's certainly empirically correct for the early modern period, core societies will increasingly adopt wage labor systems because they need the capacity to use wages to motivate workers, to move them around where manufacturing opportunities exist. Other systems of labor simply won't work as well. Again, as a matter of fact, there's no question that wage labor spread in the early modern period. Whether it's quite so inherently attached to Wallerstein's system, one could debate. Peripheral societies are the mirror image of core. They have dependent economies through which they will import expensive stuff from the core primarily. They will export cheap stuff, raw, unprocessed goods of one sort or another. The trade will be carried by merchants from the core, so peripheral societies have a fairly small merchant class, mainly engaged in local exchanges, not non-existent, but small. And peripheral societies will depend heavily on the ships from the core economies as well. So they will, obviously, tend to lose money in international economic exchange. They're just as fully engaged in it as the core, but they're engaged at a series of systematic disadvantages. Peripheral societies will also have weak governments. Their governments will be weak because, again, they don't have the tax revenues to do much better, and they're also weak because the core will want to keep them weak so that its merchants and its interventions will not encounter significant political resistance. Peripheral economies, finally, will rely not primarily on wage labor, at least in the early modern period, but on forced or coercive labor, slavery, or harsh serfdom. Wallerstein isn't necessarily entirely clear as to why this is so. The argument obviously would be that because you're producing cheap products, you need cheap labor. But I think we can add one ingredient here that helps explain the situation more fully. Remember that in the early modern period, many peripheral societies also faced a labor shortage because of the die-off of native populations. If it relied on wage labor, the wages would tend to be fairly high because of supply and demand. So the effort was instead to introduce slavery or some form of serfdom in order to cut those costs that would result from a market economy operating on its own. Coercive labor was an extensive form. These relationships, and again we're talking about economic, political, and social system or labor system relationships, these relationships are clearly easily uncovered in the early modern period. Again, the great core societies were initially Spain and Portugal, but then their position slipped as they failed to capitalize on their economic advantage and passed increasing manufacturing and trade opportunities northward in Europe. And ultimately, the great core societies were the societies of much of the European Northwest, France, Holland, Britain, and some other participants to a lesser degree. These were the societies that ultimately generated the great trading companies, British, Dutch East India companies, etc., that clearly organized the trade and sent the ships. These were the societies also that experienced a significant and steady increase of manufacturing, both craft manufacturing, pouring artistic goods into the world economy, but also domestic or home production, domestic manufacturing, where mostly rural workers would combine some agriculture with work making thread, cloth, simple metal equipment, nails, that sort of thing. The core societies then, as you actually look at them, clearly illustrate the increasing realization that money was to be made by organizing the trade very deliberately, and increasingly realizing that money was to be made by emphasizing new levels of manufacturing. We do need, again, as I mentioned earlier, to guard against oversimplification. France and Britain, both core societies, were clearly not the same society in the early modern period. France is a classic illustration of Wallerstein's claim that core societies will have strong governments with strong militaries. The British government wasn't feeble, but this was, of course, a period in which Britain underwent considerable political turmoil and emerged with a relatively small government and periodically a fairly weak military, though always a strong navy. In other words, Wallerstein's basic claims about the core probably work, but we need to be aware that we need to make some internal distinctions as well. The periphery, the classic periphery, of course, was Latin America. Latin America produced sugar, produced silver, produced wood products, produced other goods that were not processed there for the most part, but sent elsewhere. Latin America did, in its colonial period, experience quite weak governments. Weak not only because of core intervention, but also because the landlords and mine owners in the Latin American economy wanted to be free from government regulation as they worked to exploit their coercive labor. Certainly, Latin America developed coercive labor systems. The importation of slaves, particularly to the Caribbean and Brazil, for work in sugar plantations was a classic case in point, but in other areas also with regard to native or mestizo populations. Latin American economies featured essentially versions of serfdom where labor would be partly coerced, partly forced either to work certain days for the mine or estate owner or to turn over certain percentages of produce, systems such as the encomienda and the hacienda system. They're not called serfdom in Latin American history, but if we step back a bit, they have very similar overtones. Peripheries could develop elsewhere. Wallerstein notes that by the 18th century, peripheries were developing in parts of Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, where, amid another set of harsh serfdom conditions, emphasis increasingly went to producing grain for sale in Western markets. As Britain particularly converted increasingly to manufacturing, it would need to import food from other places. They sought this food at low prices. Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe were willing to oblige. And again, weak government. The Polish government was notoriously weak in the early 18th century. Harsh labor conditions, serfdom, and reliance on the export of relatively cheap products carried in Western ships in patterns organized by Western merchant companies, etc. Africa, West Africa particularly, can also be seen as a peripheral economy if we take the step of arguing that slaves constitute something of an unprocessed good. African slave systems obviously developed through a combination of African merchant and political organization seeking the slaves and bringing them to the coast, occasionally with some direct European intervention, and then selling them to European slave traders on the coast. The good was, again, relatively unprocessed. The ships and the commercial companies were European, and in return, African merchants and political figures received processed goods, again, from the core. The key goods were again slaves, sugar, silver, wood products. A bit later, cotton would be added to the mix. The core products that went into the world economy were particularly guns, of great interest, for example, to African political leaders, and also an increasing array of European craft products, tapestries, paintings, fancy furniture, that sort of thing, that could adorn the homes of the successful members of the peripheral economy. Peripheral economies, it should be added, were poor, but there could be some very rich people who made money from the agricultural estates and the mines. Mostly these people would not put their money back into the local economy, but money there was. All right. Here, too, with the periphery, we need to note some oversimplifications. If West Africa was a periphery, we have to note that its governments were much stronger than those of Latin America, much more capable of regulating European activity. The specifics of the pattern are distinct, and again, we need to guard against Wallersteinian oversimplification. Other societies began to demonstrate at least a few peripheral characteristics by the 18th century, particularly as European intervention increased in India and in what is now Indonesia. Economies were increasingly turned to production of goods like spices, teas, etc. The economy as a whole was not yet shifted to peripheral status, but some peripheral characteristics were developing. Again, Wallerstein can't explain changes of this sort. You have to look at military and political intervention, the use of military technology, but he can pick up the category once it begins to emerge. There are some rough spots, quite apart from the oversimplification. What does one do, for example, with the British colonies of North America? The South clearly was a periphery. As Southerners concentrated on the production of sugar and other goods for sale to Europe, they fall quite clearly into a peripheral category, and later on they would actually be a periphery of the American North, particularly as cotton production spread. But for the middle colonies particularly, and for New England, it's not quite so easy to figure out where to put them in the Wallersteinian scheme. These areas had a significant local merchant class. They did some manufacturing. They ran some shipping. They're not yet core, i.e. they're certainly dependent on European monitoring, but it's just not an easy category, and we just have to recognize not every size fits all in this theoretical discussion. The key issue, however, as I mentioned before, the key issue is Asia. Wallerstein doesn't necessarily talk in great detail about Asia in his treatment of the early modern period, but the implications of his work would suggest that Asia must be viewed largely through the lens of externality. That is, the Asian economy is not sufficiently involved in world trade to be affected by world trade dimensions one way or another. This position, which feeds and is fed by real misperceptions about Asia's economic role in the world at this point, by misperceptions about degrees of isolation, degrees of disdain for commerce, all the old stereotypes, particularly applied to China, but sometimes more widely as well. These perceptions have to be dispelled in order to understand the key point, and with this, the notion of externality has to be largely dispelled as well. There was one clear external Asian economy by the 17th century, and that was the economy of Japan. The Japanese decision substantially to isolate, taken around 1600, to cut off elaborate contacts with the West, included new regulations against Japanese trade with other societies, new regulations against foreigners working in Japan, and without question, Japan's economy was not a significant participant in world trade patterns in the 17th and 18th centuries. There was a chink open still. The Japanese allowed the Dutch to trade near the port of Nagasaki because they recognized that having some outlet to the wider world might still be useful, and the Dutch at this point did not seem particularly menacing, for example, compared to the Catholic Spaniards. So externality was not complete, but an external category would actually work pretty well for Japan in this period. It was consistent with considerable internal commercial growth. The early modern period sees significant development of commercial operations in Japan, new companies processing foods, making beer, this sort of thing. This was a fairly dynamic period in the Japanese economy, but not because of external economic relations of any major sort. But for China, the Middle East, and India, and particularly for China, externality simply doesn't work. Here's probably the favorite world history fact currently, and I mention it to you so you can impress your friends. What society received the largest amount of New World silver in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries? The intuitive answer would probably be Spain, or maybe if you recognize that Spain's position eroded after a while, maybe Britain or France. But the actual answer, very definitely, is China. China got more silver from the New World than any other society. And the reason is very simple. Remember the old dilemma that we tend to forget by the early modern period, but still operates. Europeans had long sought Chinese goods. They still sought Chinese goods. It's in the 17th century, for example, that the word China enters the English language to mean porcelain. So they really wanted this stuff. They still have nothing that they can use to pay for it. In a famous passage at the end of the 18th century, a British envoy to the Qing Emperor of China prostrates himself, as one is supposed to do in the presence of this august figure, but urges that the Chinese open their markets to the British. He carries the letter from the British monarch urging this opening, and the Chinese emperor is very vigorous in reply. Thank you very much, but there's nothing from the outside world that we need. Why don't you go home? The Chinese simply did not need European goods. They produced better goods themselves, or they didn't want them, as in the case of massive supplies of guns. So, what were the Europeans to do? In the early modern period, the dilemma is an old one. We've seen it in the post-classical period. But in the early modern period, there is a new European answer. Hooray, we now have silver from the New World, and we'll send this to the Chinese. This is where the Europeans appear not just as dynamic economic entrepreneurs and manufacturers, though they have this role in certain areas, but as transmitters. They're simply taking a valued American good as carriers to the Chinese and getting what they want in return. Silver flooded China with significant impact. In the 17th century, the Chinese government decides, for example, that all taxes must now be paid in silver currency. A huge challenge to many ordinary peasants who had to increase their market activities in order to try to earn the silver that they would have to use for taxation purposes. Social inequality almost certainly increased in China. There's a lot of adverse criticism by Chinese observers about this monetarization and commercialization of Chinese society. So the point is not just that China is making a lot of profit from this system, but that it's a profit level that will affect Chinese society in other ways as well. But the point for the world economy theory is clearly China is an active participant, but it doesn't quite fit any of the models that Wallerstein has put forward. It's not external. You couldn't possibly earn this much New World silver and be regarded as external. You are involved in world trade. You are impacted by world trade. But it's not exactly core either, although that might be the closest fit. It's not core because Chinese merchants and ships are not going out to the world as a whole. China is a production powerhouse, and many Chinese today, as China's manufacturing position again becomes central to global trade, argue that China is quite simply restoring what it had once achieved after a brief and troubled interruption, an interesting vantage point that we will return to. China was a manufacturing powerhouse. It was not, for foreign trade purposes, a commercial powerhouse. It did trade actively still with Southeast Asia. Again, want to dispel any notion that the Chinese are just sitting there letting Westerners bring stuff to them, or that the Chinese are somehow disinclined to trade. But on a global basis, the Chinese clearly are not operating the way a core society is supposed to. They have a strong government. They might fit a core definition in other respects, but the category just has to be adjusted. This is a different situation. Some of the same comments apply to India. At least until the 18th century. India is the second largest recipient of New World silver because the Indians also have a variety of goods that Europeans want. They have fine cotton and other kinds of cloth. They have spices. They have a mixture, in other words, of specialized agricultural products and manufactured products. And again, they have very little need for European goods during the early modern period. New World silver is, once more, the grease that operates this particular commercial machine. As we've noted, by the 18th century, when foreign intervention increases in India, this enviable position may begin to shift into a clearer dependent category. But for most of the early modern period, India and the Middle East as well trade with some advantage with Europeans. They're not dominated by Europeans, but they're not removed from international trade either. You simply need, for the early modern period at least, a separate Asian category that would then allow for specific cases such as Japan. All right. I think it's pretty clear, though again, argument is welcome. I think it's pretty clear that a modified early modern world economy system makes considerable sense. European dominance with regard to Latin America, to some extent Africa, and increasingly some parts of Eastern Europe. European economic dominance is very real. It's a source of new profits for the West. It's a source of new patterns of economic and political activity for the peripheral societies involved. This is not yet a world system. It does not yet embrace most of Asia. It needs to be modified to take changes into account, not only the economic decline of Spain and Portugal, but the new position of India, and we'll talk about some relevant changes for Russia in a later comment as well. So we need to add to Wallerstein a sense of change. We need to recognize that his picture must be complicated by factors such as population shortage, cultural attitudes, etc. And we need to make a great big adjustment for many key parts of Asia, as against not only his tendency, but also the larger stereotypes that are simply wrong for this period. But with these adjustments, I think we come back to the three key points that I suggested at the outset. Properly adjusted, Wallerstein does explain why different societies fell into some systematic patterns of inequality in the international marketplace in the early modern period. He does explain why weak government has some relationship to dependent economic status. And above all, though here we can only make a statement at this point, we'll come back to it as we move on in time, he does explain why this system tended to be so persistent. It is possible to fall out of the core, Spain and Portugal did, if you don't make full use of your economic superiority. But it's hard, because you make enough money from this system that you can make some mistakes and still be on top. It's even harder, probably, to climb out of the periphery. If you're not making money from the world economic system, if your labor force is abused and impoverished, if your merchant class is small, it's going to be very difficult to change this position. Not impossible, because we have to see later on that societies do emerge, but persistence, the connections between early modern economic relationships and even contemporary economic issues in the world economy, this connection is vivid, and this demonstrates the persistence of the kinds of categories Wallerstein establishes.
Lecture 21, Transformations in Western Europe.
It's no secret that the early modern centuries constituted an exceptionally busy time for Western Europe. Lots of changes, lots of significant movements. We'll be dealing with basic shifts in our discussion today, but we need to begin with a slight sense of caution and certainly a concern with making sure the developments we'll be discussing fit into a world history context. The list of major European activities is formidable. You start with the Renaissance. The Italian Renaissance began before 1450, of course, but 1450 itself is the conventional date at which one notes the migration of the Renaissance to the north. The 16th century saw the Protestant Reformation, the Catholic Reformation in response, the price or commercial revolution that was stimulated by the advent of precious metals from the New World and which encouraged additional commercial activity in Europe. The 17th century sees the rise of absolutism, the variant that developed in Britain and the Netherlands with the emergence of a more modern form of parliamentary monarchy. And of course, it saw the scientific revolution, one of the incontestably great developments of the early modern period. The 18th century sees, above all, the Enlightenment, a popularization and expansion of scientific thinking, but it also sees the application of some Enlightenment ideas to absolute monarchy in the form of enlightened despotism. The list is obviously considerable, and it's important. The issue, for starters, however, is how we make sure that this range of developments in Western Europe becomes manageable enough to fit into a world history pattern. Let me illustrate by raising a specific question, which I won't exactly answer, though I'm going to imply my own reaction. How much, from the standpoint of world history, do we need to know about the European Renaissance? Here's one of the great staples, the glorious staples of the tradition of Western civilization, lovingly detailed, particularly by people interested in artistic and cultural history. But from a world history standpoint, how much time can one afford to spend on the Renaissance? How much attention does it absolutely require? My own, and here I will sort of answer from my own standpoint, my own reaction is, frankly, probably not much, but it can be debated. Certainly, world history does not afford the opportunity to spend as much time on Renaissance, then Reformation, then science, then Enlightenment, as one would offer in a Western civilization approach. You just have to be more selective. So, we're going to talk first about a big changes approach. That is, instead of going through Renaissance, Reformation, blah, 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 we're going to be talking about what are the big ways that Western Europe shifted between 1450 and 1750. This does not do full justice to all of the individual movements and currents, which, after all, were, among other things, not entirely consistent. Renaissance, for example, more secular spirit. Reformation returns to a greater religious emphasis. These eddies are obviously extremely important if one has the luxury of a Western civilization framework, but they're not necessarily any more important than some of the countercurrents that one could also encounter in China, the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, etc. We have to look at the bigger picture. So we'll be talking in the first instance about major categories of change, many of which, frankly, focus a bit more on the second half of the early modern period than on the first half, though, of course, they're prepared by developments earlier on. Two other controls are vital. In the first place, in addition to simplifying the usual picture so that it becomes appropriate for a world history framework, we will at the end talk more explicitly about, okay, these things happened in the West. What are their global implications? This will be brief, but obviously is also intended to make sure we don't get lost in the Western forest and lose sight of the bigger picture. I've mangled a metaphor there, but you know what I mean. The final control within this discussion itself is, I think, a really interesting one, and I venture it here a little bit cautiously, but I actually think it'll work. What was going on in the West from a world history standpoint? What was going on in the West in the early modern period was partly playing catch-up. Remember, the West had been, by the top global standards, a somewhat backward society during the post-classical period, though it changed a lot and was beginning to move into a more global orbit by the end of the post-classical. But in the early modern period, the West does a number of things that bring it close to the levels already achieved in places like China and the Middle East. Now, of course, it did so in specific ways that are Western. But in broader outline, we will see, and I'll be able to point this out explicitly, we'll be able to see how the West adjusted, consciously or unconsciously, to existing global standards. But the second angle involves attention to where the West actually innovated, did not follow basic patterns laid out already. So we'll need to evaluate the big changes we'll be focusing on in terms of their placement, either as basically catch-up with, again, perhaps a special Western twist, or as fundamentally innovative. And I think this framework is actually quite interesting and appropriate. Of course, finally, we need to remember that what was going on in the West is matched by important developments in other parts of the world, and we'll have a chance to come back to that in subsequent discussions. The big changes in the West in the early modern period fall into four basic categories. One I will merely mention because we've already covered it, but in a way it was the granddaddy of all categories, and that was the increasing place that the West was winning in world trade and, to a lesser extent, in world power politics. From world trade, the West gained access to new kinds of ideas, new perspectives. It certainly gained access to new levels of wealth and commercial opportunity. So remember that although we're now going to focus on the other three big developments, this repositioning in the world was a fundamental change in and of itself. The other big developments involved an increasing commercialization of the West European economy, obviously pretty closely tied to global developments, significant changes in politics along lines of increasing governmental efficiency and rationalization, and finally, significant, even fundamental shifts in cultural outlook, in the way many Europeans began to think about the world. These developments occurred at the same time. They overlapped. They could reinforce each other, but I think it's useful initially to look at them one by one. Commercialization. During the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, fairly steadily, more and more Europeans became involved in a commercial economy, producing at least some goods for sale on the market, for sale for money. This included farmers. For example, it was only in the 17th century that southern French peasants and landlords began producing wine for sale to other regions, thus involving themselves in importing other kinds of food they would need. Individual villages began to specialize in shoe production or nail production or scissors or cutlery production. Both in agriculture and in manufacturing, ordinary people as well as merchants and landlords began producing more for the market, began adopting an increasingly explicit set of market motivations and practices. The development was uneven. You can find a commercial village right next to a very traditional, self-sufficient one, but the general tendency was quite marked. This meant, of course, also a growing importance for the merchant class of Western Europe, which expanded, gained wealth both from international and from domestic trade. The expansion of a merchant and capitalist sector was an important part of this phenomenon. Absolutely crucial, as mentioned already in discussions of the world economy, was the expansion of domestic manufacturing in Western Europe, that system by which rural people, while still possibly doing some farming, devoted an increasing amount of their effort to producing goods for sale to merchants in nearby cities, goods like textiles, particularly of various sorts, but also, again, metal products, shoes, potentially other items. So, from the 16th through the 18th century, a steady expansion of European commercialization. This had a couple of other corollaries. Most important, commercialization was accompanied by a growing gap between the large numbers of people who owned some property, an artisan shop, a bit of land, whatever, and an equally rapidly growing group of essentially propertyless or near propertyless workers, dependent on sale of their labor for a wage. In other words, European class structure shifted away from the more community-based relationships that had predominated during the post-classical centuries. Along with this in turn, and it's a striking development, even as early as the late 16th century, came a new and frankly harsher attitude toward poverty. Along with traditional religious views that the poor should receive charity, that they would always be with us, came an increasing sense that frankly, if you were poor, there must be something wrong with you, and maybe not every poor person deserved assistance. This is an attitude that obviously still lingers in the Western psyche, although some other attitudes have joined in as well. The commercialization of the European economy, the expansion of domestic manufacturing, the increasing production of food products for sale on urban markets, etc., in broad outline, were catch-up developments. They brought Europe to economic levels that had previously been achieved in places like China and other parts of Asia. They were not, again, aside from individual peculiarities, they were not in and of themselves distinctive on the world scene. Attitudes toward poverty maybe had a little bit of additional edge. The witchcraft scare that was such an interesting sign of ongoing tension in European life in the 16th and 17th centuries had something to do with the new social framework that the Europeans were creating. A disproportionate number of accused witches were poor people, particularly poor women, feared among other things because of the new sense of hostility toward poverty. So a few special twists, but in broad outline, this is a catch-up development. By the 18th century, however, still on the theme of commercialization, developments began to press beyond a mere catch-up level in two senses. First, by this point, the expansion of domestic manufacturing and now the beginnings of new technologies, for example, the flying shuttle in weaving of cloth, new technologies designed to increase the productivity of manual workers, These developments began to push the European economy beyond levels that had been achieved in other societies. It's still within range, but you're beginning to get a level of commercialization, attention to manufacturing and productivity levels that are on the verge, at least, of becoming distinctive. The other 18th century development, and this is a striking recent historical discovery, the other 18th century development was the beginning of modern consumerism in Western Europe. We have noted at several earlier points that consumerism is hardly a purely modern phenomenon. Upper classes frequently indulged in a delight in material goods that they did not strictly need and a capacity to gain some sense of purpose and identity from consumer activities. But it's in the 17th, 18th centuries in Western Europe that consumerism begins to spread beneath the upper class and merchant level to more ordinary people, not everybody, of course, but to more ordinary people. And it's at this point also that consumer interests begin to take on the contours of some real passion. For example, in the 18th century, thefts of clothing accelerated massively, a sign that people were beginning to want things as part of their personal set of values and identities and would be willing to go beyond the law in order to obtain them, and again, things they did not, strictly speaking, need. This discovery that a modern form of consumerism predates the Industrial Revolution and centered in Western Europe is indeed an important addition to our sense of what commercialization could accomplish. Increasing commercial activity, largely in the catch-up mode, but capable of pressing beyond that level to more genuine innovation on a world scale. Second category of development, politics. Until the 17th century, despite the rise of individual monarchs or the Renaissance city-state, until the 17th century, European politics can still broadly be described in the terms of earlier emphasis on feudalism. But by the 17th century, though feudal remnants lingered, by the 17th century, European states, particularly in absolute monarchies like that of France, European states were beginning to develop a new range of activities and a new sense of rationalization. Let me illustrate. First of all, fairly familiar development, central governments now began to send out an increasing number of bureaucrats to the provinces to make sure that central edicts were enforced more uniformly throughout the realm, and local conditions in turn could be monitored by central authorities. It was at this point, for example, that national boundaries between countries like France and Spain began really to matter, because it now mattered which state you belonged to. New functions also included activities such as cultural intervention. It was in the 17th century that the French monarchy decided that it should set up an institution to help monitor and regularize the French language, an activity that the French state still conducts, perhaps in a more beleaguered fashion in the present day. It was in this period also that European states began to set up prisons, a tremendous change in potential operations in criminal justice and a considerable expansion of the role of the state in dealing with criminals. The list is long. Along with expansion of function came this process we call rationalization, an increasingly self-conscious effort to think through how government activities were organized. The military serves as a prime example here. Again, it was in the 17th century that many European armies began to acquire set uniforms, that officer grades began to be systematically defined, so there was a clear hierarchy of progression, that training for certain kinds of officers, particularly military engineers, began to be formalized, that new activities like hospitals and logistical systems for armies began to be organized so that when an army moved through the countryside, it would not simply be living off the land, and even military pensions established. European states became more active, conducting a wider array of functions, and their activities were increasingly rationalized. Now, here too, In broad outline, most of this was catch-up. That is, European governments are now beginning to do things that political systems in several other societies, China obviously at the head, had done well before this. Again, particular European emphases. The prison system seems to have been unusually stressed in Europe, for example, but the broad patterns are familiar. There's no fundamental innovation. Europe gained increasingly the political capacity to operate on a global stage in tandem with the most advanced political systems in other societies. That's an important development, but it's not fundamentally novel. But here too, particularly by the 17th and 18th centuries, a distinctive twist that was more innovative, and that is the clear beginnings of the idea of a nation state. That is, a state in which a definition of shared culture and tradition would coexist with the state itself. This is a novel development. You might find hints of it in patterns that the Chinese had conducted earlier, but fundamentally, most states previously had not called on active loyalty of subjects to the extent that the nation-state did, and they had not assumed that the state and the cultural orbit were coterminous. The nation-state concept, which would obviously develop still further in the later 18th and 19th centuries, was a fundamental innovation on the world scene, and it would have wide impact beyond Europe as well as within it. So, political changes, very significant, largely along fairly familiar lines if you use the standards of other societies, but with this particular new emphasis. Third category, major developments in culture. 3 fundamental shifts occurred, setting the framework for more detailed changes. In the first place, obviously, the establishment of printing in Europe, though initially devoted primarily to religious tracts, opened up massive expansions of opportunities for Europeans to have contact with the written word, to gain new sources of information, and this was a fundamental shift in the European cultural horizon. Literacy developed pretty systematically in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, and by the 18th century, Western Europe had the highest rates of literacy of any large society in the world. Other developments that followed from printing obviously included the emergence of newspapers, weekly for the most part. By the end of the 17th century, there's a new cultural apparatus here that's very significant. Development number 2. The Protestant Reformation, despite some effective Catholic response, shattered the unity of Western Christianity, led to all sorts of internal conflicts and tensions, but in the long run, tended to reduce religious commitment in Europe and tended to increase an attachment to some idea of religious toleration. I know this simplifies a lot of very complicated developments, but I think that was the long-run impact. And finally, the granddaddy of all 3 major cultural shifts, the scientific revolution itself. European science, as we've discussed previously, had prior to this time shared many features directly borrowed from many other scientific traditions, particularly those of the Middle East. But in the 17th century, the range of scientific discovery and the increasing sense on the part of many intellectuals and even through popularization, ordinary people, that the key to truth lay through science, not faith, not tradition. This was a fundamental change that no other scientific endeavor in other societies had yet matched. European science obviously was not totally unique. We want to remember that vigorous scientific traditions existed in other societies, but the overall contours of the scientific revolution were really novel. And indeed, when you combine printing and growing literacy, the printing of materials directed at relatively ordinary people, when you combine this with science, one could argue that of all the 3 areas we've been emphasizing, commercialization, political change, and culture. It's really the culture that makes Western Europe increasingly stand out from the standards of other societies. And this was not just an abstract development. The other intriguing aspect of cultural change in early modern Europe was how it penetrated into relatively prosaic activities and into the attitudes of relatively ordinary people. Let me offer a few illustrations from a fascinating array. Illustration number 1. If you lost a valued object in 1600 and you looked for it, you couldn't find it, but you really wanted to get it, you would normally employ a local cunning man, a magic person who had a magic stick, and he would go around and shake the stick, and hopefully the stick would help identify the lost object. And of course, if it didn't, you'd done the best you could. In 1720, same scenario. You lose something, you look for it, you really want it back, can't find it. You would no longer turn to the local cunning man because increasingly this person didn't exist. Instead, particularly if you lived in cities, you would do one of two things or both. You would advertise the lost object in the local newspaper, or you would go to the city lost and found offices of the sort that were increasingly established from the later 17th century onward. Specific illustration of a broader phenomenon. During the 17th and 18th centuries, magical approaches to nature, magical approaches toward dealing with problems like lost and found, begin to pass from favor. Lots of people still believe in them. If you look at supermarket tabloids, lots of people still believe in them today, but they are no longer dominantly fashionable. And instead, people turned increasingly to a new kind of calculation of risk and a new kind of rational or scientific approach to nature, such that magical approaches now were either outright disapproved or relegated to obscure corners in some areas of popular life. Second illustration, quite a different category. In 1650, if you had a child, you might wait to name it for about 2 years. And when you did name it, you would probably choose either the name of a past relative or the name of another child you had had who had died, or possibly a religious name. In 1750, when you had a child, you would normally name it now quickly. The child would still be likely to die, but the sense of the importance of dealing with the individual from birth was now on the upswing, and that meant a new kind of naming practice. Second, when you did name the child, you would not normally pick a family name. You would never pick a name from a kid you'd had who'd already died. And indeed, you would often stay away from religious names. The new fashion was to look for new kinds of names that would express greater individuality, that would give a child a greater sense of being his or her own person. Another category, and I'll end with this one. It's a fascinating array. In 1650, if your father told you, a young girl, to get married and whom to marry, you might protest individually, but you would almost certainly lose. Papa and maybe Mama would tell you whom to marry, and the marriage would be arranged on the basis of family property considerations. In 1750, if Papa told you whom to marry, you're still a young girl, and you felt you could not love that person, you might be able to persuade Papa that this was a match that should not occur because marriage had to be based on affection. And in a few places, like some parts of Switzerland, if Papa didn't agree, you could actually go to court and get the arrangement canceled. The notion that marriage should be based on love, the notion that marriage should be a union that involved affection and even sexual expression and not just property arrangements, was born in this period. The list is long, and the basic point, obviously, is clear. Fundamental shifts in Western culture, science, religious division, growing literacy, yielded impressive and varied expressions at the level of very popular beliefs and practices, affecting a sense of the individual, affecting a sense of family and community, affecting, obviously, attitudes toward risk and nature. This is a big deal change, and it marks the extent to which the cultural realm was probably particularly the area where the West was striking out in new directions. Now we come back to some cautions and final conclusions. Remember that Western Europe, despite all the exciting things happening there, was not the only place in the world. Lots of places continued to ignore what was going on in the West. Actually, some areas saw a few developments by coincidence that were not totally different from those occurring in the West. For example, in these same early modern centuries, many Confucian leaders in China began to attack popular superstition and magic in order to make Chinese life more rational, less dependent on folk superstition than had been the case. The West is not the only place where interesting developments are occurring, not the only place we want to look to as we get a sense of the early modern period as a whole. But the changes that did occur in the West in the early modern centuries, when we take the big changes approach, had three final implications. Number one, they almost guaranteed that additional change would occur in the West itself, with governments taking on new roles, with new attitudes toward nature, even with new attitudes toward children, increasingly interested in seeing children develop in a creative fashion. Changes of this sort almost assured that additional change was underway. And of course, the increasing pace of commercialization set the fundamental framework here. Second, these changes would color European reactions to other societies. We've already noted that Europeans, as they moved into new positions in the world, often began to judge other societies by their technological level. Well, now they might also begin to judge other societies by how much superstition seemed to be present, by how children were treated. It became increasingly easy for Europeans to think of other places as uncivilized because they didn't measure up to the new standards that were present in Europe itself. And by the 19th century, for happily a fairly brief time, many Westerners, in fact, did decide that there were no traditions other than the Western that really merited the term civilization at all. And finally, third, the developments that occurred in the West would set a challenging target for other societies as they looked at the West and increasing Western success and wondered what they might copy. For example, to take an obvious one, the European notion of the nation state, the idea that the state and culture should coexist, proved to be very popular in other parts of the world from the late 18th century onward. But other Western developments, for example, like new attitudes toward children, might come with somewhat greater difficulty. The European package, the Western model, if you will, was increasingly complicated, and this would affect responses to Western activities in the wider world as well.
Lecture 22, The Rise of Russia.
The early modern centuries saw what is incontestably a significant rise of Russia in world affairs. It was also a period in which Russian political and cultural patterns changed significantly as well. We need to remember, and this has come up earlier in our discussions, that Russia is a bit of a problem for world historians. I've tried to resolve the problem by an emphasis on Russia and possibly a larger Eastern European zone as a distinct civilization. Part of the problem, frankly, stems not from world history at all, but from an older tradition in European history that saw Russia treated in European history textbooks, but often relegated to a small chapter late in the section, which frankly hardly does justice to the significance of Russia in this period and beyond. But there are some issues here. The issues are compounded indeed in this period by new relationships that Russia developed with the West itself. early in the early modern period, for example, Russian leaders, the new czars, began to send emissaries to the West and to utilize Western artists and architects. For example, the Kremlin was designed by Italian architects, though using Russian themes to some extent. So Russia's relationship with the West is one of the issues we will have to deal with in this discussion, but it was not a relationship that involved absolute identity. It remains preferable to look at Russia as a separate case. We also, without belaboring the point, need to remember that a larger East European zone existed even beyond Russia's borders that shared with Russia, in some cases, commitment to the Orthodox version of Christianity, commitment to agricultural systems that had some rough points in common. The issue of an East European zone, of which Russia was now the clear leader, is something that we need to keep in mind as we turn to developments in the early modern period and beyond. The most obvious theme, and one that's important both for Russia itself and for much of the Eurasian world, the most obvious theme of Russia in the early modern period was territorial expansion. It didn't happen all the time, there were setbacks, but between 1450 and 1750, Russian territory expanded steadily in several directions, not yet reaching its present dimensions, but without question creating an empire of substantial size. Russia was indeed one of the great gunpowder empires of the early modern period, in some ways, over time, the most successful and durable one, because elements of the empire still exist, and we need to look at that vantage point for Russia as well. Not totally easy to identify what factors pushed Russia to expansion. Without question, one early one, and we've touched on it before, involved the issue of trying to drive the Mongols further away, pressing further into Central Asia in order to keep the Mongol threat at bay. That could at least be an initial stimulus to expansion. Russia was also moved, at least rhetorically, by the notion that Russia had become the heir to the Byzantine Empire, the notion of Russia as the third Rome, first the Roman Empire itself, then Byzantium, then Russia, again, whose Tsar had carefully married one of the last heiresses of the Byzantine throne. The notion of Russia inheriting an imperial mantle may not have justified all the expansion, but certainly provided an interesting rhetorical cover. There was also periodically, and this could link to the Byzantine idea, there was also periodically some sense of religious mission. Russia, for example, would frequently insist that it had some role to play in the Middle East in defense of Christianity, and particularly in defense of Orthodox Christianity. A number of motives were at play. It was also true that as the early modern period progressed, the Russian state itself developed a direct stake in expansion. Expansion was one of the ways the czars could justify their rule to themselves and others. And many individual Russians, both landowners seeking new territories, particularly to the east, and more ordinary Russians seeking new land opportunities themselves, groups like the Cossacks, who were used so actively in expansion. Individual groups developed a stake in expansion as well. Expansion, again, took several directions. Most important during much of this period was the expansion southward into Central Asia and to the borders of the Ottoman Empire. Here, Russia began to influence world affairs in two fundamental ways, with the third issue also interesting. There was the direct contact with the Ottoman Empire. By the 17th and certainly the 18th centuries, Russian-Ottoman conflict, recurrent, increasingly moved to the advantage of the Russians, and Russia was involved in pressing the Ottoman Empire and gradually pushing it back, gaining new territories to the south and to some extent the southeast in the process. The second huge change that Russian expansion in this direction involved was the elimination, at least for a long period, of Central Asia as an independent factor in Eurasian affairs. You will easily remember, at so many points in our discussions to date, the nomadic groups of Central Asia played such a tremendous role recurrently in migrations, invasions, trade connections among major societies. Russian expansion, along with some Chinese and Ottoman expansion, now increasingly placed most of Central Asia under the control, at least nominally, of an organized state, and the independent action of Central Asian nomads began to diminish. Central Asia indeed became something of an internal colony for the Russians, providing opportunities to gain raw materials, gain access to products that would then feed the larger development of the Russian economy, a very important development in larger world historical terms. The same expansion, finally, quite obviously, began to produce a significant Muslim minority in Russia itself. The Tsar during the early modern period was very careful to present himself to his Muslim subjects as a Muslim ruler, or at least as a ruler that operated in a Muslim tradition, didn't claim to be Muslim directly. This partly allowed the Tsar to continue to call on some of the Mongol precedents, although Russia was increasingly casting itself as a European state. The Mongol precedent was not entirely forgotten. But the interaction between the Russian state, the majority Russian population, and this growing Muslim minority was an interesting development at the time, and it obviously continues to play a major role in Russian affairs to the present day. The second direction of Russian expansion was obviously westward. Started a little later, but was nevertheless marked. Russia began to move into Ukraine, into other territories that brought it directly into East Central European affairs. And by the end of the 17th century, Russia was playing a role in military and diplomatic interactions with countries like Sweden, Prussia, Austria-Hungary, some of the major players in this part of Europe. And soon, although more after 1750 than before, Russia would assert a role in European diplomacy more generally. This push westward also brought new minorities into Russian rule. A significant Jewish population was acquired, particularly as Russia moved into Polish territory. German ethnic minorities played an important role in Russian activities. The third direction of Russian expansion was eastward, across the Ural Mountains into Siberia, and ultimately even beyond. This brought Russia by the 18th century into direct contact with China. A mid-18th century treaty, the Amur River Treaty, established a border between China and Russia that turned out not to be eternal, but did indicate the extent to which Russia was now a player, a minor player, in East Asian as well as Central, West Asian, and European affairs. And during the 18th century, Russia pressed beyond East Asia proper into Alaska, and Russian explorers moved south from Alaska down into present-day Northern California. Russian expeditions, trading expeditions, even reached the northernmost island of Hawaii, where remnants of 2 Russian forts still exist. This was clearly a truly expansionist society, creating by 1750 one of the largest land masses under single rule that had ever existed before. This expansion created, and we've touched on the implicit point here already, this expansion created Russia as a multinational society, interestingly, at the very time that Western Europe was increasingly emphasizing the nation state. And this multinational quality would be both a strength and a challenge to Russia from this point onward. This expansion also created Russia as a frontier society, an element that I think we too often forget. Russia had significant frontier conditions, particularly in the East, but also in parts of Central Asia, and pioneering activity, cowboy-like developments, are an important part of Russian history, certainly by the 17th and 18th centuries. And this was one reason that in the 19th century, the great French observer Alexis de Tocqueville would so liken developments in Russia to those in the United States. 2 giant societies, 2 societies exploring their frontiers, a relationship that remains interesting to contemplate even again to the present day. Russian expansion had one other consequence quite clearly. familiar enough from other world history expansions previously, and that was the question of how to hold this thing together. Two devices were particularly used in the early modern period. First of all was a strong assertion of the power of the central state and its ruler, the Tsar, Russian for Caesar, again the connection with the idea of the Third Rome. State authority was widely asserted, but frankly it was often fairly hollow because the key device for holding this vast territory together, or at least much of it, depended on essentially an agreement between the Russian state and the landlord class, both big landlords and gentry-level landlords, who were given increasing powers over Russian peasants, the serfs, political as well as economic powers, power to run local courts, power to administer justice, power to punish criminals, as well as power to levy taxation and labor service. This decentralization into an estate-based management provided Russia the opportunity to establish at least normal political stability even in its huge new territories, and it was not explicitly inconsistent with the idea of a powerful czar as well, so long as the czar and his major nobles managed to agree. Once in a while, that agreement broke down and times of trouble ensued, but for the most part, it held steady because both parties, both the czar and the great nobles, had a stake in preserving this system. Russian serfdom then, which was a new development in this period, Russian peasants in the post-classical period had been relatively free. Russian serfdom in this period has to be seen then as, first of all, a major development in its own right, but second, as a response to political as well as economic conditions. In the later 17th century, Russia embarked on another pattern of change that was truly important at the time and is fascinating in its analytical implications because it calls upon us to assess once again the relationship between Russia and other parts of Europe, and it calls upon us as well to assess the first instance of a phenomenon that would show up at other places later in world history, the phenomenon of Westernization. The basic facts are pretty simple. A new czar in the late 17th century, Peter the Great, decided that in order to maintain Russia's military mission, in order to further Russia's goals of being seen as a European power and not primarily an Asian power, significant changes had to occur that would involve Russia's imitation of patterns then visible in the West. Peter the Great, clearly one of the great characters, not necessarily one of the nice characters, but one of the great characters of world history, almost 7 feet tall. Peter the Great had himself traveled to the West, particularly to the Netherlands. He had worked as a shipbuilding artisan to learn techniques in this area, and he obviously was deeply imbued with the sense that the West had a lot to offer Russia that he, as Tsar, needed to impose. Westernization reforms under Peter took several directions. First, and these are in no particular order of priority, first were what one might call cosmetic changes, but intriguing. Peter the Great insisted that his nobles trim off their Mongol-like beards and adopt Western rather than Asian dress. Famous cartoons in the period actually have Peter himself trimming the beards of somewhat reluctant noblemen. Upper-class women were also urged to dress in Western fashion, and every indication is they were happier about this change than some of the men were. Western cultural institutions were imported into Russia. Notably, for example, the ballet, fundamentally a French dance form, was imported into Russia and became so deeply anchored there that obviously it became known almost as a Russian institution. Western art was encouraged. Other aspects of Western cultural presence were encouraged from Peter the Great onward. So, cultural change in the cosmetic or aesthetic directions, truly important. Another interesting example that I find intriguing was the importation of the German custom of using fir trees at Christmas time. Russia adopted the Christmas tree a century or more before it would be adopted in other parts of Western Europe and the United States. Little things, but adding up to a significant effort to switch Russia's cultural orientation in significant directions. Second set of changes, also cultural broadly construed, but with much clearer purpose. Second set of changes involved efforts to improve Russian education, particularly for the upper classes, and Russian scientific work. Under Peter, new universities were established. The State University of St. Petersburg, still one of the major institutions in Russia, was established at the end of Peter the Great's reign. Scientific academies were set up. Sometimes they debated scientific and technological changes that nobody was really interested in implementing in Russia, but nevertheless an apparatus for joining Russia to a broader European scientific community. An apparatus was unquestionably established. Peter the Great decreed that all nobles should receive training in mathematics, at pain, at least on paper, of not being allowed to marry if they didn't obtain an educational certificate. Lots of changes here designed, obviously, to improve Russia's scientific and technical capacity and improve the training of the people who would serve as Peter the Great's bureaucrats. Second set of changes. Third set of changes were political. Pretty straightforward. Peter the Great was obviously interested in some of the new specialization and training institutions associated with absolute monarchy in Western and Central Europe. He developed somewhat more specialized bureaucratic services. He created a state council to oversee bureaucratic activities. These were, I don't mean they're trivial, but these were pretty obvious things for an aspiring authoritarian ruler to import to make his rule more clear-cut. And finally, Peter the Great instituted significant, though not uniform, military and economic changes. He established a Russian navy, importing Western artisans and advisors to do so. He tried to improve the armament of the Russian army, as well as reorganizing it into somewhat clearer-cut categories of command, again along partially Western lines. He also was eager to organize the Russian metallurgical industry, taking advantage of Russia's terrific holdings in iron ore, so that Russia would have the economic basis for independent weapons productions, so that Russia would be able to maintain a significant level of military armament at a reasonably high technical level without having to rely on an ongoing basis on Western imports. These changes added up to a desire to enhance the power of the Tsar by insisting not only on new bureaucratic reforms to make the state more efficient, but even by insisting on the Tsar's right to cut off the beard of a nobleman. What better way symbolically to make it very clear that the nobles were subordinate to the rule of the Tsar than to argue the Tsar could determine what they were supposed to look like? So, goal number one, enhance the power of the Tsar and the state in what was still a fairly ineffective state apparatus. Goal number two, quite clear, enhance the power of the Russian military so that it could indeed play a role in European affairs, and so it would have an increasing edge in its military conflicts elsewhere, particularly with the Ottoman Empire. Probably the most concrete result of Russia's westernization at this point was indeed to make this gunpowder empire increasingly effective, one of the reasons that it would prove so durable. Goal number three, really intriguing because it's something that happened at this point in Russia and would happen in other places later on. Goal number three was to deal with what one might call an embarrassment factor with Russia vis-a-vis the West. Peter the Great obviously assumed that interchange between Russia and the West would become increasingly frequent. He needed Western advisors. He was encouraging Western intellectual imports. But in the process, it became very clear that without some additional changes, Russia was going to be looked at by the Westerners as barbaric and backward. How to deal with this? Well, make at least upper-class Russia look increasingly Western. One of the interesting specific changes that Peter the Great introduced, for example, was the elimination of a Russian tradition whereby when a young woman got married, her father would hand a whip to the groom, a symbol of the transfer of male authority over women. This blow for greater female independence certainly pleased upper-class women in Russia, but it also was another way in which Peter was trying to make at least the appearances of upper-class society more palatable in Western eyes. Equally important, however, was what Peter the Great did not Westernize. He obviously did not import increasingly current Western ideas about constitutional monarchy, the importance of parliament, the importance of division of powers. This was of no interest. It wasn't yet dominant in the West itself, in fairness, but he could have picked it up in Holland, undoubtedly was aware of it, no interest in it. It contradicted the purposes that he had in mind. He was not interested either in any significant reforms that affected ordinary Russians. He did not ameliorate the conditions of the serfs. He did not try to make Russia an increasingly wage labor economy. He did not try to bring cultural change to ordinary Russians. He did not change the educational apparatus, which was frankly minimal, of ordinary Russians. He did not challenge the hold of Orthodox Christianity on ordinary Russians because he had no interest in doing so. This would have undermined his authority, roused resistances that he had no interest in encountering. Perhaps most revealing of all, he clearly did not want to make Russia a commercial kind of economy along the Western model. He wanted economic change. He wanted a production basis for successful and independent military activity. But he did not particularly encourage the merchant class. He was content to rely heavily on Western enclaves of merchants in Moscow and in his new city of St. Petersburg to organize the bulk of Russia's trade with the West. Landlords, among other things, did resist any move to enhance merchant power because they would see this as a threat to their own social and political superiority. Peter's goal, in fact, if we could go back to the terms of the world economy, Peter's goal, although he didn't know the term, was actually to maintain Russia as an external economy, capable of producing what it needed for its own economic operation and for its expanding military activity without depending on other areas, but not seeking commercial dominance over other areas outside of Russia itself, not seeking a core status in any real way at all. These developments, in other words, created significant change in Russia. The Westernization was quite real, but also, in an ironic way, enhanced Russia's differences with the West at the same time. This was a Russia that did join Western cultural life, not yet as a major producer, but within a century it would be producing literature, music, and some art that entered the general European orbit. Peter the Great was obviously eager to enhance Russia's role as a European diplomatic and military player, and this too would expand over time. But again, he was not interested, he was deliberately uninterested in creating a Western society. That would not have suited his purposes, which were quite selective. And in confirming, indeed enhancing the gap, for example, between ordinary Russians and the new Russian upper classes, Peter the Great created circumstances that were quite different from those of the West and would have different outcomes later on. Most obviously, by encouraging upper-class Russians to be increasingly Western in their ways. By the middle of the 18th century, some Russian noblemen did not speak Russian at all. They only spoke French. By increasing their Westernization while confirming the inferiority and servitude of ordinary Russians, Peter created a social gap that was quite different from that which existed in much of Western Europe. There were social tensions there as well, but they didn't involve this depth of cultural divide. A different product was being created. Finally, Peter the Great's changes had at least two unintended consequences that from this point onward would also help inform Russian affairs and, on the whole, continue to differentiate Russia from the West per se, while connecting it to the West without any question. First, Although Peter's reforms did not produce a huge outcry during his own reign, his power was too great to permit this. After his death and the arrival of weaker successors, a number of voices were raised against what Peter had done, coming particularly from the Orthodox clergy that were quite worried about the implications of Westernization, but coming from some landlords and others as well. The result in Russia as a whole, and sometimes in the individual Russian leaders themselves, the result was a real ongoing ambivalence as to what Russia's relationship with the West should be. Should Russia become more Western than Peter intended? Some of the noblemen who now visited the West would argue, yes, the West was the model, and Russia's mistake was simply not going far enough. Or should Russia actually pull back because core Russian values were actually superior to those of the West, and Peter the Great's flirtation was in fact a great danger? The ambiguity with regard to the Western relationship was something that would crop up recurrently in Russian history from this point onward. Early in the 19th century, during the Soviet era, and I think arguably at the turn of the 21st century as well, it becomes a durable or at least recurrent feature of the Russian cultural character. The second unintended consequence was also fascinating. While Peter, again, if I could be permitted to use the world economic terms, while Peter intended Russia to remain external, what he did encouraged actually some further involvement with Russia in the European-dominated economy on terms that were not terribly favorable to Russia itself. Most obviously, despite Peter the Great's interest in seeing the Russian economy remain independent of the West, more and more upper-class Russians thirsted for Western goods. They wanted increasing numbers of Western paintings, of the sort that would ultimately accumulate in one of the great collections of Western art anywhere in the world in St. Petersburg. They wanted growing amounts of Western furniture. They wanted Western lecturers. They wanted Western access in various sorts. It became a standard feature of the life of a young nobleman to have a grand tour in the West that could last many months, even years. These appetites for Western-type goods cost money. And along with the continued need to import certain kinds of equipment from the West, created a new balance of payments situation in which Russia was pressed increasingly to augment its export patterns to the West by emphasizing timber products, minerals, and particularly grains. Russia became, by the later 18th century and on into the 19th century, one of the great grain suppliers for Western markets, depending on servile labor, depending on increasingly harsh servile labor, in fact, as punishments and restrictions over the peasantry steadily expanded. This smacked increasingly, if not of a peripheral economy, at least of an economy that was somewhat peripheral, not as different, say, from Latin America as Peter the Great and other Russian leaders might have aspired to. This, then, was an important set of moves. It probably did help maintain the strength, particularly the military strength, of the Russian imperial experiment. And again, of all the great gunpowder empires created in the early modern period, Russia has had the most lasting success in maintaining at least much of its expanded territories intact. But these developments also set other new currents in motion in Russia that would have further effects on Russia's relationship with the wider world, sometimes creating new links, particularly with the West, but sometimes creating new tensions as Russians might spring back against too much Western linkage, a process that, again, would be set in motion and would crop up from time to time on into the present day.
Lecture 23, Asian Empires and a Shogunate.
Our focus in this discussion is on Asian societies during the early modern period. Frankly, it's a presumptuous combination. This is a huge territory with all sorts of different societies that experienced all sorts of different developments during this long period. But a few generalizations are possible, and they will help round out our understanding of what was going on during these interesting centuries. One of the first things to emphasize is the extent to which attention, even brief, to Asian developments in the early modern period needs to fight long-standing prejudices and stereotypes. Many of my students, who sometimes don't seem to know a lot about world history when they come into my class, nevertheless do know that China was isolated, China was conservative, and this set of characteristics seems to dominate some impressions of China, at least before recent times. This was a period in which most Asian societies were actively engaged in wider connections in the world on different terms from those that operated in Western Europe, to be sure, but actively engaged. This was not in the main an isolationist period. This was not a period of economic retrenchment, and the necessity of confronting some of these misimpressions head on is one of the crucial reasons to deal with this wide-ranging topic in a specific session. We'll return at the end to the question of why it's so important to rectify the record, and many world historians have actively contributed to this task. There were two big developments, again, trying to look at the big picture with regard to a number of different societies. Two big developments in Asian societies during the early modern period. The first, which we already touched on in dealing with the absolute necessity of modifying the world economy approach where Asia is concerned, the first development was increasing prosperity, at least for some groups, as a result of Asia's participation in producing for world markets and receiving goods, including American silver, in exchange. As we noted, a number of Asian societies were significantly altered by this growing commercialization. Merchants gained new roles, money use gained new roles, governments gained access to additional resources themselves. So this participation in global patterns, yielding, again, at least selective prosperity, was a significant development in its own right, confirming, among other things, an interest in export-based manufacture in parts of China, an interest in transmission to world markets in parts of India, etc. The second development, which we've also mentioned but not fully fleshed out, was the emergence of a series of gunpowder empires in much of the Asian landmass. We will also be dealing today with a somewhat separate set of developments in Japan, which don't quite fit the gunpowder empire model. But the emergence of a number of quite solid empires operating over a considerable period of time is a really interesting set of parallelisms in Asian history during this period. The new empires were three in number, in addition, of course, to Russia, which itself established a significant Asian presence during this period. The new empires were three in number. First came the Ottomans. The Ottoman Empire began to take shape in the middle of the 15th century. It's one of the factors that helped launch the early modern period. It extended its hold over much of southeastern Europe, including at the high point, even Hungary. It developed significant holdings in much of the Middle East, though not all of it. It extended its direct control to Egypt and had some nominal control over other parts of North Africa, though not Morocco. This was a major and, in fact, long-lasting empire. It outlived the Roman Empire, among other things, if you just count years. The second empire to emerge, also extremely important, this one developing in the early 16th century, was the Mughal Empire in India. The Mughal Empire was formed as a result of invasions from a force that operated through Afghanistan. Early Mughal emperors were extremely interested in establishing a solidly based imperial structure in India. They were frequently extremely intelligent. They were interested in new ideas. They were eager to combine traditional Indian practices with new elements. They were explicitly extremely tolerant in religion. They utilized Hindus as well as Muslims in administration. This was a rich period in Indian history under Mughal control. Here, too, the empire expanded considerably territorially. It never controlled the entire Indian subcontinent, but it did command an increasing chunk in north and central India, and even attempted to some extent to reach south. The third great gunpowder empire, though a smaller one, was the Safavid Empire in Persia, which helped revive a sense of Persian identity and presence. Still Muslim, there was no overall cultural change here. This empire had a significant existence for a couple of centuries. China, of course, operated according to a somewhat different rhythm because here the imperial tradition was well established. And much of the early modern period saw the operation of the Ming dynasty, established a bit before the early modern period. But, as we've noted briefly before, the second dynasty of the early modern period, and in fact what turned out to be China's last dynasty, had a few elements of gunpowder empire attached to it as well. This final dynasty, the Qing, formerly known as the Manchu, was organized by Manchurians coming in from northern China. And while they adopted Chinese institutional patterns and culture in many ways, they remained partially outsiders in their own estimation and in that of the Chinese. So there was in China as well an element that was not dissimilar to the other gunpowder empires, involving an intrusion from outside, helping to shape the imperial experience more generally. These empires had significant accomplishments. It is obviously valid to note, as for example Chinese observers have in looking back at this period, it is obviously valid to note that the developments that occurred under the gunpowder and Chinese empires were not overall quite as dynamic as those occurring in Western Europe. Asian power began relatively to decline a little bit if measured against European power. For example, by 1700, European technologies in metallurgy and in some branches of textile production were now probably superior to their Asian counterparts. Not yet massively superior, but a balance that had been so long standing in world history, in which technological leadership and innovation centered in Asia, particularly East Asia, and tended to move westward. This balance during the early modern period was beginning to shift toward greater Western parity and even slight leadership, a shift that would obviously be compounded in the later 18th and 19th centuries. So in talking about the achievements of the gunpowder empires, the developments in Asia in this period, both economic and political, it is important to note, at risk of encouraging stereotype, which is not my goal, it is important to note that there was a certain shift in balance, and Asian developments in terms of sheer power politics and economic dynamism were not quite keeping pace with some of the leading patterns in Europe. Still, the gunpowder empires had significant achievements to their credit. Some textbook approaches mention the gunpowder empires and then race to their decline, and we'll have to talk about their decline, at least in part, as a late early modern phenomenon as well. But the achievements need to be noted in addition. The Ottoman Empire brought a number of developments to the Middle East and Southeastern Europe. They obviously helped solidify and highlight a new Turkish presence in the northern Middle East, the fruit of migration as well as political control. But it was equally important to note that Ottoman administration was never purely Turkish. It admixed a number of other peoples, including non-Muslims, in a tradition that actually had been well established in earlier periods in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire helped encourage the spread of Islamic belief to a significant minority of people in parts of southeastern Europe. Christian groups were tolerated for the most part, though there were some forced conversions of a group of young military people seized as part of the Ottoman military force, the Janissaries. But the changes in the religious map in southeastern Europe were noteworthy, as well as some new antagonisms that seemed to spring up around Ottoman control. Ottoman relationships with Arabs also deserve attention. While the Ottoman Empire used individual Arabs as well as Christians and Jews in administration, on the whole, the Ottoman Empire confirmed a somewhat dependent and inferior political status for Arabs, whom many Turks looked down on to some extent, and that pattern has to be factored in to developments in the Middle East, even to contemporary times as well. The Ottoman Empire introduced significant cultural changes into the Middle East. A form of mosque developed, best illustrated by some of the great mosques of Istanbul and its environs, that blended actually Byzantine architectural forms with Muslim needs, an interesting innovation. Ottoman contributions to literature and art, often in Arabic, were also significant. Political, some religious, and cultural achievements then left a lasting mark on the Middle East, even as the Ottoman hold would begin to decline. Mughal contributions to India, again, numerous. At its high point, a system of considerable tolerance and intermixture of Hindus and Muslims was a contribution, though unfortunately not an entirely lasting one. Mughal cultural contributions were really major. The Mughals helped further Persian artistic influence in India, leading to new forms of portraiture. The Mughals were also interested in receiving some Western cultural influences, not deep ones, but influences that affected a style of portrait painting and even dress in the upper classes in Mughal India. Much of what we rate as Indian cuisine today dates from the Mughal period. In other words, the Mughals introduced significant cultural richness into the Indian tradition, as well as, of course, important individual symbols like the great Taj Mahal. The Mughals also, arguably, furthered a sense not of Indian unity, but of the possibility of creating larger territorial units in the Indian subcontinent, which of course the British would pick up and then which would feed directly into considerable Indian unity after the British rule passed. This was a contribution worth noting. And the Mughals also developed administrative and taxation structures that would have long impact in India, again, even after the Mughals themselves departed. Mughals were even interested, although this one didn't take, in reforming certain other traditional Indian practices, for example, the practice of sati, which they disapproved of but didn't ultimately have quite the clout to attack directly. Developments in Safavid Persia, again, included a revival of a sense of Persian identity. It was under the Safavid Empire that Farsi was established as the dominant language of the region, as it still is today in Iran. Again, cultural developments that go beyond the mere fact of stating the existence of an empire. And developments in Qing China included, again, significant participation in economic prosperity, the re-elaboration of the bureaucratic imperial state. Significant population expansion occurred under the very late Ming and the Qing dynasty. Again, this was a pattern of developments of considerable importance. It is vital then to recognize that during much of the early modern period, largely if not entirely independent of Western influence in any cultural or political sense, Asian kingdoms, Asian empires were establishing significant achievements that would have marks, that would leave marks that outlasted the empires themselves. It is also true, however, that some of the gunpowder empires began to show signs of wear as early as the late 17th, early 18th centuries, though here the pattern is varied and we need to be careful of oversimple generalizations. The Safavid Empire began to weaken in the early 18th century. The Mughal Empire began to weaken even somewhat earlier. Later 17th Mughal emperors made what in retrospect it seems were two clear mistakes if the goal was to preserve Indian vitality and Mughal rule itself. In the first place, several later emperors began to reversed the policy of religious tolerance, began clearly to favor Muslims in administration, began in some instances to attack Hindu religious shrines, and began to create an atmosphere of religious mistrust that would continue to affect Indian history, be exacerbated by aspects of British rule in ways that obviously have contemporary implications as well. The second mistake, if this kind of historical judgment is permitted, the second mistake was quite simply an effort at overexpansion. The attempt to press Mughal boundaries southward led to significant military expenditure, the amassing of vast armies, including elephant forces, sometimes successful, but at real expense to the taxation base and indeed the basic economic vitality of India as a whole. By the 18th century, Mughal hold over India was beginning to fade in favor of local princes, the revival of that tradition of localism so frequent in Indian politics. Indian economic prosperity was declining. Indian cultural and educational apparatus was in some disarray as well. And of course, it was in this context, late 17th, but particularly 18th centuries, that European powers, ultimately headed by the English, began to interfere increasingly successfully in Indian affairs. The British, and particularly the British East India Company, was able to take advantage of growing Mughal weakness to establish a growing British beachhead in the continent itself. The British were able to develop alliances with other Indian rulers hostile to each other or hostile to the Mughals. That furthered British rule without the commitment of vast forces. The later 18th century saw the increasing conversion of much of India to essentially a British colony. A huge change, obviously, in Indian history, a huge expansion of European imperial presence taking shape at the end of the early modern period. The Ottoman Empire presents a different picture, although Europeans sometimes tried to argue that it wasn't as different as might seem. The Ottoman Empire undoubtedly reached a high point in the late 16th and 17th centuries. A last effort at territorial expansion occurred in the 1680s as Ottoman troops twice attacked Vienna, hoping to press farther into Central Europe. These attacks failed, and from that point onward, the Ottomans suffered a periodic series of territorial setbacks, partly at the hands of Austro-Hungarians, who pressed the empire back from the Habsburg territories, but even more at the hands of the Russians in patterns that we discussed in our previous session. Ottoman territorial setbacks obviously pressed the empire in other ways. It became harder to reward loyal top bureaucrats and generals. Many parts of the empire became increasingly parceled out among chief administrators who might milk the province for personal advantage. Corruption and economic dislocation increased. But the Ottoman Empire was still in many ways quite healthy and would remain healthy well into the 19th century. It wasn't as vibrant as it had been before. On the other hand, in no sense was it on its last legs. But there was one further development that was interesting as well. By the 18th century, sensing Ottoman weakness, and also undoubtedly exploiting an older prejudice against Islam, European opinion began to decide that the Ottoman rule was both sick and weak. And this European impression that this was an empire cruel to its subjects, cruel to women, but also on its last legs, was a perception that would create a reality of its own during the 19th century and affect Europe's relations with the Middle East in its own right. Developments in China, much more complex. In most respects, in fundamental respects, the Chinese state and economy remained quite vigorous up until the 1830s. For example, it was only in the 1830s and 40s that the European balance of payments situation vis-a-vis China finally altered so that Europe began to be able to take precious metals from China rather than paying them in return for Chinese goods. But there were some signs. They were modest. This is a state that's still vigorous and successful. There were some signs of trouble. Probably by the 18th century, China was beginning to be burdened by overpopulation, fed by new food supplies, an overpopulation that could require so many resources to sustain itself that it would affect larger economic dynamism and economic growth. Certainly, China ceased being, even apart from its relative position vis-a-vis Europe, China ceased being a source of major technological innovation at this point. There's some sense as well that cultural creativity lagged somewhat. Chinese intellectuals were still vigorously reproducing earlier literary forms and discussing Confucian traditions. This was not a cultural collapse, but new influences, new interpretations of older themes probably declined somewhat. The empire may also have been affected by excessive bureaucratization, excessive levels of paperwork that made decision-making difficult, that made communication with the provinces sometimes cumbersome. Again, none of this would come home to roost still for several decades, but in retrospect, we can see some possible signs of trouble. One thing is clear, particularly with regard to China and the Ottoman Empire. A possible source of renewal, which Russia was pursuing, albeit amid complexity as we discussed in our previous session. A possible source of renewal was not pursued, and that was the possibility of selectively looking at developments in the West as a pattern for certain kinds of possible reforms. China, in fact, which had been open to modest Western missionary activity in much of the early modern period, which had been interested as somewhat of a curiosity, but a bit more than that, in Western developments such as clocks and other scientific discoveries, Chinese openness to even modest Western presence definitely turned sour in the early 18th century, with increasing restrictions on missionaries, persecutions of small groups of Chinese Christians. This was not a path that China chose to take. Participation in trade remained vigorous, but there was, if anything, a retreat from an interest in contacts of other sorts. The Ottoman Empire, which was even more aware of developments in the West because individual Ottomans traveled frequently to Western Europe, there was no barrier of communication here at all. The Ottoman Empire also rather systematically avoided the possibility of influential contacts with the West. For example, the printing press, which had obviously been established in Western Europe long since. The printing press was banned from the Ottoman Empire until toward the middle of the 18th century, when it was first allowed only for Christians, not for Muslims. And the reason, obviously, was not just blanket rejection of the West. The reason, obviously, was a government desire to make sure as possible, that it had control over access to information and ideology. Gradually, this was loosened, but pretty late in the game. The only Western influence that was directly incorporated by Ottoman rulers, interestingly enough, were Western doctors who were called upon to service the Ottoman court, even though, as far as one can determine, they were no more effective in actual medical practice than were the physicians in the rich traditions of the Middle East, a sort of cultural fad that had no clear practical basis. We have then a situation in the great states of Asia in which during most of the early modern period, significant vigor developed, significant achievements were registered, but in a pattern in which gains were somewhat overshadowed, as we now know, by the greater vigor of developments in the West. And we have a situation where markedly to tentatively, certain signs of absolute decline begin to show as well. There's one final case that deserves attention that actually, to some extent, interestingly contrasts with the gunpowder empire developments we've been emphasizing thus far. The early modern period was a crucial one in Japanese history. As we've discussed previously, after some flirtation with Western contacts, Japanese leaders decided at the end of the 16th century largely to close off contacts, not entirely, but largely, and emphasize a pattern of internal economic, political, and cultural development. This was the period that becomes known as the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last until 1868. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, feudalism persisted. The ritual apparatus of feudalism was carefully preserved along with the social privileges of feudal lords, But alongside feudalism, and in fact more effective than feudalism, began to be the apparatus of a small but definite central state, serviced by its own bureaucracy, not feudal vassals, and capable of reducing, in most cases, eliminating internal warfare, providing increasing political unity, which was in turn the framework for the rather successful expansion of commercial activity within Japan that we have discussed before. This was obviously a significant and, as it turned out, fairly durable political change in Japanese affairs that marked increasing political effectiveness and a de facto modification of feudalism that was quite significant. Cultural change accompanied this development as well. Even though Japan's intense interactions with China were things of the past, the Japanese actually, during this early modern period, turned increasingly toward Confucianism. Buddhism survived and could be vigorous in some instances. The more traditional religion of Shintoism survived as well, though it probably faded somewhat. But cultural emphases shifted increasingly to a Japanese version of Confucianism that had two consequences that would be significant for the future as well. Consequence number one was simply an increasing secularization of Japanese culture. Not an entire secularization, but as Confucianism spread, this worldly concerns began to predominate in Japanese culture, along, by the way, with some interesting new artistic forms that would mark further steps in Japanese cultural identity as well. The second implication of the Japanese version of Confucianism, though it became fully clear only in the first half of the 19th century, was an increasing commitment to the importance of education, not just for a Confucian upper class, but for broader bands of society and what we would call the middle classes and even somewhat below. Japanese Confucianism ended up, not immediately, but over time, ended up encouraging an educational commitment that would lead Japan to be the second society after that of the West in literacy rates by the early 19th century, a very interesting pattern that again reflects considerable cultural dynamism in Japan itself. These patterns in Japan obviously differed from those in other parts of East Asia, particularly China. The shogunate emphasized a growing importance of the central state, but feudalism was still quite real. Japanese version of Confucianism was somewhat distinctive, particularly in its ultimate educational emphasis. Japanese population policy, or Japanese population behavior, was also somewhat distinctive. During the 18th century, Japanese population did not grow massively, did not overcome available resources, as was beginning to be suggested in China. A fairly extensive use of abortion, among other things, seems to have limited Japanese population growth. And most interestingly of all for the future, the Japanese in the 18th century began to become slightly more open to outside influence rather than less. Decisions were made to exploit the contacts with Dutch merchants and what was called the Dutch School of Translators in Japan, people who learned Dutch in order to have the capability of interaction with the Europeans. This contact was exploited to allow the translation of scientific and medical works into Japanese. Not other works yet, but an indication that the Japanese were sufficiently aware of what was going on in the outside world, that they saw that there was a need to take at least some opportunity to figure out what these developments might portend for Japan itself. The patterns that we've been discussing don't overturn conventional views of Asian history in the early modern period entirely. Again, relative decline is undeniable as long as it doesn't overwhelm an understanding that there were important positive developments during much of this period. Asia was not simply sitting around waiting for Western control and guidance. This was a series of independent kingdoms capable of significant achievements. Specific decline of specific regimes, most notably in Mughal India, has to be registered as well. But the larger sense that somehow this was a crucial period in which Asia began to be backward, isolated, whatever the term, this sense is simply wrong. Which leads to one final question. Why care? World historians, particularly experts on Asia and the world economy, have vigorously insisted that we need to redress this impression of Asian economic inferiority, backwardness, etc. And I think the reasons are twofold. One is, presumably, it's better to be accurate than not. And when we have knowledge of things like Chinese acquisition of New World silver, we need to exploit it because otherwise we're simply pandering to error. And I guess I would argue that in itself is a bad thing. But point two, we need to redress this impression because it so panders to older Western prejudices about Asian characteristics. It reflects a very brief sense of Western superiority. If we realize that Asia remained a vital contributor to world history up until at least the 18th and even into the 19th centuries, and then would again become a vital contributor to world history by the 20th century, the period of Asian eclipse, if that's even an appropriate term, is very brief indeed. And this we have to know, whatever our views about historical accuracy, as a means of understanding Western-Asian relations and Asian concerns about Western opinion, even in the present day.
Lecture 24, The Long 19th Century.
In this session, we introduce the next major period in world history, which runs from about 1750 until 1914. The term that is increasingly used for this period is borrowed from a British historian, Eric Hobsbawm, the long 19th century. Obviously pretty long, but nevertheless focused on the 19th century. This period shades off from the early modern period in several ways, although, as I mentioned before, there's no decisive break. In the first place, two of the features of the early modern period now no longer really have much effect in world affairs. The Columbian Exchange had set up some enduring population patterns, but the immediate effects of the Columbian Exchange are long gone by the later 18th century, except again in the Pacific region, where something of the same phenomenon was repeating itself. The formation of the gunpowder empires, at least the land-based gunpowder empires, is also no longer a dominant theme because, and this began to unravel in the late early modern period itself, many of the gunpowder empires are now in increasing trouble or vanishing altogether. So two early modern themes are pretty well gone. On the other hand, two themes persist recognizably. One is the rise of the West, which continues and even accelerates vis-a-vis other societies in the long 19th century. And two is the shape of the world economy, which in fact becomes clearer during this period as well. This then is conventionally taken as a new period. I once tried to combine it with the early modern, but the convention simply worked against it. And it does have some new features in addition to redefined continuities from the early modern. The two big developments, and they're closely linked, the two big developments that frame the long 19th century, beginning in the later 18th century itself, are one, the emergence of the Industrial Revolution, and two, its brief but decisive monopoly by the West. The Industrial Revolution is in and of itself a great big deal. It introduced a new economic form as decisively different from agriculture as agriculture was from hunting and gathering. With industrialization, human productive power increased vastly, primarily because of the use of fossil fuels and other sources of power than humans and animals. Industrialization was a big deal because it concentrated work and people in factories and cities. Not surprisingly, industrial societies fairly quickly, Britain was the first in 1850, reached a 50% mark of urbanization, which, by the way, the world as a whole just reached in 2006, but an indication of the ongoing trend. The Industrial Revolution was a big deal because it transformed even intimate aspects of life. For example, childhood. Childhood in agricultural economies, as we emphasized, was mainly focused on work. And briefly in the Industrial Revolution, that pattern might seem to continue. But pretty quickly it was realized that childhood and work in the factories did not mix. So childhood was redefined yet again as meaning primarily schooling, something that we're still assimilating even today. Almost every aspect of life was touched by the Industrial Revolution, and as it began to take shape, first in Britain, then in other parts of Western Europe and the United States, late 18th, early 19th centuries, this does call attention to a major marker. But the second point is equally crucial. The long 19th century itself is shaped not only by the Industrial Revolution, but by the extent to which, for a brief time, Western societies monopolized the process. Again, brevity is crucial here. Ultimately, it is absolutely vital to see the Industrial Revolution as a global phenomenon in which all parts of the world participate, such that the European lead is, again, a brief and ultimately probably not terribly significant one. But for the long 19th century itself, the enhancement of European power by industrialization and by the fact that most other societies simply did not move immediately in an industrialization direction, this set a framework to which every society had in one way or another to react. Even in its European monopoly, the Industrial Revolution was already in crucial ways global. It was caused, in part, by global connections. Europeans industrialized in part because they'd already learned that an emphasis on producing processed goods was a good way to make money in the world economy. Producing processed goods in factories simply enhanced and augmented that advantage. Global relationships also had helped pile up capital in European coffers that was available for the expensive, modest by contemporary standards, but by the standards of time quite expensive, investments in industrial apparatus. Industrialization had a global impact also immediately. For example, in causing the deindustrialization of local industries in places as different as India and Latin America, as British and European and American factories poured out cheap manufactured goods, particularly textiles, hundreds of thousands of domestic workers in places like Venezuela or India were thrown out of work, obviously forcing crucial economic adjustments in these regions as well as in the industrial societies themselves. Industrialization, European monopoly shape the period in crucial respects. Two influences flow directly. In the first place, as Europe increasingly industrialized, it enhanced its demands on other parts of the world to produce cheap raw materials and foods and to accept increasingly expensive manufactured products, or at least increasingly available manufactured products. In other words, it increased the extent to which core and peripheral or somewhat peripheral relationships began to predominate not just in the Atlantic economy, which really had been the main focus of the early modern period, but worldwide. Latin America, for example, and we'll explore this a little more fully in a later session. Latin America, already a peripheral economy, saw more and more land and more workers poured into production for export. Now, not just of silver and sugar, though these continued, but also coffee, also rubber, also fertilizer, also a variety of products that still depended on low cost, that still yielded a fairly modest profit to the society as a whole, though still considerable wealth for individual business people or landowners. This relationship already established was now vastly extended. And as the relationship was extended, the gap between core societies and peripheral societies widened as well. For example, in 1800, the average Mexican had a standard of living about two-thirds that of the average citizen of the new United States. In 1900, because the average American in a core society became wealthier and the average Mexican in a peripheral society became poorer, that relationship was one-third, a really significant change reflecting movement in both directions. Africa was now deeply affected by the world economy with an interesting and in some ways unexpected twist. The 19th century, and we'll explore this more fully in the next session, the 19th century abolished the slave trade and significantly limited, therefore, the principal African sale to the world economy in the early modern period. Yet African attachment to the receipt of European goods, guns, etc., continued, thus resulting in an African scramble to identify other products that might sell in the world market, such as vegetable oil, palm oil, cotton, other products not always totally suitable to the African environment. Products that also, again, demanded larger amounts of cheap labor, such that for a moment, ironically, slavery actually expanded in 19th century Africa itself. Every part of the world was touched by this relationship, either becoming more peripheral in the first place or expanding peripheral characteristics, as was the pattern in Latin America. European and American thirst for cheap goods, ultimately including even some cheap manufactured products, their capacity to pay for these goods with an outpouring of manufactured products of their own, set the world economic relationship into a global framework. The second consequence, and it really does relate pretty closely to industrialization, the second consequence of this new pattern was an extension of European or Western military advantage from the seas to the land as well. Sea-based power remained crucial. This was the dominant source of Western military threat in the early modern period, and it obviously expands with better guns, larger ships, steamships, etc. But now a series of developments also opened up the possibility of land-based military dominance as well. These innovations included the development of smaller and more mobile field artillery, already used before industrialization outright, for example, by Napoleon in the French Revolutionary Wars. The developments included the early 19th century emergence of the repeating rifle and the possibility, which both British and American inventors helped develop, the possibility of producing this repeating rifle through the standardization of parts on a mass scale. Developments included, by the middle of the century, the emergence of early forms of the machine gun, i.e., these developments made it possible for small numbers of Western troops, sometimes literally a few score, to hold off sometimes several thousands, even tens of thousands of troops armed in more conventional fashion, as would occur in the European imperialist burst in Africa. Land-based military advantage was enhanced as well by transportation improvements. Steamships, and in a few cases railroads, allowed Westerners to ship troops and materiel long distances in fairly rapid order, and obviously the telegraph, by providing communication links as well, contributed here. Riverboats, steam-driven, now could plow upriver, which was critically important for European military penetration both of China and of Africa. And, though more in the later 19th century, the development of new tropical medicines added another ingredient that facilitated Western military interaction with key parts of the world. Add these two things together, and one has first a series of major crises in which the new Western military edge over other societies was demonstrated, crises that also quickly turned into larger patterns of economic exploitation as well. Event number 1, 1798. Napoleon, briefly freed from much to do back in Europe, takes a French expeditionary force and invades Egypt, conquering Egypt fairly easily. He doesn't stay there because the British chase him out, but the ease with which European forces could conquer one of the heartland areas of the Islamic world was not lost on Egyptians or on the Ottomans more generally. They didn't quite know what to do about it, but the balance between European military authority and Middle Eastern military power had clearly been dramatically altered. Crisis number 2, the First Opium War in China, 1839. The British finally, in the 1830s, found a good that they could produce quite easily, other than simply transporting New World silver, that would get them access to Chinese markets. This good was opium, produced in British territories in India. The British insisted that the Chinese accept opium and open their markets more generally. The Chinese government, weak now but still with some voice, resisted British demands, and the result was a conflict in which British and other Western troops easily overcame Chinese forces and pried open, at least began to pry open, this market both for opium, which was the widest selling single good in the 19th century world trade, and for European and Western activities more generally. Crisis number 3. In 1853, an American fleet under Admiral Perry sailed into Edo Bay in Japan, Tokyo Bay, and demanded that the Japanese open their markets to Western goods. This was followed not only by another American expedition, but by a British expedition in 1854. And after considerable internal turmoil, the Japanese did indeed decide that they had no choice but to open, and indeed, in an unusually constructive reaction, would launch a process of reform that went well beyond simple response to Western demands. Crisis number 4. 1854-5, the Russians had successfully achieved another territorial victory over the Ottomans and were poised to pry more Ottoman territory away. Britain and France objected for various reasons, including British fear about increasing Russian interference with British contacts with India, and Britain and France went to war against Russia in the Crimea, essentially literally in Russia's backyard. And although this was not an easy conflict, lots of losses on both sides, the West again won. The power of industrial production, industrial transportation, industrial technology applied to the military area now made it clear that even Russia was clearly behind. And then a series of military explosions and penetrations from the 1860s onward, particularly in Africa, also in additional areas of the Pacific, etc. There were few parts of the world that Europe tried to enter militarily where it failed. The leading one, ironically, was Afghanistan. For most parts of the world, either direct military penetration or the successful threat of this penetration now reshaped the world, at least again briefly, to the West's advantage. This was, of course, the century of imperialism, a familiar label, but it can be taken even more deeply. What happened fundamentally really was a simplification of the world economic patterns we've described previously. Two changes were crucial. One we've touched on already, and that was the intensification of the exploitation of the bulk of the world, not now just parts of the world, but the bulk of the world, by core societies, now increasingly including the United States. But the second change, and here's where the military part comes in, the second change was the effective elimination of externality. No major society could now stay external because the West, through military pressure, if not economic cajoling, simply wouldn't allow it. Thus, societies that had regulated Western contacts previously, like China, now found themselves incapable of maintaining this regulation. Societies that had sought partial isolation previously, like Japan and Korea, now find that they are not allowed to do this either. With a very, very small number of exceptions, the world is open to the Western-dominated world economy for a brief series of decades. In this framework, which really was, if you will, an intensification, a redefinition, but intensification of patterns that had already been sketched to some degree in the early modern period. In this framework, 2 or 3 other components get added in the long 19th century that need attention as well. First of all, this was, of course, at least the early part of the long 19th century, not only an age of early industrialization and its global impact, not only an age of new imperialistic military activities, but also an age of Atlantic revolutions. Beginning in the 1770s, a series of risings occurred in various parts of the Atlantic world, in North America, in parts of Western Europe, in Latin America that would extend from the 1770s on to 1848-49, creating new political regimes, new attention to ideologies of liberty, legal and possibly even social and economic equality, a whole series of new ideological thrusts that brought important new political ideas and concrete illustrations of those ideas into the world stage. It isn't entirely easy to talk about how this other important initiative fully matches the larger framework that was shaped by industrialization and Western military dominance. Because frankly, many of the revolutionary ideals sincerely espoused by Europeans themselves didn't clearly fit the kinds of relationships that Europe was also forging with places in Asia and Africa. After all, if the new battle cry was freedom and political participation, imperialism was a denial of freedom, at least in many respects, and clearly a denial of political participation, so that there was a long lag on a global basis between the emergence of new revolutionary thrusts and truly global impact. Atlantic impact, quite clear, and this is an important aspect of the long 19th century. But global impact, in a way, would turn out to be greater in the 20th century than in the long 19th, because it's in the 20th century that various kinds of revolutionaries and reformers would utilize the ideologies of the revolutionary West or the revolutionary Atlantic world to help spur national independence movements, social revolutions, this sort of thing. So this is a category of developments in the long 19th century. We don't want to forget about it, and we will indeed see one clear impact in our next discussion of slavery and abolitionism, but it doesn't totally fit the patterns that we're indicating. Somewhat more general, and we will return to this one also in greater detail, but we can have a first stab on it now. Somewhat more general was another new global theme, has to be phrased carefully, but I think it's a valid one. Another new global theme of a need to figure out how to respond to the West. Western power by the middle of the 19th century was so palpable, was so unavoidable, that virtually every major society, or some segment of it, had to begin discussing, what are we going to do about it? How can we get rid of the West? Resist the West? And what do we need to change in order to do so? And what do we need to change that might imitate at least aspects of Western development itself for the opportunity to regain or preserve some degree of regional independence? An early illustration of this new sense of a need to change in order to resist the West occurred in the aftermath of Napoleon's invasions, occurred in Egypt, where a new leader in the early 19th century, Muhammad Ali, effectively moved Egypt toward de facto independence from the Ottoman Empire and undertook a path of reform that he hoped would bring industrialization and modern political and economic conditions to Egypt, allowing it to retain independence from the West, which was otherwise clearly threatened. Muhammad Ali sent scores of Egyptian students to European schools to learn engineering, modern science, and other technologies. He sought to encourage Egyptian industry. He sought to encourage new kinds of cash crops in Egyptian agriculture, such as cotton. It was an extremely interesting effort, but it was also extremely interesting that this early attempt largely failed. Western pressure, the limits of resources in Egypt itself, tended to confine the durable results of this reform movement to the production of new cash crops that could serve the world market. Egyptian industrialization was not in the cards at this point, but again, it was a revealing episode. Slightly later, the Ottoman Empire itself would undertake patterns of reform, seeking to redo its constitutional structure, to at least admit some new types of political institutions in the Western model, seeking to streamline its bureaucracy, seeking to create a more efficient, forward-looking bureaucracy, seeking to improve and modernize its educational system. Again, these reform movements, which crested in the late 1830s and again in the 1870s, had mixed results. They were not ungenuine, but they obviously also did not move the Ottoman Empire to a position of reversing its pattern of difficulty in face of Western interference and objections. Russia would launch a major reform movement, beginning with the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, leading not only to this emancipation, but to significant new local political institutions, reforms of Russian law toward a reduction in the severity of punishments, codification of law, efforts to spur industrialization, and by the 1890s, Russia was indeed launched in a significant industrialization process, one of the first such processes to take hold outside of the West proper. Reform, in other words, was in the air. However, and this is where the complexity has to enter in, while I think it is fair to say that world history in the long 19th century, particularly the second half of the long 19th century, is partly framed not just in terms of new Western industrial power and military interference, but in terms of efforts at reform and reaction. It is important to recognize two things. First of all, Western power affected different regions differently. Some were held, like India and increasingly Africa, as outright colonies. Some were simply targets of interference, like China, and people have debated whether it wasn't actually better for a while to be a colony than to be a target of external exploitation, the way China was. European contact varied. So did traditions and 19th century conditions. China, although this is not really totally predictable from earlier Chinese history, China responded slowly and long inadequately to the reform pressure. And only in the 1890s does a real reform movement begin to catch hold in China. This is, again, partly because of traditional resentment of outside interference in models, partly because of the outside interference itself, partly because Chinese governments at this point were exceptionally ineffective, and one of those downward spins in the Chinese political process that occurred periodically. This was obviously quite a different response from that of Russia or Japan, a comparison that we'll take up a bit later, and even from the Ottoman Empire. Responses varied, and it is vitally important to recognize this variety and recognize that even at the crest of European power, world history needs to be seen in terms of interactions and not simply imposition. Nowhere, even in its starkest colonial holdings, did the West simply impose conditions on other societies. There were always reactions, always combinations, always resistances, and in this sense, the richness of world history, the need for comparison and variety, continues quite strong, even in a century that in broad outline seems particularly simple, i.e. imperialism and European dominance. One final facet of the long 19th century I think is worth mention, even though, frankly, it's a subordinate theme, and that was the tentative emergence of new kinds of international institutions and arrangements that accompanied industrialization and the increasingly global qualities of the world economy. Let me mention a couple of particularly salient developments. It was soon after the middle of the 19th century, for example, that the Universal Postal Union was formed. A series of agreements dominated by Western players speaking on behalf of the whole world that allowed individual nations to agree on how to transmit mail from one society to the next. We now obviously pretty much take international postal service for granted, except in times of chaos or revolution. But it's really only in the later 19th century that this international facility came into being. It was soon after the 1860s as well that the International Red Cross formed. Initially, again, a Western organization primarily, but one that began to help set standards not just for medical activities during wartime, but for broader agreements that other societies would gradually adhere to. that, at least on paper, sought to regulate some of the worst effects of modern war, particularly in areas such as treatment of the wounded and treatment of prisoners. Other international agreements allowed, obviously, technological developments such as the laying of undersea cables, etc. Western dominated, in one sense, a facet of imperialism itself, the fact that international agreements were beginning to come into being, and one could mention also at the very end of the 19th century, the emergence of a new world court in The Hague. These developments were at least preliminary hints of a partial international political structure that was itself a marked innovation. International connections were also furthered, of course, by the development of not only of new technologies, but of new transportation arrangements. The cutting of two great canals in the long 19th century, first the Suez and then the Panama, were huge developments, facilitating international contact and trade. This obviously fits the spread of the world economy model, but it deserves separate notice because, again, you're talking about new kinds of global connections that could go beyond trade. The 1880s, again, toward the end of the long 19th century, the 1880s saw the emergence of a new series of private international non-governmental organizations dealing with issues such as women's rights, white slavery, problems of this sort, and again, we'll touch on some of this in our next session as well. This first spate of what we would now call international NGOs was another sign that people, always first from the West, because the West was the dominant player still, that people were beginning to think in terms of new kinds of international connections that would relate to the world economy, but that would go well beyond it. New patterns of cultural contacts are intriguing at the end of the long 19th century. The first real sign of a new potential for what we would now call a global consumer culture emerges in the final decade of the 19th century, in the beginnings of the internationalization of several key Western sports, most notably from Britain, soccer, which begins to spread to Latin America, to parts of Asia, and by the 1920s, a little bit after our period, literally the whole world, on its way to becoming the world's most agreed upon international sport. Also, in the late 19th century, the beginnings of the spread of American baseball to Latin America and the Caribbean, but also to Japan. A Japanese baseball team defeated an American Navy team in the mid-1890s to the great delight of the Japanese, to Korea and elsewhere. These developments, seemingly sort of trivial, are another sign that a final facet of the long 19th century that needs to be noted beneath the surface of exploitation, imperialism, etc. A final facet is the beginnings of the emergence of new kinds of global connections and contacts, some of them institutional, some of them new evidences of international cultural interaction that would gain a life of their own and help shape the next period in world history as well. Let me emphasize finally the brevity of this long 19th century, particularly the extent to which many crucial developments spread not just through the whole long 19th century, but in its final half or two-thirds. This is a story of Western dominance. It is a story of Western economic and military controls that are striking, that make this period, at least superficially, unusually simple. But again, it's also brief. The reason we end the period in 1914, though we'll have to talk about this more in a subsequent discussion, the reason we end this period in 1914 is not just because of the dramatic fact of World War I, but because it was during and as a result of World War I that this kind of easy Western dominance in the world at large began to come to an end. A few decades, very interesting, very important. We live with their legacy still, but a few decades only.
These lectures are part of the Great Courses series. They are produced by the Teaching Company. These lectures are titled A Brief History of the World, Part 3. Lecture 25. Abolition of Slavery and Serfdom.
One of the big changes in world history during the long 19th century, actually starting in the late 18th and extending to 1914 and even beyond, was a process through which formal slavery was abolished throughout really the entire world, and attacks were also made on the harshest forms of serfdom, though there were more survivals here. This change deserves attention for several reasons. In the first place, big picture, slavery, as has been obvious from our discussions, was one of the oldest institutions in human society. Because of capture in war, because of inherited status, because of greedy seizure of other people, even in one's own society, the patterns varied, but the impulse to try to gain ownership over other people and their labor obviously goes deep in the human experience. The century that brought this institution to a close deserves significant attention in this longer perspective. The development in the 19th century also demands attention. In some ways, the abolition of slavery in the 19th century, although of course we know what happened, might seem counterintuitive. After all, in many ways, this was a century in which exploitative economic practices increased, the world economy extended, and with it, efforts to get peripheral societies to produce cheap goods with cheap labor. Obviously, we now have to note that even though the concept of peripheral economies remains valid, as we discussed previously, we now have increasingly to detach it from literally coercive labor, which was one of the definitional characteristics in the early modern period. So what we need to do in charting this really significant change is talk about the issue of causation, particularly given the fact that once we understand slavery's deep roots and understand the exploitative economic relationships that dominate many other aspects of world history in the long 19th century, causation doesn't spring to mind immediately, and almost inevitably it has been much debated. And then after dealing with causation, talk a little bit about the process, because although changes began early, the British, for example, worked to abolish Atlantic slave trade after 1808, although changes began early, the process really stretched through the whole period and, as I've already indicated, slopped over slightly into the 20th century as well. And then we need to talk about consequences, because here too, predictably, although slavery really was abolished, and that really is an historical change, the actual consequences were messy, diverse, globally involved, and equally inevitably, the results were perhaps not quite as benign as some of the proponents of abolition might have hoped. The beginnings of arguments against slavery, they weren't brand new in the long 19th century, but the beginnings of arguments against slavery began to take shape particularly coherently in the final decades of the 18th century. Two sources predominated in places like England, the Netherlands, France, Scandinavia, and increasingly some sectors of opinion in British North America. Two sources predominated. First were maverick or new Protestant religious groups, Methodists, for example, and Quakers, particular among them, who used Christianity as it had not been used in the early modern period to argue that the enslavement of other people was immoral, improper, and must be ended. Combining with this, sometimes in the same individuals, sometimes in separate groups, was the force of Enlightenment thinking, the kind of thinking that went into the revolutionary wave of the late 18th, early 19th centuries as well. Enlightenment arguments could certainly be used against slavery. Enlightenment thinkers tended to stress the fundamental equality of all human beings. They tended to target exploitation, of which slavery was the worst example. They sometimes could add also utilitarian arguments, that slavery was not only wrong, but inefficient in a society that ought to be bent on more effective motivations for labor and productivity. Agitation in anti-slavery groups took a number of forms. It wasn't a constant force from the late 18th to the early 19th century, but periodically waves of outrage would develop. Huge petitions were signed in England and other places against slavery practices, pressing the British government to act against slavery internationally, and particularly, of course, to act against slavery in the British colonies. These petitions, on occasion, could command an amazing percentage of urban populations, for example, in some of the new factory centers in Great Britain. Along with petitions came efforts to educate larger numbers of people in the evils of slavery. Plays, pamphlets, ultimately, for example, literary materials like Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was widely popularized not only in the United States but also Western Europe. These materials were used to help bring additional people into the anti-slavery crusade. Boycotts were even sketched, although they probably weren't terribly effective, but an interesting tactic in which people were urged to identify goods like sugar that were slave-produced and try to find alternatives. This was a major campaign, and it obviously gradually had effects. The French Revolution added fuel to the fire. French revolutionary principles, obviously building from the Enlightenment, also argued against slavery, and during the radical phase of the Revolution, legislation was introduced to abolish slavery in the French colonies. During the 1790s also, the Great Haitian Revolution, which was a revolution both against French colonial control and against slavery, added force to the anti-slavery arguments, obviously illustrating the capacity of former slaves to rise against the institution and build a new society, also possibly increasing fears in slave-owning sectors that protest might attack the institution directly as well if something new was not undertaken. The key innovation in all this, and this is certainly one cause of this huge historical change, the key innovation in all this was what several historians have identified as a new kind of humanitarian thinking. Again, could derive from maverick strands of Christianity or the Enlightenment or both. And the key principle here was that moral concern could and should now extend to situations that were distant from one's own, that involved people that were different from oneself, that involved people who might not even share one's own religion. The great world religions had obviously already permitted concern about distant others if they were in your religion, concern about Christians in the Holy Land, concern about conditions among Muslims as other Muslims learned about them on the great pilgrimage to Mecca. But this new humanitarian thinking went even beyond this to suggest a moral responsibility for unjust conditions virtually anywhere in the world, of which slavery now seemed to be the most obvious and the most objectionable. This was an important force, and it had ready audience. The concern about morality also spread to other areas. For example, at the end of the 18th century, some Russian nobles, like a man named Radashev, who had traveled in the West and who knew Enlightenment thinking and sometimes had some familiarity with the French Revolution as well. Thinkers like Radashev wrote convincingly against Russian serfdom on two grounds. First, it was inefficient. Radashev toured the Russian countryside and argued that serfs simply did not work very hard for their masters, but when they were allowed to work on their own plots of land, on Sundays, for example, they worked extremely productively. Russian economy would be better off, so this argument went if serfdom were abolished. But again, the moral component was here as well. Regardless of economic efficiency, Radashev argued, Russian serfdom was evil and should be dropped. Radishev's writings were not published. Catherine the Great prevented this. They were indeed published only after the 20th century communist revolution. But the attack was revealing. It showed the potential for certain kinds of thinking that initially developed in the West to spread more broadly. The actual pattern of emancipation and abolition was gradual and varied. The French Revolution, for France itself and for surrounding territories, abolished serfdom permanently in much of Western Europe. The abolition of serfdom would extend into central Germany and Austria through the revolutions of 1848. The institution seemed to be incompatible with modern Enlightenment-style political principles. As noted, Britain sponsored an abolition of the Atlantic slave trade in 1808. Some trade still got through British blockades, but effectively the big days of the slave trade were over. Britain abolished slavery in colonies like Jamaica in 1833. The French Revolution of 1848 extended the attack on slavery in the French colonies. Slavery was clearly on the ropes. In some of the Latin American independence wars in the early 19th century, for example in Mexico, the abolition of slavery was part of this process of revolt, although in the bigger slaveholding societies in Latin America, emancipation occurred noticeably later. Russia moved against serfdom in 1861, and a major emancipation there deserves comparison with abolition movements in other societies. The argument, obviously, was humanitarian in part based on a sense that Russian social conditions were lagging behind the standards of the civilized world, i.e. the West, and the embarrassment factor, once again, Russia needed to improve its standing by ridding itself of this awful institution, but a more pragmatic motive was clearly involved as well. The defeat of Russia in the Crimean War convinced many Russian leaders that the institution of serfdom was a drawback to Russian economic and military performance. Russia needed a more flexible labor supply, one that could move around at greater need as economic resources and demands required. The question of why this occurred has obviously bedeviled historians, and it is not easy to resolve it. We know one component. There is simply no doubt that the points already made, the emergence of new kinds of humanitarian arguments and effective political campaigns based on these arguments, involving the mobilization of public opinion, the use of petitions, educational campaigns, etc. We know that this was a factor. But, not surprisingly, many types of historians have been concerned that too much emphasis on humanitarianism might be oversimple, might lead to a conclusion that somehow the West had found a conscience in a period when, in other respects, the West was hardly pure as the driven snow. So other options have been sought, and they need to be explored as well. Additional argument number one. Slavery and harsh serfdom were uneconomical. On the whole, historians who have analyzed this argument, and it's a powerful argument, have concluded that it's probably incorrect, that this was not a major motive for abolition. Slavery was still very economically effective in producing sugar. This was the height of the use of slavery for cotton production. The crassest economic reasons for ending slavery probably don't apply, although larger considerations, like those, for example, in post-Crimean Russia, larger considerations about the need for greater labor mobility may still have operated, whether they were correct or not. Some historians have even demonstrated, looking at the American South, that you could even have applied slavery to the creation of factory industry, although this was not widely done. The notion that slavery died because it was economically ineffective is probably overall a non-starter, but it has been asserted. A more circuitous self-interest argument does also merit consideration. Some people have argued that some of the moral fervor devoted to attacks on slavery were designed to distract industrial workers in centers like northern England from their own plight, get them excited about the conditions of distant peoples, get them outraged against distant planters, and maybe they'll forget about the fact that their own conditions were really pretty vile. Whether this was deliberately understood or not can be debated, but I suspect that one has to grant there was an element here in which people were directing morality against distant evils as a convenient means of ignoring evils under their own noses. The evils may have been greater. It is also important to note that the Atlantic system, the American system of slavery, was a particularly harsh and degrading form of slavery compared to slave situations earlier in world history in the classical world or the Islamic Middle East, for example. So we don't want to forget that this was a real set of atrocities that were being addressed, that some of the propaganda about abuse of slaves was based on grim reality. But we don't have to rely on humanitarian sentiment alone. There may have been other factors. Another factor that must be considered is the concern about slave revolts or individual acts of defiance by individual slaves. The abolition of slavery, except in a few important single instances like Haiti, the abolition of slavery did not directly result solely from slave protest. But we want to remember that slaves were active in their own behalf, that former slaves like Frederick Douglass in the American North were eloquent in their attacks on this institution, and their voices and their protest or potential protest needed to be added to the mix as well. Finally, and actually I think this has been underdeveloped in the larger exploration of causes of the demise of slavery, we also must keep in mind the larger global demographic context. In the 19th century, population rates were increasing, although at different speeds, in most parts of the world. And this meant, and we'll see the application of this more fully in a moment, this meant that there were now alternatives to slavery in terms of sources of relatively available and, frankly, fairly cheap labor. You could call on the growing numbers of people who were crowding the countryside in Southern Europe, in Asia, elsewhere. You could call on these people to replace slave labor without necessarily losing much of a step in terms of economic profitability. Slavery, of course, did not die a painless death. Slave owners, in many cases, argued fervently for the importance of retaining the institution. They might appeal to property rights, and property rights loomed large in the thinking of political leaders in many places in the 19th century. But they might also, and this was an interesting connection between Southern American planters and Russian landlords, not a deliberate connection, just a coincidence of approach. They might also argue, in addition to property rights, that slavery was an essential institution to provide guidance and motivation to childlike peoples. Russian aristocrats, not the ones influenced by Western thinking, but the ones who were arguing for special Russian needs and conditions. Russian aristocrats might argue that the serfs could be charming people, but they were essentially children. And if they didn't have kindly landlords telling them what to do, organizing things for them, they would simply fall apart. Emancipation, in this sense, would be a disaster not just to Russian society, but to the very people that the reformers wanted to assist. And obviously, American Southerners made much the same case. But the efforts to resist the tide of abolition lost. As noted, slavery and serfdom were abolished in the Western world and in territories under Western control by the middle of the 19th century. Slavery and serfdom were abolished in Russia and the United States in the 1860s. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was motivated certainly by some sense of the injustice of slavery, but also with a careful eye cocked to world opinion, Abolishing slavery in the secessionist states was a means of conciliating British and French public opinion, which was otherwise slightly inclined to sympathize with the South against the competitive industrial North. So this factor of opinion as well as morality was beginning to come into clear play. Slavery was attacked by European imperialists as they moved into Africa. Indeed, the argument that imperialism was essential to counter what was in fact a growing use of slavery in the 19th century African economy was one of the big arguments, one of the big humanitarian white man's burden arguments for imperialism. Wasn't the main reason the imperialists went in, but they really did work against slavery once they seized the reins of government in Africa. The abolition of slavery extended to additional parts of Latin America. Later in the 19th century, the abolition of slavery in Brazil in 1882 was a huge move. And again, Brazilian reformers by this point were picking up the twin arguments of humanitarian injustice and the sense that civilized world opinion was now hostile to this institution and hostile to societies that didn't get on the bandwagon appropriately. Slavery was abolished also in the later 19th century in places like Cuba. And now, finally, the anti-slavery forces began to attack the other stronghold of slavery in parts of the Middle East, and efforts to persuade local Middle Eastern rulers to renounce slavery extended from the later 19th into the early 20th century. By, say, 1923, the formal legal institution of slavery was effectively ended. And this, as noted, was a huge historic change. The abolition of serfdom or serf-like conditions was a little less systematic, but here too there were major gains. Serfdom was abolished in other parts of Eastern Europe, for example, in the later 1860s in places like Romania, in the wake of Russian reforms. So this was a huge movement. It derived from complicated causes, but it represents a major change in global conditions in the 19th century and a major change in one of the staples of world history up to that point. What were the consequences? I think there are 4 categories here that deserve attention, and I'll start with the most immediate and work to the more general. First, obviously, specific emancipations, although they might derive from similar causes, actually had very different solutions to the problem of what would happen after slavery. When slavery was abolished in Jamaica, for example, in 1833, the abolitionists who had been extremely hostile to slavery turn out not to have paid very much attention to what would happen to the slaves once the institution was ended. Their moral fervor was very clear when it directed against something, more diffuse and ineffective when it came to, well, what's going to come next. Way stations were established that provided a period of years in which Jamaican slaves could still be bound, for example, to apprenticeships. Only gradually did full abolition occur. Russian emancipation in the early 1860s, where serfdom was concerned, was considerably more generous than American abolition. Only in a very few regions were American slaves directly given land after the abolition of slavery, whereas in Russia, a complicated formula was designed to let peasants have the access to most land while still preserving the aristocracy as a class. So peasants got a good bit of the land, although they deeply resented the fact that they didn't get all of it. The landlords kept some, and they viewed this some as including the more productive. They did get the land, but they were required to pay redemption payments to help provide financial means that would preserve the aristocracy even in serfdom's absence. And they were tied to their village, at least to some extent, until these redemption payments were satisfied. This was, again, in terms of strict economics, a more generous solution than that adopted in the United States. But because Russian serfs were in the majority, because restrictions seemed particularly annoying precisely because So much had been gained. It was as if half a loaf had been achieved, but the rest of the loaf was still absent. Russian emancipation, ironically, triggered a recurrent series of peasant protests against their remaining obligations, against their landlords, against the redemption system, a series of peasant protests that would continue to crescendo into the 20th century, feeding the Russian Revolution of 1905, and then feeding as well the Great Russian Revolution of 1917. Conditions in the United States, where African American ex-slaves were treated less generously, but were smaller in number, and were subjected to a number of vigorous racist attacks. The aftermath here was different, not necessarily healthier in terms of the society as a whole, but less conducive directly to significant social protest. So, point one, the abolition of slavery and serfdom had varied effects in terms of what happened to the former slaves and serfs, in terms of political consequences, and one has here to go on something of a case-by-case basis. It's also been argued in the case of American slavery that another aftermath of slavery was an increase of racism. Now that people of color could not be subjected to servitude directly in law, many people who had become accustomed to their superiority over people of color now manifested their claims and their uncertainties in increasingly overt racism. This phenomenon was noticeably more marked in the United States than in Latin America. Latin American racism was less virulent. Among other things, Latin Americans differed from citizens of the United States in not necessarily regarding someone who had some colored blood in their background as clearly African. Gradations were smoother. But it has also been noted, although overt racism was and is less of a factor in Latin American society, where slavery had previously existed, nevertheless, the people of darkest color tend to be lowest on the economic totem pole. Some degree of prejudice and identification obviously persisted here too in the aftermath of slavery. Impact number two. Not surprisingly, although not pleasantly, many societies saw efforts to revive conditions that had some similarity to slavery, even though they weren't quite as bad in terms of strict legal onus. In Brazil, for example, for a while, orphans were deliberately recruited into the labor force without any choice of their own, treated effectively as slaves, at least until they became adult. In the Belgian Congo, under King Leopold, while slavery was abolished, African workers were forced into mine work on pain of physical mutilation, a situation whose differences from slavery, frankly, are too subtle for anyone clearly to discern. Slave-like conditions, or at least conditions that evoke slavery, might also result from harsh sharecropping systems, where people, although legally free, could work the land only if they agreed to heavy taxation in kind as a result of their tenure. And in this system, it often became very difficult to get out from under the burdens to the actual landowners. Or in many factories in Mexico, as well as in the United States, conditions of indebtedness were used effectively to tie workers to their owners. That is, workers had to shop in company stores, they piled up big debts, they were not legally free to leave their employ until these debts were resolved, but wages were too low really to permit this. Even in more recent times, semi-slavery has been produced, for example, in some of the Pacific Islands under United States control, where textile companies recruit labor from Asia, seize the passports of the workers, and tell them if they don't work well, they will automatically be shipped home because they have no voice over their own conditions. Again, a familiar enough point. Slavery was gone, but what we could, I think, legitimately regard as semi-slavery cropped up in all sorts of different places. Impact number three, particularly impact of the abolition of slavery in the Americas. With slavery gone, labor needs now had to be satisfied by looking for new streams of immigration. One source in the later 19th century involves Southern and Eastern Europe, where large numbers of people from Spain, Italy, Poland, etc., came to the Americas, came to places like Brazil and Argentina, significantly adding to ethnic diversity, contributing relatively cheap wage labor, at least keeping the price of wages down because of their sheer numbers. Even more interesting, as a response to the abolition of slavery, was the new flood of emigration out of parts of Asia, from the Philippines, from China, from Japan, a bit later from Korea, and also from India. Huge numbers of workers coming to places like the Pacific coast of Latin America, coming to the Caribbean, coming to other parts of Southeast Asia itself, often in conditions of indentured servitude, i.e., contracts would be signed for 5 or 7 years, during which the laborer was obligated to perform his or her tasks. This was not slavery. Some of these people later achieved freedom and could actually make significant economic headway. But a really interesting extension of the abolition of slavery into new worldwide patterns of labor organization and migration streams, a very important development in the later 19th century that would continue, obviously, to resonate in the 20th. Finally, final consequence, the kind of moral outrage, the kind of world opinion that had been mobilized against slavery didn't end with the abolition of slavery itself. In the later 19th century, for example, some of the same kinds of moral outrage, petitions, education campaigns, etc., were directed at new evils, such as the brutal exploitation of workers in the Belgian Congo, a major organization devoted to this cause, or to the phenomenon of white slavery, the notion that large numbers of American and European women were being sold into prostitution in places like Latin America. The fear, by the way, was exaggerated, although there was some reality to it, but the campaign was intriguing. The point is here, by the end of the 19th century, building on the effective experience of the anti-slavery crusade, a new kind of world opinion with organizations to back it was available that could be applied to other kinds of abuse or other situations in which injustice could be perceived. The London Anti-Slavery Society, the oldest international NGO anywhere in the world, continued its operations, as it does still today, but now directed toward other forms of labor abuse. And there's really a direct connection between the kind of world opinion that had formed against slavery and more recent organizations like Amnesty International that seek to use world opinion against other abuses of human rights. This consequence of great importance for the 19th but also the 20th century is the final legacy of this really interesting moment in the history of the world in the long 19th century.
Lecture 26, Modernization and Nationalisms.
Our discussion today is frankly a bit of yin and yang. We're going to talk about new divisions in world history during the long 19th century, but we're also going to talk a little bit tentatively about some common trends that cut across these divisions. And then, as the third segment, we're going to talk about the spread of nationalism, which was both a common trend and a source of division. Again, bit of yin, bit of yang. Divisions, in some senses, are pretty obvious. We've already noted the important division that opened up in the long 19th century between societies that industrialized, almost exclusively in the West until the very end of the period, and the large number of societies that were still largely agricultural, that became increasingly peripheral as their economies were bent to service to the industrial zone. A few economies hovered a bit in between. Russia and Japan particularly are noteworthy for launching an early industrial process before 1914, but a big division that, as we discussed earlier in comparing the United States and Mexico, had big implications as well for increasing differentials in standards of living. But the developed, less developed division, a 20th century concept, which however can be applied to the 19th, is not the only division going. There's also the obvious division between societies held as colonies with the spread of imperialism and societies that remained at least technically free. It was obviously interesting that in a century that saw the extension of European imperial controls over Africa and Oceania, Latin America, politically at least, gained independence for the most part. We've noted before, but it deserves emphasis, the interesting comparison between China and India. India held as a colony, China increasingly subject to European territorial seizures and exploitation, but remaining technically independent. As noted before, some historians have argued that in this trade-off, China actually had the worst of it. It would have been better to have been a colony. But even among colonies, differences loom. India, held for a long time by the British, though certainly suffering from British imperial control, fared better under imperialism in the long 19th century than Africa did. Africa was seized later. Its territories were divided among competing European states who raced each other to some extent to see who could exploit what the fastest, and probably there was greater racism applied to African subjects than to Indian, although racism could be involved there as well. Divisions obviously run deep in the long 19th century, and in the two subsequent discussions, we're going to focus on particular patterns that need to be held up against more general developments. But we've also argued, and here we come to a at least feeble effort to establish some common themes. We've also argued that along with differential economic change, differential imperialism, came some increasing realization of the need for certain kinds of reforms. And without oversimplifying the process, this realization normally included some sense that at least certain aspects of what the West had developed would need to be copied, possibly modified, possibly limited, but copied if societies were to gain enough strength to establish or retain independence in a world increasingly dominated by European political control and by the control of the industrial zone. Now, there is a theory called modernization that might begin to be applied to the 19th century, and because it's a theory that has widespread hold in our thinking, even though it is disputed by scholars, I actually believe it's important to trot this theory out, examine it, and then talk about how it might, in a very limited fashion, apply to the 19th century itself. Modernization theory, which was the brainchild of American sociologists back in the 1950s, though it owes something to earlier German work by people like Max Weber. Modernization theory fundamentally argues that as societies realize the directions of industrial, modern political states headed initially by the West, they will begin to change a number of aspects of social activity in parallel directions. Modernization theory argues then, first, that societies will increasingly head in the same basic directions, and that there will be connections between developments, say, in intellectual life, in family life, in political life, and so on. Modernization, first of all, argues that increasingly societies will become or will try to become industrial. Economic modernization really means industrialization, catching up to the latest technology, moving increasingly toward an emphasis on manufacturing or other high-tech sectors as opposed to agriculture. This is a fairly simple concept. Modernization, however, extends beyond the economy to argue that there is a phenomenon that we could call political modernization, in which governments will try to take on some new functions, for example, mass education, in which they will possibly shed some older functions, for example, protection of any particular religion. Political modernization will involve the creation of larger bureaucracies, specifically trained to their function and chosen, at least to some extent, by merit rather than privilege or kinship ties alone. Political modernization then argues for the creation of a somewhat new kind of state whose operation will parallel the modernization of the economy. Modernization theory might be applied to intellectual life. As a society modernizes its culture, it will, for example, increasingly emphasize science, not necessarily to the exclusion of other areas such as religion, but certainly gaining increasing emphasis as the society seeks to adjust its culture to what it's doing in the political and the economic arena. One could even apply modernization to aspects of family life. Family modernization would involve, among other things, reduction of the birth rate. Now, modernization theory is widely assumed in certain kinds of scholarship. For example, Russian historians, and I really think this is a wrong application of the theory, Russian historians routinely refer to Peter the Great's reforms as modernizing. Latin American historians frequently refer to modernization. It's a hard concept to escape, but it has its bitter critics, and even aside from criticism, it has severe limitations. The criticisms are twofold primarily. First of all, critics argue that looking for a single direction in world history in the modern period is simply oversimplifying very complicated patterns. Even within single societies, they will argue, like the West itself, while you can talk about modernization for some groups, what about workers? What about agricultural laborers? What about even women at some points? Not every group proceeds in the same direction at the same pace. And certainly this criticism can apply to an effort to see modernization on a world stage. Modernization, obviously, and this is the second objection, risks holding societies that seem to be slow in the process up for some particular kinds of criticism. A staple, for example, in modernization literature in the 1950s was, why is Turkey so slow to modernize? It's been trying for 3-4 decades. Why isn't it there yet? Well, that's not necessarily either a fair or a useful vantage point on Turkish history. Attention, then. There is arguably something to the modernization notion, and I'll come back to that in a moment, but we also have to play that benefit against the undoubted reality that modernization unfairly tries to simplify directions that different groups and different societies will take. It's also important to recognize, even if you like modernization theory, as I still sort of do, even if you like modernization theory, there's a lot of areas of social life to which it does not apply. For example, France and the United States probably would be regarded as equally modern if you measure government, industry, standard of living, etc. But the United States is a much more religious society than France. Modernization does not predict exactly what will happen to religion. Modernization doesn't predict crime rates. There used to be the notion that with modernization, certain kinds of crimes would increase, but if we actually look at crime rates over the past 2 centuries as societies, quote, modernized, sometimes they went up, sometimes they went down. There is no pattern. There's a modernization of police forces fighting crime. There's a modernization in criminals' technology, more likely to use guns, blah, 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 but no modernization of crime itself. So the theory has to be limited in this respect also. Even, and we'll touch on this in a later discussion, even conditions of women, although they may, quote, modernize in some respects, modern women are likely to become more educated, in modernizing societies, women may be pulled out of the labor force or they may be added in. There's no pattern. So the theory, even if you like it, is limited. And finally, and this is a tricky one that I want to mention now and we'll come back to it, modernization has to be distinguished from mere westernization. That is, societies may modernize without becoming Western. Two examples. One, societies may modernize without becoming democratic. For example, if we use modernization theory, the Soviet Union clearly modernized in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, but it did not become, by Western standards, democratic. Can't use the theory for form of government. Another really important example that will help control our use of modernization theory, even if we like it. Japan clearly modernized, if we can use the theory at all, beginning in the later 19th century, but it did not become Western. It copied aspects of the West, it became more like the West, but it did not Westernize across the board. Distinguishing between modernization and Westernization may help us save the concept, though it obviously adds some subtlety. All right, we will look at aspects of modernization in various aspects of world history from this point onward without trying to overuse the theory or shortcut actual exploration. For the long 19th century itself, and particularly for its final decades, late 19th, very early 20th century, it seems to me there are three areas in which one can see common trends in virtually every major society in the world. Very different levels, but common trends. One that we probably don't pay enough attention to is quite simply public health. Headed by Western sanitary ideas and engineering, increasing numbers of societies, whether under Western control or not, realized that governments needed to take more responsibility for public health measures, cleaning up swamps, controlling sanitation issues in the cities, etc., because the result would be healthier and more rapidly growing populations, sources of economic and military strength. What we might view as modern public health measures were born in Western Europe in the 1830s and 40s, maybe with some antecedents before. They spread quickly to the United States, though more rapidly in the North than in the South. Japan, as it began to encounter Western influences from the 1860s onward, adopted new public health measures as one of its first interests, seeing again the clear utility of new efforts to limit disease, control contagion, etc. Even colonial situations by 1900 began to see the introduction of new efforts at public health, if only because the colonizers realized that they needed to protect their settlements, white settlements, against contagion, and they couldn't look to those settlements alone. They also had to pay attention to other, quote, native sectors of the city. Public health concerns spread rapidly in Latin America in the later 19th century, again in emulation of Western patterns as middle-class reformers tried to discipline lower-class habits which they found as uncivilized and dangerous in the interests of greater social hygiene. In other words, although at very different levels, virtually every part of the world, or at least the urban sectors of every part of the world, was attempting some new levels of public health by the end of the 19th century, and as a result, the stage was set for the massive global population increase that would occur in the 20th century that has more to do with public health measures than any other single factor. Second limited modernization sector, education. By 1900, virtually every society in the world was attempting to expand student exposure to schools and to spread schooling to at least some limited sectors of the lower classes, at least in the cities, and to add technical and scientific subjects, at least to some extent, to the educational agenda. Now, this might be a massive effort, as in the West or Japan, where by the 1890s, virtually every child of appropriate age was in school. That was modernization of education writ large. But colonial authorities, much more gradually, but still recognizably, in India or even Africa, colonial authorities began to create some new access to education, sometimes assisted by missionary efforts. China would expand its attention to student life by the 1890s, among other things, beginning to send students to learn from other societies such as Japan, the United States, or Western Europe. The impulse to spread education, it still might be very limited, or it might be literally universal. The impulse to spread education and to redefine it somewhat was quite widespread. Third area of limited 19th century modernization involved military technology and organization. A society first encountering the West, or at least encountering the West in a new and more ominous relationship, would almost certainly look to improving military technology and copying Western forms of military training and the organization of officers above all. This is one of the first things Japan did. China would show interest here earlier than it showed interest in economic modernization. And again, even the colonies changed the training of troops in order to provide effective fighting forces. Thus, the British, in essence, modernized aspects of the Indian military in India, providing new kinds of weapons and new kinds of training. Segments of the African military, under the French, for example, would be modernized in similar directions. This is one reason why in so many cases in the 20th century, leadership of new states will come from people who had received military training. They had more exposure to what we might vaguely call the modern world than did some other members of society. All right, the point hopefully is clear. Without yet arguing that modernization was coming to describe global history in the long 19th century, that would be too sweeping. We are arguing that despite the huge divisions that we referred to earlier, there were some common patterns of change that had interesting implications for the future. And then in the 20th century, we may see greater utility in some version of the modernization concept, so long as we remember its limitations and the criticisms to which it's legitimately been subject. One phenomenon that also spread widely in the 19th century that has, I think, an ambivalent relationship to modernization. One phenomenon was the rise of nationalism and nationalist loyalties. Nationalism, simply put, is the belief that there is an identifiable national culture that is measurably different from other cultures, has different historical traditions, has different artistic and literary standards, has a somewhat distinctive value system. Often, probably usually, cultural nationalists will go on to argue not only is our culture different from others, it's also frankly better. And most nationalism will also go on to argue not only is our culture distinctive and better, it should also be connected to our state, either an existing state or a state we should have. So nationalists typically argue that there are recognizable divisions among peoples based on different national traditions. Sometimes some racial or ethnic thinking will be added in as well, but these aren't essential. And that these traditions should be housed in an appropriate state that will express the national interest and the national identity. Nationalism, although we can see hints of it earlier in world history, in certain kinds of political loyalties, and perhaps particularly in cases like China, where there were such efforts to shape a national culture, at least at the elite level, and attach it to the state. Nationalism, in a full sense, is a modern phenomenon. It contrasts with more traditional types of loyalty, either to religion or to locality or to both. If you scratched most people in 1750, any place in the world, and asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" you would normally get an answer, "I am of this religious faith," and or "I am of this village and small region," and that constituted the horizons. Nationalism was born, I think, of two factors, and it was born in Europe. It was born first of an objection to Enlightenment thinking that tended to argue that all peoples were fundamentally the same. A current of thought reflecting, among other things, the fact that nation-states were already beginning to exist in Europe, a current of thought headed, interestingly, by some German thinkers in the 18th century like Herder, A current of thought argued against this to focus on the particular identity of individual peoples. That was factor number one. The second factor was the extent to which increased population movement associated with early industrialization and urbanization and the creation of a new kind of middle class gave an audience first for a type of loyalty that would be larger than the locality and would help uprooted peoples in the city see a sense of identity even though they were cut off from their local roots. And nationalism also provided middle-class people a way to argue about political loyalty and identification that would be different from aristocratic loyalty. Aristocratic loyalties went to class and often crossed regions, as aristocrats more easily identified with other aristocrats than with their own society. Middle-class thinking increasingly saw nationalism as an alternative to this, and also possibly an assistance to the development of more national, wider markets that would also help them economically. Nationalism was then born in Western and Central Europe. It received a huge boost from the French Revolution, not surprisingly, the first case in which a national anthem was generated. The French Revolution, by tearing down local institutions and reducing the power of the church, basically created a situation in which many people argued that now that the government belonged to the people and the people of France owed it loyalty, owed it the kind of loyalty that became associated with nationalist fervor. From Western and Central Europe and from the enthusiasm of the French Revolution itself, nationalism obviously quickly spread in two additional directions, visible by the late 18th, early 19th centuries. First of all, it spread to the Americas. United States nationalism probably did not clearly exist before the American Revolution, though there were certainly hints of it. But it most certainly followed from the Revolution as Americans began to argue, we have our own society now, we need to define it in terms of characteristics and loyalties in ways that will differentiate us from the old world. Nationalism clearly spread to elites in Latin America and was fundamental to the nationalist independence movements that we'll talk about in our next discussion. Nationalism also began to spread to Eastern Europe. Serbian nationalism, for example, can be identified as early as the first decade of the 19th century. Greek nationalism clearly surfaced soon thereafter and was in the 1820s applied to a new attack on Ottoman control that would lead at the end of the 1820s to the independence of the Greek state. In the case of nationalism in the Americas, nationalism was obviously primarily used to form new states or to undergird new states and identities. In the case of the spread of nationalism to Eastern Europe, nationalism obviously became a force that attacked some of the great traditional multinational empires. And from the early 19th to the early 20th century, much of Eastern Europe and the Middle East became a battleground between new particularistic nationalisms and the larger political units of political entities such as the Austro-Hungarian Empire or the Ottoman Empire. Nationalism spread to the Middle East by the middle of the 19th century, at least as some Arabs began to write about an Arab nationalism that would be a new kind of political expression, different obviously from European control or influence, but also different from traditional measures in Islam. Nationalism would spread to India by the 1880s with the formation of the Indian National Congress. It spread clearly by the 1880s to Japan. By the 1860s, I should have noted this earlier, nationalism is clearly visible in the writings of Russian intellectuals, and hints of this occurred earlier. Nationalism by the 1890s is also visible in the emergence of a Young Turk movement. And by 1900, African leaders are beginning to talk increasingly in nationalistic terms. In other words, during the long 19th century, from the 1750s to 1914, nationalism was effectively created and gained some attention in virtually every part of the world. Now, the attention levels varied. As with modernization, we're not talking about absolutely uniform trends. Nationalism in Africa or in Turkey in 1900 was undoubtedly largely an upper-class phenomenon, some military leaders, that sort of thing, important because it operated at the leadership level. But nationalism was not yet a mass loyalty. This would be something that would occur in the 20th century. India also saw mass nationalism only after 1900. But the fact that this force spread so widely is obviously intriguing. What's involved? Several points, it seems to me, are worth emphasis. In the first place, obviously, as in Europe originally, nationalism provided some loyalties for people facing rapid economic and political change, sometimes moving toward cities. Nationalism, as it contrasted with more traditional loyalties, clearly had new meaning. Nationalism also provided some interesting alternatives to traditional loyalties in some other respects. Most important here, although the boundary lines have to be watched carefully in each individual case, most important was a certain implicit tension between nationalism and the more traditional force of religion. Nationalists might argue that their religion was an important part of the national tradition. Many Indian nationalists, Hindu nationalists, would argue precisely this. But the question, if push comes to shove, is the national loyalty or the religious loyalty primary, was an interesting one that began to be posed in the 19th century and would continue to affect people on into our own day. If, for example, you're a Middle Eastern nationalist confronted with an aspect of Islam that may seem to hold your society back, what do you do about it? Islam is certainly an important part of the national tradition, but maybe it needs to be modified. Maybe some other interests need to come first. The tension between nationalism and religion, although not always breaking out into overt conflict, is something to keep an eye on in a number of political stories from the later 19th century onward. Nationalism, and this is indeed in some ways part of the same argument, nationalism usually helped people simultaneously entertain the possibility of a certain degree of change while insisting that change had to be modified or controlled by attachment to tradition. All nationalists, you can't be a nationalist, I think, without arguing that there are some national traditions that are absolutely sacrosanct, that give your society its special flavor. Now, these traditions may be real, or, as many historians have noted, and it's a very useful concept, these traditions may be invented. For example, from the 1880s through the 1920s, many Japanese leaders argued that reverence for the emperor, reverence for Shintoism was a vital part of the Japanese national tradition. Well, frankly, that wasn't entirely true. It sounded good, it could be believed, but it was partly an invented tradition, and nationalists almost everywhere have been busy for the past 200 years inventing new kinds of rituals that soon become converted as if they were long-standing national traditions. An interesting example close to home, the tradition of Thanksgiving was an invented tradition introduced by Abraham Lincoln in the 1860s as a means of fostering national unity. It seemed like it referred back to colonial experience and a long pattern of American holidays, but it didn't. It was an invented tradition, though a very useful and hopefully pleasant one, to which shopping parades and football were soon added, actually in the 19th century itself. All right, so nationalism has to argue that there are important traditions. They may be real, they may be imaginary, but they're there. But nationalists are also likely to argue that in order to express national strength, certain kinds of changes were needed. So under the guise of nationalism, you might argue that we need more attention to industrial development. We need changes in our styles of dress so that we can become more efficient and businesslike. The Turkish leader Ataturk in the 1920s will, for example, argue that Turks should abandon their traditional headgear in favor of Western-style hats, because hats were more modern and respectable and therefore would actually defend the interests of Turkish nationalism. Interest in change could be quite sweeping. Most Indian nationalists would come to argue that the caste system itself had to be cast aside, no pun intended, because it hampered national unity and national resistance against the British. Look to nationalism then, and this is one of the things that can relate it in odd ways to modernization. Look to nationalism to provide an interesting mixture of traditional attachments and identities, a sense that we are different from everybody else, with some sense as well that we need to do some things differently, perhaps like other people, perhaps like the West. Nationalism, finally, was obviously an increasingly important rallying point for many peoples around the world against the West. It worked better than invocation of purely traditional loyalties did, because it united people across traditional boundaries of class, caste, or even gender. It spoke a language that Westerners themselves used and therefore could be utilized to make Westerners feel guilty in ways that invocation of traditional religion might not. Nationalism spread as a global force beginning in the long 19th century because it served so many different purposes, and particularly, of course, because it served as the most convenient rallying cry in a world increasingly controlled, at least for a short period of time, by the West, but a world in which different interests had to find expression.
Lecture 27, Formation of Latin American Civilization.
Our discussion today focuses on developments in Latin America in the long 19th century. We've sketched some very general patterns of world history in the long 19th century, the new force of the world economy as the West industrialized, the limited but possibly measurable development of modernization, certainly the force of Western military strength and imperialism, the spread of national loyalties. But each of these larger factors needs to be seen in context of particular civilizations' experiences. We don't have time to deal with each individual case, and we've tried to make some reference to particular cases as we went along. But we will indulge one major case today, that of Latin America, where hopefully we can see, without belaboring the point, the action of some of the larger forces, but in a particular context where particular historical experiences worked out. Latin America is an important instance as well, because there is a general concern in world history about making sure that appropriate attention be paid to Latin America beyond generalizations about the emergence of a peripheral economy and that sort of thing. Latin America, like some other parts of the world, including North America, does not loom in world history as the source of one of the great traditions. It's a borrower of forces and influences from other places that then merge with more local elements and traditions. But Latin America has had a varied and significant role in world history, and this discussion today is meant to capture some elements of it. From the colonial period, Latin America, which in many ways is the world's newest major civilization, although we'll need to talk about at least one other candidate. From the colonial experience, Latin America had developed a number of important features. Its economy was in many respects dependent on that of Western Europe through the intermediary of Spain and Portugal, though particularly by the 18th century, important local manufacturing and other economic activities had developed. We don't want to overdo the dominance of exports. Latin America also, And one Latin American has argued that this is actually the most distinctive issue that Latin America brought in from the colonial period. Latin America also had developed some significant issues concerning the formation of effective governments. Given the importance of outside intervention, of colonial control from Spain and Portugal, as well as economic interference from some other sectors, given the importance also of landlord rule in many parts of Latin America, developing central governments that had any kind of effective control over the larger territories they officially ruled was a significant issue. Spain and Portugal had both tried to address this issue during the 18th century in a series of reforms called the Bourbon reforms after the dynasty back home that put the administration of the colonies increasingly in the hands of people sent out from the Iberian Peninsula, born there, and hopefully increasingly talented and efficient. So there was some political change on the eve of the long 19th century, but it had some diverse implications. Something of a Latin American culture began to be forged in the colonial period as well. Obviously, imports from Western Europe were predominant, at least officially, with the spread of Catholicism pushed urgently by a series of Catholic missions, by the importation of architectural and artistic forms, often around the religion, so that the center cities of many colonial cities in Latin America had a very European air. But mixing with those imported factors were important traditional uses of color, the veneration of local gods and goddesses that were now transformed into worship of some of the saints. This was a mixed culture that began to gain great strength from its mixture, just as the population itself, after the Columbian Exchange eased, increasingly mixed people of European, native, and sometimes African origin in various ways. Even Latin American family forms reflected some distinctive traditions. Officially, Europeans, priests, and governors urged that European standards be applied to families, but in fact, partly because of colonial sexual exploitation of native women, large numbers of illegitimate children were born, and this remained a characteristic of Latin American families beneath the top layer, although elite men were frequently involved, on into the contemporary period. This sounds perhaps a little bit harsher than it actually turned out to be, because correspondingly, the popular culture developed mechanisms by which illegitimate children could be appropriately cared for, sheltered, etc. But this was not exactly a European family set of family standards, even as officially the recommendations sounded very Western. The big first event, in some ways the shaping event of Latin American experience in the long 19th century, of course involved the wars of independence that stretched primarily between 1810 and 1820. These independence movements reflected firm convictions organized around liberal and nationalist beliefs imported from Western Europe and the United States, and inspired indeed by United States and French revolutionary example. The goals were, obviously, national independence from Spanish, Portuguese, although the Brazilian case is more complicated, from Spanish control, but also the formation of liberal political states that would have parliaments, constitutions that would not be monarchies, that would at least have some defense of individual rights. There was normally, on the part of the leaders of the independence movements, some hope to curb the powers of the Catholic Church without necessarily overturning the Church. This was, again, a liberal nationalist movement, much in the mold of similar efforts in Western Europe and North America. The social base of the independence movements was usually fairly shallow. Most of the leadership was Creole, that is, people of European origin born in Latin America, and only vague hints, if at all, existed of more popular support for these national risings. Correspondingly, Although in a few cases social measures resulted, such as the abolition of slavery in Mexico, correspondingly, the social results of these independence movements were very limited. These were political movements. They did successfully chase the Spaniards out, in part because Spain was itself so distracted by the Napoleonic Wars and subsequent political turmoil back home. Also because the British and other European agents were eager to protect these independence movements for very selfish reasons. These movements were political successes, but they did not overturn the basic ruling forces in Latin American society that revolved around the church, the landlord class, and increasingly the military. After independence was successfully achieved, during the 1820s, 30s, and on into the 40s, many Latin American nations exhibited what we call new nations problems, a limited concept but a useful one that first gets illustrated by the Latin American experience, but then also by experiences later in the 20th century in many parts of Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And here's the argument, and again, it's a perfectly factual one as far as Latin America was concerned. New nations can successfully form once colonial overlords are chased out, but they will characteristically have a number of problems. First of all, identifying experienced political leadership. One of the grievances of the independence leaders was the fact that they had been so excluded from participation in government in the 18th century under the colonial Spanish reforms. But by the same token, there just weren't very many people that had actual experience in running a state. So here's the first of the new nations problems. Second, the formation of new nations, the attack on the colonial overlords, normally leads to at least a brief period of economic dislocation. And in this case, in the Latin American case, this period was exacerbated by the importation of British industrial goods now that Spanish tariff protection and military protection had been withdrawn. Economic hardship would be the second characteristic new nations problem, and it hit home very hard in the Latin American case. Disputes over political legitimacy would be a predictable third problem. Who's supposed to rule? What political constitution actually should be adopted? While most of the independence movements were hostile to monarchies, certain political forces, for example in Mexico, really tried hard to find a new monarch because that's the system that made sense to them. Quarrels about political legitimacy could also have to do with the territorial integrity of the new states. Most nationalist leaders in Latin America hoped for fairly big states on the United States model to the north, thus the United States of Central America, or the effort to form a Gran Colombia. But most of these more ambitious combinations fell apart because nobody actually recognized the legitimacy of this territory, and more parochial interests predominated. And in the process, there would be considerable political turmoil until the boundaries were settled upon and became somewhat traditional. And finally, although this was not an overwhelming issue in Latin America, there's also the question of external boundaries. Who's going to claim what territory as two new nations collide? Border wars, in other words, are a final component of new nations phenomena. The results of new nations problems show in two characteristic outcomes. First, a pronounced tendency toward political instability. This is a familiar part of 19th and even 20th century Latin American political history. Regimes, leadership changed a lot. Mostly it was leadership change, that is, coup d'etat that would bring one person in instead of another. But sometimes real political principles were involved. There was an ongoing tension between conservative and liberal forces in Latin American politics. The conservatives bent on protecting church and landlords, the liberals interested possibly in a little bit of social reform, certainly some education, certainly some limitations on the church, certainly some effort at a parliamentary system that would give representation at least to the upper classes. These quarrels, as well as purely personal rivalries, helped create frequent political instability. And along with this came a frequent tendency to what in Latin American history is known as caudillismo, the selection of individual dictators whose authoritarian rule at least showed some hope of cutting through the instability, of cutting through the quarrels. So, Latin American political history in much of the 19th century, after the successful wars of independence, was marked by frequent regime changes, frequent periods of personal authoritarianism, but also a deeper-seated tension between liberals and conservatives who might oscillate in power and who might both provide actual sources of authoritarian rule. Liberals perhaps a little less often than conservatives, but they could have their caudillos as well. Interestingly, and pretty obviously, at first blush, this aspect of Latin American history contrasts interestingly with the experience of the United States, also a new nation, but not one in which some of these new nations' phenomena occurred to the same degree. Different colonial experience had given more North Americans some experience in government. Economic problems existed after the American Revolution, but they were less conclusive. There were certainly quarrels about political boundaries, and it took some time to forge the actual agreement on what the United States were to become, but these problems were simply less paralyzing than to the South, and obviously the results would shape a rather different political experience. Lest this sound too self-congratulatory, it's also important to note that the United States would have one granddaddy of a new nation's problem, because when the nation was formed, there was no agreement on what was to happen to slavery. And this new nation's problem would crop up in a massive civil war, a far worse period of turmoil in concentrated fashion than any of the Latin American states faced. But the political experience was undeniably different. The long 19th century was also an important period for the development of Latin American culture. 2 or 3 points here need to be emphasized. In the first place, and this is perhaps the most basic point, the long 19th century saw Latin America emerge from very tentative cultural expressions, except when brought directly by Europeans, to the potential for creating literary currents, artistic currents, etc., of their own. A large number of reasonably talented and successful Latin American novelists, for example, emerged in the 19th century. They understandably exploited some characteristic Latin American themes, talking about frontiers, talking about ethnic diversity. At the same time, these novelists and other artists were, for the most part, strongly influenced by literary and intellectual patterns developed particularly in Western Europe, to some extent in the United States. This is then first a period of a first flowering of Latin American high culture, not simply culture controlled by European-derived missions and church officials, but also a period in which Western influences retain a very strong hold. Increasing Western cultural influences showed in some other respects that go beyond high culture, although they still have some contact with them. In many Latin American countries, cities were expanded or created very much upon European architectural lines. I had the experience once of seeing a friend from Argentina visit me in Paris. It was his first visit, and his first reaction was, "My goodness, they've made Paris look just like Buenos Aires." He had the connection right, but he had the chronological priority reversed. Latin American center cities, particularly in places like Argentina, were deliberately created along European models. A new urban middle class emerged, and we've touched on this actually before, that increasingly espoused other European values, in part because so many wealthy Latin Americans routinely traveled to Western Europe as part of their acclimatization and education. These political values could include the new public health efforts to insist on European sanitary standards against the presumed barbarism or insufficient civilization of the lower classes. It could include efforts to impose increasingly Western standards on existing native populations, the tension between liberal reformers in the cities and Native Americans was frequently quite great, which was one reason that Latin American liberals, even by 1914, almost never advocated political democracy. Their notion of politics needed to be restricted to a smaller group of voters who could be counted upon to pursue proper standards. Another reform target was prostitution. I mentioned earlier the increasing white slavery scare of the late 19th century, which particularly was directed toward places like Argentina. Argentine reformers, in turn, were acutely embarrassed by any notion that Argentina did not measure up to Western standards of control over prostitute activities, and again, reforms were introduced. Increasing European immigration, again to places like Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, to some extent Brazil, also furthered an increasing European influence, although this was much stronger in some parts of the South American continent than in others. Increasing interest in European sports or American sports was another area in which Latin American culture seemed to be changing in a Western direction. But along with these urban and sometimes upper-class manifestations that seemed to be amalgamating Latin American culture with that of Western Europe and the United States, with the exception of a few regionally specific themes, important groups of people of Native American, Mestizo, or African origin also continued to defend popular religious traditions and amalgamations that reflected a somewhat different rhythm, advocated and exhibited certain dance styles that retained a much more distinct and original Latin American flavor. Again, this was a culture that was gaining increasing expression. It was not entirely homogeneous, and the results could be quite creative as well as expressing a certain degree of tension. Any discussion of Latin America in the long 19th century has to note, and it's a theme that we've evoked in general already, has to note the increasing peripheralization of the Latin American economy. There were some changes here over time. Initial economic dislocation after the successful independence movements was followed by the middle of the 19th century by some recovery of a certain degree of prosperity in many parts of Latin America. But the later decades, 1870 or so onward, of Latin American history were marked by increasing peripheralization that showed in a number of ways, both old and new. The old ways, and the point here is pretty obvious, involved the increasing number of peoples and territories who were locked into the production of export goods, including new ones, some of them not fully suitable to the Latin American environment and capable of causing a great deal of environmental damage, one of the new effects of the world economy as it intensified its impact on places like Brazil. But the crops now included coffee. This is the great age of the rise of Latin American coffee production. It included, of course, silver and sugar, but it also now included, from places like Chile, increasing production of minerals important for industrial activity to the north or back in Europe, minerals like copper, and the intervention of large outside industrial combinations for mineral production, for food production, like United Fruit Company operating in Central America, was an increasing factor in the Latin American economy. Increasing numbers and segments of the Latin American economy were thus bent on producing goods for the export market, dependent on very cheap labor, not for the most part now slave labor, but dependent on very cheap labor organized in various ways, and increasingly producing goods that in turn would support imports of more expensive processed goods, or would produce the revenues of an upper class that was increasingly oriented to spend its money on leisure activities, for example, in Western Europe, rather than plowing them back into regional economic development. All this is familiar enough. The new component, and it became quite visible in places like Venezuela at the end of the 19th century, the new component was the graphic illustration of how hard it was, even for dedicated, sensible reformers, to pull Latin America out of this peripheral relationship. The temptation, obviously, and a perfectly sensible temptation, was to try to figure out how one might industrialize elements of the Latin American economy. And indeed, increasing numbers of factories were established. But to establish a factory, one had normally to, at least at the outset, to import machinery in from Western Europe or the United States. The question then arose, fine, where do we get the money? Where do we get the foreign currency in order to do this? Well, the short-run answer was we will borrow. And the source of borrowing was characteristically European or American banks. Anybody who's looked at the details of Latin American history in the 19th century, particularly the second half of the 19th century, will recognize the frequency with which outside investors from Britain, France, or the United States tried to muscle in on Latin American development in order to make sure that their debts could be collected. The key issue here was indeed the formation of increasing international indebtedness that simply made the weakness, the dependent status of the Latin American economy more visible, more hard fundamentally to remedy. In order to pay for the importation of outside equipment, the obvious recourse was to increase the production of export products that could earn foreign currency. But two things happened when this avenue, again, a perfectly sensible avenue, nobody's behaving stupidly here. We're talking about sensible, reform-minded leaders, usually liberal, sometimes authoritarian, but really interested in pulling their areas out of economic dependency. The usual recourse in addition to borrowing, because after all, ultimately one had to repay the loans in some fashion, or the Europeans and Americans would muscle in, the recourse was to expand the production of goods like coffee, which, for example, began to occur in places like Colombia and Venezuela. To expand coffee production, one pressed production farther and farther into the interior. More acreage, more product. But to get this production to market, you also had to develop feeder railroads. Again, a sensible, modern-sounding economic device. So railroads increasingly cut in from the export ports into the interior in ways that would allow this increased production actually to reach market. But to build the railways, one had to buy stock from, again, the industrial societies, another kind of expensive export that could, and often did, simply deepen the economic morass. And finally, and this began to be a huge problem by the end of the 19th century, and it would continue to our own time for parts of Latin America and many other parts of the world, this very sensible effort to increase coffee or whatever production in order to earn increasing foreign currency to pay off debts and hopefully get out of this economic trap. This increased production would drive down prices. So many regions in Latin America and elsewhere were now trying to grow coffee or other characteristic tropical products in order to pull themselves out of economic dependency that prices dropped, and the goal of escaping the economic pincers of dependency actually became increasingly unrealizable. Not every Latin American society suffered these problems equally. Argentina, with its beef exports, actually enjoyed a certain degree of real prosperity in the later 19th century, although not one that led to a fully articulated pattern of industrial development. There was variety, and certainly individual enterprises could succeed and even prosper. But the general problem was real, and again, the points are twofold. Economic dependency expanded as a framework for much Latin American economic activity, and the problems involved in dependency, particularly with the addition of this deep international debt, the problems involved tended to deepen as well. 2 points in conclusion. One a clear point, the other sort of a question. First of all, the developments in Latin America illustrate, obviously, the variety of historical experiences that a major society could have in the long 19th century. The issues that we've just concluded concerning economic dependency might seem almost formulaic, though again there were some new elements even here. But along with economic dependency could come significant political innovation, not only the achievement of independence, but the emergence of new kinds of political movements, some interesting back and forth in terms of political control, ultimately some capacity to develop things like at least hints of a beginning on new educational systems, which was pushed, for example, by reformers in Mexico. The variety of developments when you look at politics, culture, as well as economy. The variety is impressive. We don't want to get trapped in examination of economic dependency alone and forget that this was not the be-all and end-all of historic possibilities during the long 19th century. The question, I think, is equally interesting, and it's not my question. I actually, as a non-specialist on Latin America, would have hesitated to raise it. But Latin Americanists themselves sometimes debate the experiences of the long 19th century and earlier colonial precedents around this question. Was Latin America a Western civilization? On the plus side, in other words, for the affirmative, and as an indication that this is not simply an artificial or imperialistic structure, on the affirmative side would be obviously many aspects of Latin American high culture that we've talked about, where the European Western orientation was quite clear, where there was indeed increasingly a Latin American contribution to a common Western intellectual enterprise. Against this, however, even on the cultural front, was the extent to which Latin American developments tended to be somewhat stronger on what we might call the humanities side than the science side. I don't mean there was no science in 19th century Latin America, but it was not a characteristic strength. It was not a major emphasis, for example, of the new universities being established. So even on the cultural side, where the Western tinge is greatest, the issue of correspondence is somewhat complicated. And certainly on the side of popular culture, even larger questions arise, as Latin America, again, was home to a number of vigorous popular religious movements that differed considerably from their European counterparts, though sometimes expressing some European influence even here. The political front is just plain mixed. It is vital to remember that there were clear Western political ideals and goals in Latin American politics around liberalism and nationalism. This was true early in the 19th century, and the strength of these movements persisted. The extent to which conservatives in Latin America fought for church and army, you could see echoes of this in European politics as well. But the balance was somewhat different. The instability was somewhat greater, with a couple of European exceptions. And it's important to remember, although perhaps at the level of detail, that even Latin American liberalism, though certainly linked to its Western cousins, had some distinctive features, for example, in being much more reluctant to embrace political democracy because of some of the special conditions of Latin American society and ethnic makeup. And finally, of course, when you get to the level of economic patterns and resultant social classes, the picture does not look particularly Western at all. The answer to the question, is Latin American civilization Western, is clearly mixed. It is to some extent. The question is a legitimate one. It can help organize some of the comparisons that Latin American experiences should be subjected to. But there are some complexities as well that reflect earlier traditions and that reflect some of the other new additions to the Latin American experience during the long 19th century.
Lecture 28, China and Japan, 19th Century Pressures.
Our discussion today focuses on comparing Japanese and Chinese developments in the long 19th century, frankly, particularly from the 1840s, 50s onward. The comparison is interesting in several respects. A number of societies can be brought together to help examine how 19th century factors were shaped by particular experiences. I've already suggested, for example, that comparing India and China in terms of economic, political, etc. change in the 19th century is intriguing. China and the Ottoman Empire are often compared. Both hesitated at reform, although China much more than the Ottoman Empire. Both failed, at least by 1914, really to come to terms with the industrial economy and the military power of the West. Japan and Russia constitute an interesting comparison. Here are the two societies, fundamentally non-Western, that managed to launch a significant industrial revolution by the 1890s. The process can be compared both in terms of what they had in common and how they managed the process in similar ways, and obviously also how the process differed and had different results. Revolution in Russia's case, for example, not so in Japan. But I like the Japanese-Chinese comparison for a couple of key reasons. First of all, pretty obviously, it is a key contrast between a society that introduced a surprisingly successful series of reforms, the Japanese case, and a society that was unusually laggard. Comparison of extremes, perhaps, but a comparison nevertheless. Second, and this goes back to something we touched on earlier, we're dealing here with two societies that shared a good bit. Japan had been massively influenced by China. It was by this point a Confucian society culturally, as was China. The extent to which the two societies had participated, if not in a single civilization orbit, at least in very close interaction, raises particularly acute questions of why one experience would differ so much from the other. And the final reason to emphasize this comparison is because it had such significant impacts for the 20th and even the 21st centuries. And we will, at the end, move from the long 19th century comparison to an evocation of the subsequent implications as well. Both Japan and China were essentially forced into a reform mode, or rather a consideration of the need for reform, the consideration of the need to find some new way to deal with new Western power by developments toward the middle of the 19th century. We've already noted the importance of the First Opium War beginning in 1839 in bringing the Chinese to realize that the West now had a military force that was capable of unseating Chinese policy intentions and Chinese traditions. The Chinese also had to come to realize that the West was so eager to gain access to Chinese wealth and markets that it would push virtually any kind of product that would accomplish this end. And opium was obviously a case in point. Japan's introduction was a little later and possibly a little less crude, and maybe here is one of the reasons for different experiences later on. But Japan also was forced. The arrival of Western fleets from the United States, Britain, and elsewhere, the arrival of Western fleets was not merely a hollow demonstration, would you please open your markets? It was a statement, if you don't, we will come in with force. And there were actual military clashes during the ensuing couple of decades between Western forces and those of Japan. And there were ongoing Western constraints on Japanese activity. Westerners planted in Japan, for example, to insist on regulation of Japanese tariff policy. These constraints would ease only in the early 20th century. So, forced entry, unwelcome intrusion are factors in both cases. Now, in theory, possibly even in history, one might have expected the Chinese to react more successfully than the Japanese. After all, it was China that had the great political tradition. Japan had patched up its politics under the Tokugawa shogunate, but nobody would point to the Japanese state as a world model at this juncture. The Chinese also had its tradition of technological superiority that it might call on. The Japanese, although certainly not big technological laggards, had fewer inventions to point to their credit. Perhaps most interestingly of all, and this is a factor that continues to color the Japanese experience. Japan was, in terms of responding to the industrial pressure from the West, Japan was resource poor. It had small holdings of coal, but insufficient fuel supplies really to sustain an industrial revolution. It needed to support other kinds of materials, cotton, for example, metal ores, in ways that China did not. China's advantages here were considerable and maybe over time will win out. But for the moment, the first proposition is, as both societies were forced into the consideration of change, Japan might have been expected to have a great deal more trouble. Japan did, of course, have some assets. Unlike China, its 18th century experience had begun to move toward a bit more openness to foreign influence. China had done the reverse. Japan had moved more clearly toward dissemination of education in the Confucian or Buddhist mold than had China, where education was still reserved more exclusively for members of the elite. These advantages and others may begin to help tell the story of why reactions differed. Beginning in 1868, after 15 years of real debate and near civil war over what to do, with many upper-class Japanese samurai advocating a resistance to the West and only gradually being forced to concede victory to the forces of reform, also from the upper classes. In 1868, Japan launched on a major series of reforms that go under the heading the Meiji era. Meiji means enlightened. There was a new emperor known as Meiji, or the Enlightened One. Most of the reforms were actually not dictated by the emperor, but by talented advisors around him, some of whom had active exposure to the West. Japan began, even before 1868, to send certain observers to the United States and Western Europe to find out what went on there and what might be emulated. The Meiji era included reforms in really an impressive variety of categories. Politics was obviously one. In 1868, the feudal system was abolished, and gradually, over the next couple of decades, the Japanese evolved a system of parliamentary monarchy with a constitution based on limited suffrage, but with a parliament that looked, indeed the parliamentarians dressed, very much in the Western fashion. Japan managed also to begin to forge a new kind of elite that, among other things, would dominate the government. An elite which continued to include representatives of the military of the old feudal classes, although no longer officially titled, but with a strong admixture from newer business elements and some intellectuals, creating an upper class that was arguably more flexible, more open to change, while not exactly immune to tradition at the same time. Political change was joined by a number of other kinds of reform. Obviously, early attention went to changes in the military. Japanese began to create a European-style military structure. They began to create a modern navy. They upgraded the technology of their military. Infrastructure was also modernized quite quickly. Railroad networks were established that really, along with new kinds of shipping, unified the various islands that make up Japan to a much greater extent than had ever been possible before. I'd mentioned previously Japanese enthusiasm for new public health measures that began to permit the rapid expansion of Japanese population, a problem ultimately, but a source of strength as well. In 1872, the Japanese mandated a mass education system, revealingly requiring school attendance not only for boys but for girls, a major departure in Japanese tradition. It took 15-20 years for this school system really to reach mass proportions. Even the Japanese could not work overnight miracles. But by the 1890s, relevant age groups really were literate, really were schooled in ways that had no precedent in Japanese experience prior to that time. Educational reform also included significant modifications of the Confucian intellectual tradition. A major educational reformer, Fukuzawa, argued explicitly that Confucianism was holding Japan back because of its hostility to new kinds of science and its insistence on the hold of tradition over newer or creative thinking. Fukuzawa was not an tire innovator. He would also periodically recognize the value of Confucian traditions, but there was no question, particularly for the upper classes, for the talented elite, Japan increasingly opened educational opportunities that would emphasize scientific and technical training and also schooling in modern languages headed by English and German in ways, again, that were quite new in the Japanese experience. Japanese enthusiasm for change extended quickly to consumer items. Although Japan, partly for reasons still of lower standards of living, hardly became a Western consumer paradise immediately, enthusiasm for products like toothpaste, for example, grew quite rapidly by the 1880s. And by 1900, department stores were establishing themselves in sections of Tokyo that were particularly seen as windows into the newer kind of life. This reform and its broad, sweeping nature, its application to so many different aspects of life really needs to be emphasized. This reform, however, was not a complete cave-in to Westernization. A specific example cropped up again in the field of education in the 1880s. In the 1870s, after the 1872 education measure, for a brief span of years, the Japanese really seemed bent on creating a Western education system. They imported Western teachers. They imported a professor from Rutgers University to head the system. This looked like Westernization in the making. But in the 1880s, under imperial leadership, they pulled back. Mass education remained. Scientific and technical emphasis remained. But Western books in the social sciences were increasingly restricted. Japanese textbooks were written, and the guiding theme here was the importance of maintaining Japanese traditions, new or old, that emphasized group loyalty, loyalty to the emperor, as opposed to Western individualism, Western skepticism, values that were seen as hostile to Japanese development and political stability. Finally, of course, the reforms included a massive effort at industrialization outright. By the 1890s, Japan was beginning to establish a significant factory system, strong emphasis, of course, on export production because Japan could only survive by producing enough for world markets that it could afford the fuels and equipment that were needed for industrialization to operate effectively. Japanese industrialization was stimulated by high taxes on the peasantry, which helped free up funds for investment, by poor working conditions, massive utilization of women workers for silk manufacture was involved here in, frankly, near servile conditions, with young girls bought from their families and taken to sweatshops where they were housed and regulated by their employers. But the use of silk for exports and the capacity to seize a good bit of the silk export market from the Chinese by concentrating on it, by using modest changes in equipment, provided vital opportunities for foreign earnings and capital formation that in turn would fuel a more general industrial development in the future. By the early 1900s, the Japanese were capable not only of making modern steamships, but also modern trains. By the second decade of the 20th century, Japanese industrialization would be moving into a heavy industrialization as well as light export industry phase, and the process was off and running in a pattern that would yield ultimate share of world industrial leadership to the Japanese by the second half of the 20th century. China's pattern, of course, was vastly different. There was no clear decision to embark on reform. The first railway line built in China by a private outfit was actually torn up by the government. That just was resistant to this kind of technical progress, this kind of imitation of outside example. The Chinese were modestly interested in Western military innovations, but without a more thoroughgoing reform pattern, they simply couldn't afford or organize the kind of military and political changes that would allow them to catch up to Western standards. Hesitation, hostility were part of a pattern of hesitation that has led one historian, Michael Gaster, to write a book about China's struggle to modernize, an interesting title that sort of captures the spirit of this age. China's responses were obviously further complicated by massive internal unrest in the middle of the 19th century. Civil war broke out between the forces of the government and a new kind of semi-Christian religious group that led to massive levels of death and dislocation. China's reactions were hampered, obviously, by the increasing tendency of most of the Western powers and Russia to seize chunks of Chinese territory, where they did indeed, for example, around Shanghai, develop new kinds of industry, but industry under Western rather than Chinese control. These intrusions on Chinese territory reduced Chinese economic capacity, particularly in some of the areas that were most accessible to foreign trade. They caused consternation. They caused increased hostility to the foreigners themselves. The Boxer Rebellion would be a manifestation, a quite understandable manifestation of anti-foreign hostility that tended to channel passions in ways that the Japanese were devoting rather to reform efforts. Only gradually, beginning in the 1890s, did the Chinese begin to organize, and organize may already seem too formal, did the Chinese begin to see more concerted efforts to come to terms with the new situation. It was at this point, for example, that significant numbers of university students began to go from China to places like Japan or the United States. It was at this point that Christian missionary activity began to have some impact in setting up new kinds of educational institutions in China proper. It was at this point, interestingly, that foreign criticism combined with some Chinese reform sentiment directly to begin to attack the old practice of foot binding, which would now gradually decline. So there was reaction, but it was late and it was obviously incomplete, and it contrasts quite markedly with what was going on in Japan. So, why? Explanation, I think, is predictably complicated because, again, one might have assumed that China's response would have been more effective than the Japanese, but here are some components. Obviously, though there's a chicken and egg element here, Western encroachments on China were much more unsettling than those on Japan, partly because the West had an older historical thirst for Chinese access. The Japanese produced some goods the West wanted, but there was less pent-up demand for interference. And that may have helped provide some breathing room for the Japanese. Quite clearly also, and here there's an element, I think, of historical accident, quite clearly also, Western intervention caught Japan and China in different phases of a political cycle. The Chinese were in one of their periodic political doldrums. They don't happen too often, but they were happening to the Qing dynasty by the middle of the 19th century, and this meant that Western intrusion was less opposed, less effectively opposed. The Chinese wrote eloquent letters, for example, protesting the Opium War and the introduction of opium, but they were pretty powerless to do much, partly because their government was so debilitated by that juncture. The Tokugawa shogunate had its own problems. There was some social unrest from the later 18th century onward. There were periodic problems with collecting sufficient tax revenue, but the Japanese state encountered the West at a point of greater strength. It needed to be revamped. That's what the major reforms in the political arena did. But there was more intrinsic strength in the first place. One can also suggest, and we've hinted at this already, that although Japan and China both operated within a Confucian tradition, Japanese Confucianism had been somewhat less traditionalist, somewhat less bent on absolute resistance to foreign influence, and more interested than the Chinese tradition in spreading the benefits of education at least slightly more widely than the elite itself. Japanese feudalism, something that was absent from Chinese tradition at least since the middle of the classical period. Japanese feudalism may have created an advantage in two respects. First of all, the extent to which feudal classes remained in Japan gave Japan a quicker appreciation of the military aspects of the Western challenge. than occurred in China, where the military simply, although possessed of an impressive tradition, where the military simply had less voice. Japanese feudalism may also have created types of group loyalties that could be utilized for industrialization, that could be utilized for political action, even in a newer parliamentary system. China didn't have this tradition, and obviously that may have been a factor as well. Very simply, Japan had a history, although not a recent one, of successful imitation, and China did not. Japanese could know from their earlier interactions with China itself, Japanese could know that it was possible to imitate without losing your identity, without surrendering to foreigners. China's one big experience of imitation, the importation of Buddhism, had ended fairly badly. Their experience with the Mongols had, in their opinion, ended fairly badly, and there was no tradition of a sense of fruitful interaction with influences from the outside, and every reason in terms of Chinese tradition to be very suspicious of this kind of possibility. Unquestionably, when you add up traditions of imitation, political effectiveness, possibly even an element of transformed military feudalism, without question, the Japanese managed to borrow from the West while controlling Western influence much more effectively than any other non-Western society in the long 19th century. Of course, the Japanese copied from the West. Of course, they imported Western educational and military advisors. And of course, every so often, they seemed to indulge in almost silly kinds of consumer fads, orgies of interest in Western styles and fashion. But the Japanese managed fairly carefully to regulate the actual levels of Western ownership during industrialization. They had to borrow from the West. They had to import Western technologies, but far more effectively, for example, than the Russians in the same period. Actual Western ownership was limited, and as we've seen in the educational sphere, actual Western influence was modified by an insistence on a mixture of old and invented traditions of Japanese group loyalty, solidarity, emperor worship, and that sort of thing. The difference between Japan and China was not simply a sterile exercise in 19th century dynamics. It obviously, by the end of the 19th century, had very real consequences. In the 1890s, Japan and China went to war directly, and to everybody's surprise except that of the Japanese won fairly handily. They had the modern military. They had already sufficient industrial strength to fuel the modern military. They had a navy that was superior to that of China. They beat the Chinese and began to establish, as a result, the pattern of Japanese influence in Korea, which was one of the areas of contest that would be such an important aspect of Japanese policy and Korean experience on into the Second World War. Japan would soon also confront Russia, also over bragging rights and power relationships in the Pacific, in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-05, and again, to everybody's surprise except that of the Japanese won that also. Russia, although industrializing, remained a more cumbersome society, had more trouble bringing military force to bear in the Pacific than did the Japanese, who were there, who were more effective industrially already at this point, etc. So, power balances began to shift as the Japanese began to make their own claim into a global power, or at least a strong regional power relationship that was very, very new in terms of Japanese history. The result was, obviously, a series of tensions between Japan and China that began to translate comparative differences into ongoing military hostilities that would extend into the renewed Japanese attack on China in the 1930s, would extend into World War II, and even today marks continued hostility and tension and anxiety between these two significant Asian powers. A somewhat less concrete but also very real result of the different paths of Japan and China in the long 19th century involves social stability. Japan's reform pattern, remember, it had a near civil war that helped sort out some tensions before the reform sequence began in earnest. Japan's reform experience, including its industrialization, created massive social tension. There were lots of Japanese who worried that valued traditions were being lost. There were lots of Japanese exploited workers who sought to express themselves in social protest, only to be repressed, often rather brutally, by the government. So this was not an easy process, or one in which the Japanese waltzed nicely into modernity. But the Japanese did manage to effect significant change without complete social upheaval. The Chinese experience here obviously was quite different. Without trying to make a revolutionary outcome seem absolutely inevitable, it seemed to many Chinese leaders, to many reform-minded Chinese by the second decade of the 20th century, that the only way China was going to be able to get off the dime, the only way China was going to be able to mount a successful response to Western intrusion and Western example was through outright revolution, through a major forcible change in Chinese political, social, and cultural structures. This is what happened in China. This, too, would differentiate Chinese and Japanese experience, not only in the middle of the 20th century, but in ways that continue to reverberate. The Japanese experience at the end of the long 19th century was long really unique. Japan is an absolutely fascinating but unusual case of significant response to outside stimulus without totally losing identity, again, modernization without full westernization, and it needs to be taken not only as an important addition to the roster of industrial and military powers of the modern world, but as a fascinating example of a capacity to change constructively without, again, collapsing all signs of traditional identity. China's case, although an extreme, the Chinese sluggishness in responding to outside challenge, which we've tried briefly to explain, was greater than that of many other societies. China's case was, however, in many ways the more typical. Lots of societies, for various specific reasons, had difficulty coming to terms with what the West was now suggesting was necessary for effective political and economic operation. But, equally obviously, one final point. The Chinese deficit here, if that's a fair term for their difficulties of the later 19th century, the Chinese deficit here was not permanent. We're talking here about a century or so of clear disarray and confusion, mixing internal tensions with the force of outside intrusion and exploitation. But this was not the last stage in China's modern story. And when we pick up, beginning next time, with the advent of the final period in world history, we will have, among other things, not only to recognize the significance of Japan's ongoing role and its example of modernization without absolute loss of identity, but the growing muscle of China in world affairs as well.
Lecture 29, The 20th and 21st Centuries as a New Period.
We're talking today about the 20th and 21st centuries as a new period in world history. This is the first of 8 discussions we'll have about contemporary developments in world history's perspective, and indeed the period is best known as the contemporary period because although it began in the 20th century, in most respects it seems to be continuing into the 21st. For how long, we obviously don't know. Any new period in world history raises issues of selection of major themes. It's never magical or automatic to make sure you've identified the right things. But this new period in world history is obviously particularly challenging, and I always stress with world history teachers that if they don't find the 20th, 21st centuries the hardest, possibly the most interesting, but the hardest period to deal with, they may be doing something wrong. There are several ways to state the challenges. The first one, and I really want to mention this, though it's a little bit oblique to the main point, The first one is to make sure that as we talk about developments over the past century, we make sure to maintain contact with earlier patterns, with the characteristics of some of the individual major civilizations, with earlier processes that had been established in world history, because there's a danger of all of a sudden jumping into the excitement of change and tumult and forgetting that there is a history that went before. So this is a new period. I don't see any reason to engage in sterile debates about whether 1914 and World War I usher in a new period. It's well established. It would be fairly silly to challenge it. But it's not a period that stands in isolation from what went before. And this raises challenge number 2, a little more specific. Although it's a new period, there is obviously carryover from what happened in the long 19th century, as well as even earlier. For example, the influence of the West continued to be very strong on into the 21st century, particularly perhaps in the area of culture, to some extent in terms of political institutions, and certainly still in world economics and military power. The world economy also persisted in some ways. This is a theme we're going to talk about more specifically next time. It really should be folded into the periodization discussion, but it's another continuity. And if we argue, as we briefly did, that one can trace the limited beginnings of modernization in the latter part of the long 19th century, clearly modernization blossoms further, with all the cautions attached to the concept, in the contemporary period. So, novelty, yes, I think it's valid to say new period, but the spillover is unsurprising and significant. The 2 key issues, however, in dealing with the contemporary period in world history that we didn't have in previous periods, the 2 key issues involve the recency and complexity of developments over the past century, and the simple fact that we don't know the end of the story. We can talk about change away from long 19th century patterns, and we'll do that quite concretely in our discussion here. But we can't always, indeed we can't usually say, well, the old patterns have shifted and now the new patterns are well established. They aren't. And we can have questions, we can see change, we can't make final determinations, usually, of new directions. And that's just part of the territory. The busyness of the past century partly, of course, reflects our own involvement in it. Some of us lived through a fair part of it. And it also reflects the extent to which we are traditionally and properly filled with stories about World War I, about World War II, the Depression, some of the developments since World War II, etc. It's hard to place this in perspective. It's hard to sort out. And making this a little bit more specific, the 20th, early 21st centuries themselves, since 1914, are conventionally divided into 3 chunks. There is 1914 to 1945, dominated by 2 world wars, the Depression, the clear disarray of Western society, some stirrings in other societies, the force of new revolutions, particularly in the Soviet Union. This is period number 1. Period number 2, 1945 to around 1990, involves obviously the overarching system of the Cold War, which, although I think less important than it seemed at the time, obviously provides an alternative to the main frame of reference that applied to the World War and interwar period. And then the Soviet Union collapses, the Cold War is officially over, and one enters the 3rd phase of the contemporary era, marked perhaps by the emergence of the United States as, quote, the world's only superpower, possibly by the early 21st century, with some new questions about whether even that role was going to last all that long. I think the best way to sort out this internal periodization, because frankly, 30-year chunks are just too short for world history. They would magnify details in the contemporary experience at the expense of the big picture. I think the best way to sort out these intermediate chunks is to see World War I as opening a new series of questions about the Western role in the world, and particularly West European role, which led to a clear decline of Western Europe in world affairs, marked after World War II, which then opened a transitional framework in which, at least officially, the Soviet Union and its allies and the U.S. and its allies disputed world dominance. That transitional system failed, much like other earlier transitional systems. For example, the Great Chinese Voyages at the end of the post-classical period. Other transitional systems have been sketched and failed. The Cold War was a first statement of what to do about the shifting world power balance. It didn't last. And now, in the third phase of the contemporary era, we're involved in some more open-ended questions about what the new power structure will be. And we'll return to this in just a moment. One final preliminary. And the preliminaries are, again, a little more detailed than usual because this really is a tough assignment, an intriguing one, but tough. We are accustomed to hearing that the pace of change has sped up in the modern world, and maybe it has. But it's really important to remember that if this is a new and major period in world history, opening up with World War I, it's still very novel. Its advent is still very recent. So it's not totally surprising that some of the details have yet to be worked out. Some of the new themes have yet to be fully established. Change may well speed up, but we don't want to exaggerate that process. It takes a while for any world history period to sort itself out, and I think that's clearly involved here. All right, what are the new themes? I want to begin by sketching a few possibilities, most of which yield this nagging question, well, what's the actual novelty here? What's the definite new pattern? Then talk about the clearest way in which the long 19th century stops predominating, and then turn more positively to the basic themes that I think are really definitional for this contemporary era. Socially, if you look at the world in 1900 or even 1914, the dominant social class in most societies, a couple of exceptions to be sure, including the United States, the dominant social class in most societies was still the landed aristocracy, the class that had loomed so large in the history of agricultural civilizations for many centuries. By the early 21st century, while landed aristocrats still played some role in some cases, the aristocracy is really pretty well gone, a huge change in the fabric of world social structure. And it had been replaced, and here I think we can see what came next. It had been replaced by a new kind of middle class, upper business, professional class, sometimes mixing in government bureaucrats, that thought of the world more in industrial than in agricultural terms, more in urban terms than in rural, more in managerial structures than in terms of private land ownership, a really significant shift. This is one way to say this is a new period, and in this case, we can even put a face on the next pattern. Something of the same thing applies to politics, but here with later certainty about what the new pattern is. Striking fact. If you look at the world's major political regimes in 1900 or even 1910, they were predominantly monarchies or empires. Again, some interesting exceptions, but predominantly in most parts of the world. If you look at the dominant political regimes of the early 21st century, these systems are largely gone. A huge change, not just compared to the long 19th century, but compared to the longer history of agricultural societies in the world. What the alternatives were, however, was less clearly established. Democracies, in some instances, perhaps a growing number of instances, replaced monarchies and empires, but other candidates, still successful in the early 21st century, included authoritarian regimes, communist systems. It's clear that the old political systems had stopped working with very few exceptions. Less clear whether there would be a single agreed-upon alternative that would take their place. Women's affairs, and again we'll talk more extensively about this in a later discussion, women's affairs or gender relationships also seem to enter a clear new period in this contemporary world history era. Older systems of patriarchy began to be modified by efforts to give women the vote, improve their educational levels, provide them some new legal rights, even by the later 20th century, even reduce average birth rates in almost every region of the world, though at different rates. On the other hand, it was not clear exactly how you define the gender system that would replace the old system. It wasn't yet, at least, clearly egalitarian. It hadn't clearly worked out on a global basis what women's economic roles should be. It hadn't clearly worked out some issues of ongoing or renewed male violence against women. We can see change. It's valid to see the contemporary period partly defined by significant shifts and new questions about gender relations. But defining the new is not as easy as suggesting that the old was beginning to disappear. And finally, this is very much the case, and again we'll have an explicit discussion of this, very much the case when one turns to culture. The contemporary period of world history sees a clear set of new challenges to certain kinds of older cultural beliefs. Challenges coming from communism, from a greater mass appeal of nationalism, and from consumerism and science, values that were emphasized in places like the West and Japan. But first of all, these new cultural options didn't entirely agree with each other. And second of all, quite clearly, they had not, by the early 21st century, clearly succeeded in displacing the old, most notably the hold of world religions. The cultural map of this contemporary period of world history was exceedingly complicated, and one can't even say for sure that the older patterns that had prevailed previously had been definitively vanquished. Point one then, in addition to the preliminaries on the complexities of the period itself. Point one, it's possible, certainly in social structure, almost certainly in political regimes, fairly extensively in gender relationships, it's possible very clearly to see that something new began to go on in the world beginning fairly early in the 20th century. Less clear, particularly aside from the replacement of the old upper class socially, less clear how the world would come to define what the alternative system would turn out to be, or whether there would in fact be a clear decision about this at all. And in the cultural realm, lots of change, lots of effervescence, lots of real conversions to new patterns of belief, but no overall clarity at all as to what was going to become core, become central in global cultures. And possibly culture will remain, at least for a long time, one of those areas, and this isn't a new phenomenon in world history either, where you simply have to say, you can't define the period in this category. You have to look on a case-by-case basis, despite the presence of some overarching trends and questions. The clearest way to begin a more coherent definition of this new period in world history, and particularly the clearest reason to begin essentially with World War I, involves the shift away from several of the dominant patterns of the long 19th century and even to some extent aspects of the early modern period. Clearest here in turn, remember we're going to talk about the world economy next time, clearest here in turn is the relative decline of the West. This, I have to say, is somewhat controversial. Sometimes people get upset about this, particularly if the United States is included in the West. So I want to be clear. Relative decline, first of all, does not necessarily mean absolute decline. Many people worried during the period between the world wars, many people worried that the West was really beginning to fade, as Rome had faded earlier, or other analogies of this sort. The revival of Western Europe, the success of the United States after World War II, may well have put these fears permanently to rest. We don't yet know, obviously, the future. There are continued concerns that 50 years hence, Western Europe will simply be less significant than it is today, and there may even be some questions about the United States' staying power. But to date, this century has not seen, from an internal standpoint, this century has not seen a clear decline in Western affairs. And indeed, Western Europe has been remarkable in post-World War II particularly, in its ability to absorb loss of power, particularly loss of colonies, without denting basic economic, political, and cultural dynamism and capacity to innovate. We're also not arguing that the West has somehow declined relatively so much that it's still not a, and perhaps the, major player in world power politics. But I think the evidence here is compelling, and again, I think it begins to show itself in World War I. World Wars I and II, in many senses, can be seen, apart from their global dimensions, which are also important, as a giant internal civil war within the West, in which the West accelerated its inability to maintain its power position in the world because of the amount of damage different Western societies inflicted on each other in not just one, but two major conflicts. Economic damage, huge population losses, erosion of the capacity to rule other parts of the world, etc. The measurements of relative decline that are particularly important, I think, are twofold, although again we'll have to talk about a world economy angle here next time as well. First of all, military. Of course, in the early 21st century, the West, particularly if the U.S. is included, still possessed the greatest amount of military power in the world as a whole. The U.S. way ahead of the whole pack. But the capacity of the West, the capacity that was so obvious in so many parts of the world during the long 19th century, the capacity of the West to move almost at will militarily, clearly had stopped by the second half of the 20th century. Several factors obviously contributed to this, including the extent to which Western countries themselves, particularly in Europe, began to be less willing to invest quite as heavily in military activities to maintain fully cutting-edge military technologies. First, beyond this, several other parts of the world began to emphasize new military tactics that could stalemate the West's advantage in conventional armament. The big development here, it wasn't new, but it became more important. The big development here was the success of guerrilla warfare in places like Vietnam, but also, as it turns out, if you look at Algeria and then more recently Iraq, the capacity of resistance elements in urban settings also successfully to resist the overwhelming superiority of Western armaments. The West's military advantage, uncontested still, could obviously be almost nullified by the emphasis on these renewed strategies. Second, as individual countries, even middle-sized countries outside the West, gained independence and gained some measure of growing economic capacity, one of the things they did with these two developments was to invest in increasingly significant military force, which meant that the capacity of small numbers of Western troops easily to move into a country like Iraq was actually gone. The West, of course, could still defeat middle-sized countries, but it took a lot more planning. It took a lot more economic commitment, like the huge buildup before the Gulf War of the early 1990s. And obviously, as Iraq would later demonstrate, even that kind of military success, though possible in one sense, didn't really assure victory. So, point one. From the 15th century onward, on the whole, the West had been gaining increasing military advantage over other societies, first on the seas, then in the long 19th century on land as well. The contemporary period of world history saw this trend interrupted, not eliminated yet, but interrupted, and the West's military action in the wider world became more complicated and more contested. Related to this was the second key development. the West's capacity to control most of the rest of the world directly through colonies and colonial administrations clearly ended in the contemporary period of world history, which means that one of the really key developments beginning between the wars, and again, World War I is a valid starting point, and accelerating after World War II, one of the key developments in setting the framework for this new period in world history was the movement of decolonization. The West's willingness or inability to resist the formation of independent nations where colonies or significant Western enclaves had previously predominated. Now, of course, Western political and economic influence could survive decolonization in some cases, but the political map of the world became not just more detailed in terms of the huge increase in the number of independent nations, but more complicated in the sense of a much reduced capacity of any single civilization or society to dominate the world politically. Relative military decline, clear political decline, some new competition in the economic sphere, which again we'll detail in fuller sense in our next session. These developments marked a clear termination of one of the dominant themes of the long 19th century, setting the stage, obviously, for other themes to take their place. What's the final outcome? Again, I have to come back to uncertainty. Some people argue that the relative decline of the West will ultimately yield predominance of another civilization, and probably the most common candidate is East Asia. But although we've had many world history periods, the post-classical, the long 19th century, in which one civilization really did wield a power position much greater than others, there's no inherent reason for this to be the next pattern. Maybe there will be greater balance among several sectors in the world, either harmoniously, relatively speaking, or amid great tension. Again, we don't know the end of the story. All we know is that the story is largely new. Several new themes do begin, I think, to gain ascendancy in this contemporary period of world history. Themes that were only sketched, hinted at, or prepared in the long 19th century previously. A couple of candidates need to be mentioned, and then I want to turn to what seem to me to be the two crucial ones. First of all, obviously, some centuries hence, people may look back at the contemporary period of world history and say, the fundamental innovation in this period was the beginning of humankind's conquest of outer space. And I'm perfectly willing, hoping that our societies last long enough for this to be possible, I'm perfectly willing for this verdict to be rendered. But in the early 21st century, although space exploration has occurred, it has not yet had sufficiently deep impact on the nature of human life or the main patterns of global societies for me to do more than list the possibility for a future retrospective. A more serious candidate is the altered nature of war in the 20th century and the altered nature of military technology. The two world wars were what some observers have described as total war. That is, they mobilized all the major resources of key combatants, not just armies and navies, but the economy harnessed to the war effort, propaganda tying civilians into the emotional qualities of war. And there was a third total war in the later 20th century, the several years conflict between Iran and Iraq. Add to this, obviously, the fact that World War II ushered in a new military technology that could, as far as anyone knows, bring human life and perhaps life in general to an end in the world, nuclear military capacity. And you have a possible formula, one of the key new themes of the contemporary era in world history, clearly different from patterns previously, involved heightened organizational capacity in war, the fact that all resources could be bent to the conflict, and societies insist on total surrender as a result of this investment, plus the new and devastating and fearsome new technology, and maybe this has reshaped world affairs more generally. I'm not, frankly, absolutely sure. Many wars continue to be conducted at slightly less awesome rates. World diplomacy has not been entirely reshaped by the nuclear threat. So put this down as a possible, and maybe with an asterisk, we hope this will not become one of the defining characteristics of the new world history period. The two that I think are, again, in addition to the negative, the relative decline of the West, the two themes that I do think deserve clear emphasis are, first of all, massive global population increase. The 20th century saw a tripling of world populations from about 2 billion to over 6 billion, and the process would clearly continue at least into the middle of the 21st century. At that point, declining birth rates may usher in a new demographic regime, among other things featuring the growing aging of societies, and maybe all bets will be off. But for the moment, this huge surge in global populations is a noteworthy phenomenon in its own right. Never before had world populations increased so rapidly in such a short span of time. And it carries over into a number of other definable features that begin to reshape the world, although there had been a couple of hints in the latter stages of the long 19th century. For example, world population explosion clearly helps encourage new patterns of immigration. And instead of immigration largely consisting of movements of peoples to societies that were, broadly speaking, culturally somewhat similar to points of origin, immigration, particularly by the later 20th century, though there were hints even in the 1920s and 30s, immigration now increasingly consists of peoples moving from Africa, Latin America, parts of Asia, to particularly Western societies, not just the U.S. now, but Western Europe, as well as, of course, Canada, Australia, and to a limited extent even to Japan. Movements that bring people from much different cultural backgrounds together, that constitute a much more interesting mix and possibly a more challenging and tenser mix than most migration patterns had previously involved. So, population explosion vital in itself, leading to new types of immigration patterns and new challenges to many societies in the process. Population explosion also places unprecedented stress on global environments. Global environmental change, and I'm not merely trying to be politically correct here, global environmental change is an inescapable facet of developments, certainly by the later 20th century, and while there are several components, the population explosion, the sheer multiplication of human wastes, becomes an inescapable part of this process. That's theme one. Defining theme number two, probably more predictable, involves the steady, not constant, but recurrent acceleration of communications and transportation technologies that speed up contacts around the world, that speed up the capacity of people to move quickly in contact with other people, that set a, I think, revolutionary new technological framework for relationships among major societies. Key developments obviously include radio, sometimes linked by undersea cable, the emergence of satellite communications, the emergence in 1990 of the internet, air travel. The list is long and frankly fairly familiar. But the main point is not the list of specific technologies, but the extent to which they pose unprecedented new opportunities and in some ways unprecedented threats and challenges to the identities of individual societies. The acceleration of movement of ideas, goods, and peoples. What sometimes gets referred to as globalization, which we will turn to in the very final discussion in this sequence. This, it seems to me, is an indisputable mark of the new period in world history. Now, we don't fully know how this one will work out either. Again, we can see the new forces. We can't fully determine what kind of world they're going to shape because we're only a century in to the new developments. We'll turn next time, as I suggested, to changes in the world economy where unexpectedly, I think, we'll find some echoes of the themes we've been talking about today. Significant new change, not full certainty about what the changes will lead to.
Lecture 30. The World Economy, Change and Continuity.
We're talking in this session about the world economy in the contemporary period of world history, 20th, early 21st centuries. This is a fascinating opportunity to note continuity in world history between long 19th century or even early modern / long 19th century and contemporary, but ultimately also to talk about change. And the discussion today needs to be put in the context of the kind of periodization of the contemporary era that we talked about in the previous session. At first blush, one might argue this is one area where continuity predominates. After all, you can concede independence of new nations, you can concede changes in the situation of women, but surely in the world economy, there's more persistence than change. The core, as we've discussed it in previous sessions, undoubtedly still exists, and therefore peripheries still exist. That's continuity, although we have to note some important adjustments. We use a term, the Third World, that in some ways would seem to enshrine continuity. The first, second, third world ideas were initially Cold War terms, but over time, third world came to mean parts of the world that were not industrialized, that were vastly poorer than the first world, higher rates of infant mortality, lower educational levels, lower life expectancy, a whole series of indices by which we measured great gaps between the industrialized part of the world and the bulk of the world, gaps that obviously had begun to open up in the long 19th century in many ways. And the world economy concept itself, as enunciated by Emanuel Wallerstein, was meant to enshrine persistence. Wallerstein's whole point, he's a sociologist, not an historian, Wallerstein's whole point was that you needed to go back to the early modern period and then the 19th century to see the origins of the fatal economic gaps that would persist in the contemporary world. That's why he was interested, and again, he was partly right. The core. Core characteristics can still be identified in the 21st century. There are societies in the world, and they include old core participants, Western Europe, much of Western Europe at least, and the United States, which had joined the core so solidly by 1900. Core societies continued to operate, and in broad outlines, in ways that were quite similar to their previous patterns. They exported expensive goods, they imported cheaper goods, they relied on wage labor, they had, for the most part, strong and often fairly stable governments, the basic definitions that we saw applicable even in the 16th century. Again, the goods changed. The core now exported financial services, professional services of various sorts, including banking and other kinds of consultations. They included, interestingly, a whole host of entertainment staples. The second largest export of the United States by the 1990s involved movies, videos, music, etc., and by the early 21st century, Japan's leading export involved recreational activities of this sort, animated cartoons, movies, music, games, of course, etc. So the list here had changed, but again, one was talking about relatively sophisticated products through which one could make a good bit of money. The trading companies that dominated the export of these goods still emanated from the core. Ships now might carry the flags of other countries for convenience purposes, but the basic definition still applied. There were a couple of anomalies that had probably begun to develop in the 19th century that need to be noted. A few societies, mostly where white settlers predominated, didn't actually display core characteristics in terms of export-import, but managed still to maintain a fairly high standard of living. Notably, places like Canada and Australia. Canada, a leading raw materials and food supplier to the United States. Australia, by the later 20th century, the leading raw materials supplier to Japan, produced a lot of goods that were technically unprocessed, though they had significant industrial sectors as well. But because they produced these goods with relatively sophisticated technology and paid relatively high wages, they sort of fit a semi-core definition in ways that don't need to delay us too much. Peripheries obviously still existed because core can't exist without periphery. Peripheries still characterized by relatively weak governments, perhaps a bit stronger than before, but relatively weak on a global scale. Peripheries continued to export cheap goods. These goods might now include lower level kinds of factory production where low labor costs predominated. That is, textile goods, certain kinds of electronic equipment, this sort of thing. So again, the roster changes, but the basic definition, and particularly the fundamental inferiority in global economic exchange, continued to be significant. The location of the periphery obviously shifted. There were still peripheral societies in parts of Latin America, parts, though not all, of Central America, and parts of the Andean region in Latin America. The exports of these parts of Latin America sometimes now included some new goods, not only some cheap factory products in certain instances, for example from Nicaragua, but also goods such as drugs that many observers have argued are in some ways a classic peripheral good, in which a few people can make a good bit of money. Most of the actual peasant producers of the good earn very little, and the good enters the world economic exchange in order to be exchanged with the core. An odd anomaly, but one that actually might fit rather interestingly into the world economic framework. The key periphery now, however, during the contemporary period of world history, became many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where food supplies, raw materials, mining supplies became predominant. Although Africa had been colonized by the end of the long 19th century, it's really only in the 20th century that the African economy becomes converted more fully to peripheral status, with the colonial powers expanding mining operations, converting many areas to the production of goods like cotton. The Portuguese in their colonies in Africa, for example, greatly expanded cotton production at the expense of soil quality and local food production as well. The peripheralization of Africa was really a significant development in the contemporary period and marks one of the features we most obviously note and frequently lament about the state of much of Africa today. So, location shifts, but again, many aspects of the fundamental definition prevail. Probably the most striking shift, if we just stopped there, that one would have to note during the contemporary period of world history, was the significant entry to the core, first of Japan and then of other parts of the Pacific Rim, headed, of course, by South Korea and Taiwan. The advent of Japan in the Pacific Rim, Japan, of course, had begun industrializing at the end of the 19th century, emerged into core status only after the 1950s, when it rapidly became the second largest economy in the world after the United States. The emergence of these societies into the core was a truly significant world historical development in two senses. Obviously, first, most basically, it now significantly modified the easy association of core with West. So when we talk about the relative decline of the Western world affairs, we now can add that the core's essential monopoly over core of Western Europe's essential monopoly over core status is now qualified significantly by the addition of parts of East Asia. The more subtle change that this development involves is obviously the recognition that a second culture zone becomes capable of advanced industrialization and participation in the core. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan imitated Western countries in many respects. They imported technologies. They took advantage of Western economic assistance in some instances, or military purchases in the case, for example, of South Korea. But they did not operate from a fundamentally Western cultural base, but rather from a modified Confucianism, and it became clear that Confucianism was a second cultural tradition that could be adjusted in ways that were successful in world economic competition. Confucian emphasis on group loyalty, on group values, on collective decision-making and obedience to decisions once made, on close relationships between the state and what we would call the private sector. These attributes were obviously different from those of the West, but as it turns out, equally successful, to the point that for a time in the 1980s, Westerners were wondering if their economies didn't need to shift toward a more Neo-Confucian basis. This obviously, again, represented an important set of changes. So, one could look at key developments in the contemporary period of world history and argue the world economy is still flourishing, for better or for worse. There are still societies that reap disproportionate benefits from world economic trade. There are still societies that labor under terribly difficult inferiorities. The pattern is basically persistent. All that's changed is some geography, some of the entrants in both camps, and some of the specific goods exchanged. And these would be important observations that obviously, among other things, call attention to the persistence and sometimes the worsening of global economic inequalities and the other gaps that accompany this in terms of life expectancy levels, educational levels, and so on. But emphasis on persistence would, I think, miss the more important development, which was the clear beginnings, at least, of efforts to move away from the world economic framework in one of several ways, or maybe more than one, because efforts were frequently conjoined. The world economic framework in this sense is still a very useful analytical tool for contemporary world history, but in terms of adjustment and reaction, not of literal continuity. Several things happened. Perhaps first, beginning fairly early in the 20th century, a number of societies decided that the world economy was not working to their benefit, and they needed to use political devices to pull out, to set up their own market framework, their own exchange framework that would release them from primary dependence on global economic relationships. The first big country to do this was, of course, Russia under communism, particularly under Stalinism, where the doctrine of socialism in one country essentially proclaimed that the Soviet Union could carry through an industrialization process without significant contact with the rest of the world. They would not sell a lot to the rest of the world. They would not buy a lot from the rest of the world. They would not depend on outside experts, save to a very limited degree. And at least for several decades, it looked like this policy, which was really a revival of an attempt to be external, it looked like this policy worked. The Soviet process of industrialization accelerated rapidly at many points. For example, during the 1950s, Soviet economic growth seemed to be more rapid than that of places like the United States. We know now that all of this came at considerable cost in terms of low wages, social frustration, and environmental damage, but at the time it looked like a very successful policy, and it certainly freed this country, the Soviet Union, from world economic relations of the Wallersteinian sort. China, later, under Chairman Mao, particularly in the 1960s period, attempted a similar isolation. Initially, China's industrialization after the Communist Revolution was completed in 1949. China's industrialization was meant to proceed along somewhat Soviet lines and in conjunction with the Soviet Union, but then China moved toward even a more go-it-alone policy with the notion that it could utilize its vast population base, create industrial centers in individual households, and bypass some of the conventional apparatus of industrialization, and it could do this largely independently of the rest of the world, including now the somewhat hostile Soviet Union. A fascinating experiment over several decades in relative economic isolation. Japanese efforts as World War II neared to set up a set of Japanese relationships with a colonial sphere in East and Southeast Asia represented another effort at partial economic isolation. Japan envisaged what it called the co-prosperity sphere, in which a set of countries would trade with Japan in unequal relationships. It was sort of a world economy in miniature, but in substantial isolation from larger world currents. Nazi Germany obviously also to some extent sought to separate itself from the world economy. The basic hope was, if hope is the right word, was that Germany could set up a colonial relationship with the agricultural regions of Eastern Europe and again have a mini world economy in which German industrial might was supported by cheap exports from the Slavic hinterland and again would isolate itself from world economic currents. This was a fascinating interlude, and it is obviously echoed even in the 21st century by small cases of economic isolation. North Korea comes to mind most notably. But it's equally noteworthy and a really significant set of developments in world history that by the later 20th century, most of the societies that had tried the go-it-alone policy came to the conclusion that this policy was a mistake, that it cost too much in terms of isolation from the most advanced technologies, the most promising opportunities for world trade, and one by one, the world economy was rejoined. Japan obviously rejoined the world economy, as did Germany, as a result of defeat in war. China decided to re-enter the world economy soon after the death of Chairman Mao. The decision was made in 1978 as China opened its markets to greater world trade and more outside expertise. And the Soviet Union under Gorbachev in 1985 decided the same thing, that isolation was too great a price to pay for the preservation of some economic independence. So a fascinating chapter, a fascinating set of experiments in modifying the pressure of the world economy seems to have come to an end, although obviously it could recur. The more durable efforts to adjust to the world economy in ways that would complicate the fairly pure core-periphery relationship, the more fascinating and durable efforts fall into several categories. But before detailing these, we need to be reminded that we explored in discussing the early modern period, and certainly in the long 19th century, how terribly difficult it is to climb out of the periphery. When you have a low-wage economy, a small capitalist class, intense pressure from more sophisticated exports and more powerful countries from the core, it's very difficult to climb out, and it's not surprising that relatively few societies, even in the early 21st century, have climbed out completely. And elements of peripheralization in the sense of low-wage export sectors, elements of peripheralization will still exist in the economies we're about to discuss. But one of three methods, often again in combination, could begin to get countries out of the worst throes of peripheralization. The first method, it's very humble, not very dramatic. The first method began to take shape, interestingly, in the 1920s with a policy called import substitution. And early countries to introduce this policy included places like Turkey and Iran, newly independent after World War I, where import substitution was practiced relatively self-consciously. The technique is this. You use the government, working hopefully with some interested private entrepreneurs, you use the government to help set up production branches of some of the essential but less sophisticated types of industrial products so that you no longer have to import them from the core. Products such as textiles, automobiles, basic appliances, that sort of thing. By doing this, obviously, you don't necessarily totally break the core-periphery relationship, but you reduce it because you reduce the number of items, the number of relatively expensive foreign currency requiring items that you're bringing in from the outside. Import substitution is, of course, accompanied usually by protective tariffs, and many economists, particularly in these days of free market thinking, many economists question the long-term utility of these measures. But short run, these measures actually can work in helping to create a bit of a window through which the worst kinds of dependency can be modified. Latin American countries, suffering hugely from the Great Depression, which hit their resource sales tremendously, Latin American countries began to move toward import substitution in the mid to late 1930s, headed by places like Mexico, Brazil, etc. India would adopt measures of import substitution after it achieved independence in 1947. The goods that were produced for import substitution were not necessarily as high quality as those produced by the core. Locally produced automobiles, for example, were frequently derided as being inadequate, etc. And many people, particularly the wealthy, resented the fact that to get a really good product, you had to pay these huge import duties. But the fact was, these products did satisfy part of local demand. They did reduce the pressure, the trap between expensive exports, cheap imports. So that was step number one, and many parts of the world followed this policy, and some continue to follow it to this day, though it's now less popular. Option number two was not available to all comers, but option number two involved the capacity to seize on one particular kind of good that was either so valuable or that could be newly produced so efficiently that this good, translated into exports, would begin to break out of the peripheral economic mold. The most obvious case in point here, familiar to everybody, was of course Middle Eastern oil. Middle Eastern oil, increasingly sought from the early 20th century onward, was initially a peripheral product. When Western companies controlled the oil supply, controlled the wells in the Middle East and North Africa, oil was essentially a cheap product that mainly fed the profit coffers of the Western corporations. But once political independence was achieved by major Middle Eastern and North African nations after World War II, political measures could be utilized to seize control of the oil and to make it a very profitable export indeed. And obviously, that's what's happened to key countries like the Gulf states, Iran, Iraq, some parts of North Africa in the decades since the 1950s. These countries might not yet round out into fully modern or industrial economies, though many of them are attempting to use oil resources to produce longer-term economic diversification. But the development certainly helped ease the core periphery pressure from a number of the wealthier segments of this part of the world. But other products could be utilized as well. Chile, for example, by the 1970s and 80s, was breaking out of the worst peripheral trap by emphasizing vegetable and fruit production for particularly United States markets. This was obviously not a highly processed good, but by using more modern technologies, by improving without revolutionizing conditions of labor, Chile began to manage to emphasize this export sector in a way that was consistent with greater economic prosperity, with greater parity in terms of world exchange. So along with import substitution, many countries obviously managed to seize on particular opportunities or methods to break out of peripheral status to some degree. Method number three, develop at least a few sectors in which your economy could begin to compete with the big boys and actually export widely in the processed goods market on a worldwide basis. There are a lot of examples here. Brazil, for example, negotiated with the United States during World War II the American provision of a modern steel industry in return for American use of some Brazilian observation posts during the war. The Brazilians knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they utilized this initially imported technology to build a steel industry that by the 1970s and 80s was capable of competing successfully with steel producers in many parts of the world, including the United States. Brazilian steel was one of the core types of commodities, even though Brazil as a whole economy was not yet core. Brazil provides a second example. The Brazilians became aware of the military implications of the computer industry fairly early, and the government began to sponsor military investments in computers. And from this base, which initially involved some technological exchange with other parts of the world, including the United States, from this base, Brazil began to develop one of the leading computer export activities in the world as a whole. Most Brazilian computers are exported not to first world markets, but to markets of other less developed countries where they're capable, for example, of withstanding interruptions in electricity supply. But the Brazilian computer export industry became fourth largest in the world. Again, Brazil's competing in this sector with core societies. The Brazilian economy continues to have large patches of poverty, many industries and agricultural sectors that smack still of peripheralization, but because of leading export sectors, plus some import substitution, Brazil moves out of the easily definable category. Mexico, Turkey, there are many other examples of these gradual processes of developing export sectors, some of which will be competitive on world markets, even though the economy as a whole has not yet jumped up to full core status. But by the 1990s and the early years of the 21st century, the big stories here were, of course, China and India. China managed to foster a rate of industrial production growth that made it increasingly, almost literally, the workshop of the world. Wages paid were low, workers were exploited. There were many tragic stories in this process which suggested that the Chinese were engaged in a fairly classic early industrial operation that hardly propelled them, as yet at least, to the front ranks of core producers. But the fact was, basic Chinese industrial goods in textiles, in electronics, in gift areas. Christmas in the Western world became increasingly a Chinese celebration in terms of the export industry. The capacity to produce large amounts of produce that was competitive worldwide obviously makes it impossible now to define China as a peripheral or even semi-peripheral economy. India's transformation emerging a little more slowly but clear by the 21st century. India's transformation involved less emphasis on global manufacturing, although Indian exports competed very successfully in the Indian Ocean basin and beyond, and more the development of service industries, high technology industry, where Indians, among others often skilled in the English language, could play service sector roles and roles in software and related kinds of technological development that propelled India's growth. By the early 21st century, the economies of India and China were growing at a rate of 10% or so a year. And again, while this did not yet catapult them into core status, it clearly promised that if continued, this rate of growth would significantly adjust these economies in terms of broader global relationships. The key point is that for a whole host of societies, many parts, though not all of Latin America, key parts of Eastern and Southern Asia, some sectors in the Middle East, maybe hints by the 21st century of a couple of cases in sub-Saharan Africa, a number of societies, by using one or more innovative methods, a number of societies were able to complicate their definition in the world economy. And this really is the key point. Through the 20th century, though with particular acceleration after World War II, perhaps in the the final third of the 20th century and the early 21st, a whole batch of societies began to move into a no man's land between peripheral characteristics and core characteristics. The mixed quality here needs to be emphasized. These societies, for the most part, had not yet caught up to the most advanced levels in terms of life expectancy, education, although educational levels in some cases were accelerating rapidly. So they still could sometimes earn the label third world, although really it's increasingly misleading and inaccurate. They were, however, joining a parade of activity that I think constitutes the main point in a subtle but increasing redefinition of the world economy to match the new qualities of the contemporary period in world history generally. The contemporary period continues elements inherited from the long 19th, no question about it, but increasingly it puts its own stamp on these patterns. And really what one is probably dealing with by the later 20th, early 21st century was what some economists are calling, really, for the first time, the industrialization of the world. By the late 20th century, after all the industrialization efforts that we've discussed previously in the West, the United States, Japan, even South Korea, by the late 20th century, probably about 20% of the world's population had been directly industrialized. But by the early 21st century, with the advance of industrial operations in Brazil, China, India, and elsewhere, probably upwards of 60%, another 40 in other words, were now actively involved in industrializing economies and industrial operations. This still left a really significant minority not yet touched, some of which was outright peripheral, but the change is huge. And this had one final implication, although one needs to be cautious here. The emphasis that the world economy had generated on the increasing inequality of economic relationships among different parts of the world, that's not gone. But increasingly by the 21st century, the key issues were actually not so much among regions but within them, because what this process of partial industrialization or import substitution, what this process seemed to generate involved increasing wealth inequalities within countries, within China, within Latin America, within the United States. And these regional internal economic inequalities probably now increasingly commanded the greater attention now that the world economy was becoming so much more complex.
Lecture 31, An Age of Revolutions.
The 20th century was an age of revolution. Revolutions began in the second decade of the century and continued at least until the 1980s. Our discussion today focuses on the revolutions themselves in terms of their basic dynamics, the way they reflect fundamental changes in the contemporary period in world history, but of course, above all, the ways in which they actually helped launch these changes, particularly in the societies directly affected, but to some degree more widely. At risk of a little tedium, we need to do a bit by way of definition. A revolution is a violent attempt to change the political system, introduce new personnel into that system, not just new people, but new social layers of people, and usually to effect some degree of social change. Revolutions obviously differ from coups d'etat. There are lots of coups d'etat in the 20th century and before. These can be significant in an individual society. They put a different person at the helm. They can be bloody to a certain degree, but they don't change the fundamental shape of things. There are a couple of instances at various periods in world history where one can also talk about revolutions from above. For example, Turkey in the 1920s under the great leader Kemal Ataturk can be seen as an effort to change society and aspects of political behavior in fundamental ways, but from state control rather than from upheaval from below. This is an interesting effort. It can be regarded as legitimately revolutionary, but it's not, in a literal sense, a revolution. The most important distinction, really significant for the 20th century, not uninteresting for earlier periods also, involves making some differentiation between revolutions and wars of independence. There were lots of independent struggles in the 20th century, particularly after World War II. They too were significant. When successful, as they usually were, they would obviously change the regime. They'd get rid of the imperial power. They would, by definition, change personnel. They'd get rid of the imperial power. And they could do some of the work of revolution in beginning a process of social reform, usually top-down, and even introducing changes more widely. But most wars of independence are not revolutions in the sense of using violence to undertake a kind of thorough political and social cleansing. The distinction is significant, even though the 20th century must be seen as a period of both types of phenomena. The 20th century, as a century of revolution, involves activities in many different parts of the world. It compares interestingly with the previous age of revolution, 1770s to 1848, which was an Atlantic zone. Very significant, we talked about it before, but involving Western Europe, the United States, Latin America, and leaving really most of the rest of the world out pretty much altogether. Revolutions in the 20th century didn't happen everywhere, and we'll need to come back to that point, but they did occur in parts of Eastern Europe, in significant parts of Asia, in significant parts of Latin America, in a few parts of the Middle East. This geographical spread represents a measurement of the extent to which activities that previously were regional now tend to become global. News of revolutions, news of the success of revolutionary regimes, inspiration from revolutionary leaders, these now could spill into societies that were very different in terms of cultural and political tradition from the societies where the revolutions occurred in the first place. There were 4 granddaddy revolutions in the 20th century. 3 of them occurred in the second decade of the century, one in 1979. Revolution first broke out in Mexico in 1910-1920. It reflected a variety of grievances. It involved a variety of groups. There were important middle-class liberals involved in the revolution, seeking mainly to concentrate on political and constitutional reforms after a period of authoritarian dictatorship under Porfirio Diaz. There were peasant revolutionaries, Pancho Villa, others, interested in raiding, interested in many cases, fundamental land reforms. There were movements among urban workers. Mexico had by this point a significant, if minority, industrial sector. The goals of the revolution were quite varied, and not surprisingly, it took a decade of recurrent revolutionary activity for anything like a settlement to be worked out. The revolution ultimately produced a limited series of land reforms, affecting some regions but not the bulk of the country, and the installation of a one-party political system that provided political coherence, genuine but non-competitive elections, and other results that we'll come back to in trying to do more by way of summarizing revolutionary consequences more generally. The Mexican Revolution, in one sense, was somewhat unusual in having relatively little direct spillover. This was not a revolutionary contagion, but the example of peasant revolutionaries, the example of limited land reform, and really moving peasant claims for access to land, this undoubtedly had an influence in other parts of Latin America where peasant risings would occur some decades later. The second great revolution of the second decade of the 20th century was the Chinese, truly historic. Beginning in 1911, a batch initially of middle-class revolutionary students, intellectuals, overthrew the imperial system, as far as we know, forever. A system that had recurred in China, and because it had recurred, one is slightly hesitant to say forever, but a system that had recurred in China for many centuries was now toppled, and an initial effort attempted to establish a Western-style parliamentary democracy, hampered tremendously by the power claims of regional warlords and landlords, hampered certainly subsequently by the invasion of the Japanese and by key divisions among Chinese revolutionaries between the nationalists who were heirs to the parliamentary liberal tradition, although increasingly authoritarian in style, and the new communist movement that was born in the early 1920s and would ultimately prevail. Essentially, the Chinese Revolution, up and down, interrupted by Japanese invasion, the Chinese Revolution would run from about 1911 until final communist victory in 1949. The Third Great Revolution, initially the sort of bellwether of 20th century revolution, was the Soviet of 1917. There had been a foreshadowing in the Russian Rising of 1905. The Communist Revolution was certainly inspired by Russia's hardships in World War I, but it also fed from much longer-standing peasant and worker grievances, from the widespread concern about the police and authoritarian measures of the Tsarist regime, which, despite a modest concession right after 1905, continued to repress political expression. A variety of resentments boiled over. There was a brief period of liberal rule, complicated by a liberal effort to stay in the ranks of the World War I powers. But finally, during 1917 itself, the Bolsheviks took over and launched a period of significant political, social, and cultural upheaval. The final Great Revolution is really much different and much later. The Iranian Revolution of 1979 was hailed at the time as possibly the first great, quote, Third World Revolution, a revolution not dependent on Western ideas of any sort. Remember, Marxism as well as liberal democracy were Western in origin. The Iranian Revolution was an Islamic revolution in a predominantly Shiite country, a rebellion against undue Western influence, against an authoritarian and in some ways corrupt political regime. It urged a return to more fundamental Islamic political principles. It represented a statement by peasants and others that the country had moved off its proper moorings. The revolution was meant to inspire, or was held capable of inspiring, a wave of similar revolutions in other societies. In a literal sense, this obviously has not yet occurred, but perhaps judgment should still be out. In addition to these granddaddy revolutions, the 20th century, particularly after World War II, was peppered by other revolutionary surges in smaller areas. The 1950s, for example, saw a revolution in Egypt, Bolivia, and of course Cuba. The 1970s saw a revolution in Nicaragua. Vietnam constituted a revolution as well as a war for independence, an interesting combination, but the revolutionary component was quite significant. The number of episodes that ought to be regarded as revolutions certainly is open to subjective judgment, but we're dealing with a significant number overall in a significant number of places. One other point, partially definitional, deserves some emphasis as well. We know from our knowledge of earlier revolutions, like the Great French Revolution of 1789, and now we know from, for example, the Soviet experience as well, big revolutions, major upheavals, take a long time to work out. The actual revolutionary years may be 5 or 10 in the Mexican case, 5 or so in the Russian case, 6 maybe from the 1917 Rising to the end of the civil wars in 1922-23. The episode may be fairly short, but it really takes a long time for revolutionaries to work out their goals, for different sectors of society to react, to adjust, to internalize, for initial revolutionary excesses or experiments to be whittled down into more manageable proportions. For example, clearly, the French Revolution was not fully worked out in France until at least the 1870s, a literal century after the initial rising. And some would argue it took even longer than that for groups finally to reconcile themselves to a central revolutionary legacy. So the revolutions of the 20th century, in some cases, are still working themselves out. I'm convinced that later history will look back on the upheavals in the Soviet Union in the 1980s and early 90s as effectively part of the larger revolutionary trajectory. And obviously, the further workings of other revolutions need time as well. Revolutions, of course, never change everything. Revolutionaries in the 20th century sometimes argued they would, but revolutions always managed to preserve, unwittingly at least, significant segments of the, quote, old regime. The Russian Revolution, for example, tossed up institutions that looked quite similar to the Tsarist political police. The names changed, but some of the purposes and methods remained distressingly consistent. The Soviets also replicated some Tsarist interest in territorial expansion, though under new rhetoric, replicated Tsarist interest in emphasis on heavy industry. Revolutions never change everything, but they do, if at all successful, change a lot. The core components of 20th century revolutions add up to 4 or 5 basic points. Obviously, each revolution has its own imprint, its own biography, and it's significant to spend some time on individual profiles, who the leaders were, and leaders can have a tremendous role in shaping revolutionary dynamics, what the actual specific grievances were, and of course what the outcomes were. For purposes of world history, however, I think it's fair to go beyond the individual profiles and look at some general features, both in terms of causation and then, even more significant, consequence. Causes, first of all, include weak regimes. It's a truism, obvious perhaps, but revolutions do not occur against regimes that are full of vim and vigor, even if they're corrupt and unjust in other respects. Regimes that have the power and will to send the military against revolutionaries, particularly in the 20th century, where military armaments were so superior to the weapons available to civilians, these regimes are not toppled. Now, of course, they may be eroded by failed revolutionary efforts. A regime may be weakened over time, but one component of all the major 20th century revolutions involves weak and vulnerable regimes. A czar who is inept, influenced by a crazy advisor, is an invitation to revolution in this sense. A boy emperor in China, heir to the throne but not yet capable of really wielding power. An aging dictator in Mexico. An aging Shah in Iran, ill to boot. These are components of regimes that had previously been capable of effective repression, but were losing their will, losing their grip, and in which, characteristically, key segments of the military either refused to move against revolutionary dissidents or actually joined them. Component number 1, consistent in broad outline across the cases. Component number 2, every revolution, this is true in the earlier Atlantic episodes and certainly in the 20th century. Every revolution needs at least one large social group that has elements that are perfectly willing to engage in violence, who feel violence is justified in order to achieve legitimate social ends. In the 20th century revolutions, the most consistent provider of this kind of revolutionary muscle came from the peasantry. 20th century revolutions were heavily peasant in composition and dynamic, and peasants characteristically wanted greater access to land in a period in which population growth was pinching resources, abolition of the landlord class and their continued claims over peasant labor and peasant revenues. They wanted what they saw as social justice in the countryside. They believed that the land was legitimately theirs, that it was being taken from them, and they needed and could act with justice to redress the balance. Many revolutions in the 20th century also, of course, involved a working class or proletarian component in the cities. Russia was sufficiently industrialized in 1917, and the workers sufficiently, if illegally organized, that worker risings in St. Petersburg and Moscow played a significant role in the revolutionary outbreak. Workers were also involved in the Mexican Revolution, but the working class component is a bit more of a variable. Peasant revolution is really a core feature of 20th century revolutions, at least in most of the major cases. A third component, along with weak regimes and a sense of real social entitlement, a third component involves what I think might be called an ideological buildup. Before the revolution, usually illegally, sometimes partly through activities in exile, a key factor both in the Soviet Union and in Iran, ideologies are disseminated that help inspire many revolutionaries, and particularly many revolutionary leaders. it's important to remember it's easy to sit here and stand here and pontificate about what revolutions involved. It's really important to remember that dedicated revolutionaries risk a tremendous amount. They're risking their freedom, they're risking their lives, and the inspiration of a guiding ideology is almost crucial. They may be misguided, they may be open to criticism in various respects, but one has to respect, in most instances, the sincerity, sometimes even the fanaticism, of the ideological principle. Various ideologies obviously served in the 20th century. In Mexico, and to a certain extent in early China and even very early Russia, revolutionaries in some instances were inspired by liberal and democratic principles, the notion that regimes should provide political access to all peoples, that regimes should protect individual liberties, that they should be constitutional, etc. In the Iranian case, the dominant ideology, developed initially in exile, was a restatement of what people like the Ayatollah Khomeini viewed as the fundamentals of Islam. The ideology came particularly from the religion, although early in the Iranian Revolution there were liberal and even a few communist components as well. They quickly got shoved to the side. But the dominant revolutionary ideology of the 20th century, operative in Russia, ultimately in China, in Vietnam, in Cuba, and elsewhere, the dominant revolutionary ideology was, of course, Marxism. Marxist analysis, developed in the 19th century, called for an understanding that capitalism was creating a growing majority of oppressed working class people, taking their wages in order to swell capitalist coffers, that justice called for an overthrow of the system. Marxist ideology also urged that revolution had, in fact, history on its side. The ultimate course of revolution was predetermined by a larger historical dynamic in which ruling groups would create their own antithesis, and the antithesis would swell and grow and ultimately triumph. The sense of inevitability did not deter revolutionaries from feeling that they also needed to work terribly hard for the revolution, but it provided some ultimate comfort. And Marxism, and this I think is too frequently forgotten in American treatments of the subject, Marxism also provided a truly glowing view of the ultimate future of a revolutionary society. After a period of adjustment, after a period of proletarian dictatorship in which the trappings of the bourgeois regime would be culled out, a society would emerge in which people produced spontaneously what they could produce, took from society what they needed, the state would wither away, inequalities against women would be eradicated. This was human perfection, and the process of history, once this perfection was achieved, would then stop. A beautiful vision. We may dismiss it as unrealistic or even undesirable, but its beauty, I think, has to be acknowledged, at least in explaining why this ideology proved so inspirational in, again, so many otherwise different settings. Final component in the 20th century revolutions was some degree of concern, and this could relate to Marxism or Islamic fundamentalism, some degree of concern about undue Western ownership and influence. The Iranian revolutionaries very clearly were concerned about American and European influence in the oil industry, in other modernizing sectors in Iran under the Shah, and wanted Iranian cultural values to be reasserted. Mexican revolutionaries far earlier worried about the extent of American ownership of Mexican land and property. Russian revolutionaries, including ordinary workers, were inspired in part by concern about the large number of foreign owners in Russian industry and the kinds of profits that were being siphoned off. Concern about Western control, if you will. Concern about signs of Western core economic activities, as well as cultural influence, provided a final spark for the revolutionary tinder. What did the revolutions accomplish? Here, again, if time permitted, one would need a case-by-case analysis because consequences varied greatly with the dynamic and goals of the revolutions themselves. But in general, 20th century revolutions, first of all, uniformly produced authoritarian regimes. They might have intended otherwise, particularly in early liberal days. But revolutions produce authoritarian regimes inevitably, at least for a while, for several good reasons. Revolutions, major revolutions of the sort we're discussing here, in the first place, produce internal backlash. Aristocrats, conservatives, sometimes religious leaders begin to organize often military movements against the revolution, and this induces the revolutionaries to feel, well, we may have wanted a liberal regime, but we've got to regroup, we've got to impose authority, we've got to emphasize the leadership role. In many key revolutions, and again this was true in the Atlantic period as well as the contemporary period, in many key revolutions there's also significant foreign resistance. The Russian Revolution, for example, was greeted by half-hearted but not insignificant invasion attempts by the United States, Britain, France, and Japan. The Japanese stayed longest. Foreign invasion can help inspire revolutionary leaders, or simply foreign opposition, as in the case of Iran, can help inspire leaders to say, we need to pool our resources toward authoritarian control to defend the revolution against its enemies. It's noteworthy, however, that while these impulses toward authoritarianism crop up in every major revolution regardless of time, they occurred quicker and more fully in the 20th century cases than had been true in the Atlantic Revolutionary period. There were fewer liberals around to defend liberal principles. Authoritarian impulses under communists or Islamic fundamentalists triumphed much more rapidly. Second consequence. Social change would be at least undertaken to some degree, and in some cases it would prove overwhelming. It was revolution, communist revolution in Russia and then in China, that eliminated the landlord class, sometimes with great brutality, sometimes with ham-handed efforts at re-education or political discipline, but the social change here was significant. The Mexican Revolution, as suggested earlier, went less far in this regard, but even here there was significant social change in some regions and enough whetting of appetites to suggest that further social change might be in the offing. Revolutions in the 20th century uniformly attempted cultural reconditioning. Whatever their specific goals, 20th century revolutionaries agreed that the revolution should provide an opportunity to create a new kind of human being, to reorient cultural signals inherited from the past and often operating under foreign influence as well. Thus, one of the key strengths, in many ways one of the key triumphs of the Mexican Revolution, which was a little half-hearted in the social realm, one of the key triumphs was the emergence of a new kind of populist culture, embellished by significant artistic and architectural efforts to express the people, to pay homage to the Indian heritage of Mexico, to pay homage to the importance of workers and peasants. Obviously, the communist revolutions would spend a great deal of time emphasizing cultural re-education, emphasizing new artistic principles under the banners of socialist realism, and cultural reconditioning was one of the key points of the Iranian Revolution as well. These efforts might not fully pay off. Foreign influence, among other things, could never be as fully eliminated as some of the revolutionaries hoped, but the effort to retool culture and the effort certainly to expand education and to use education to create new types of people, this effort was a significant part of the revolutionary outcroppings as well. Finally, all the revolutions, though to different degrees depending on their power, did reduce Western influence, at least for a time. Owners were expropriated. Landlords were kicked out. The Mexican Revolution didn't manage to eliminate United States influence as fully as hoped, but there was some adjustment. The cultural efforts were obviously designed to provide a regional revolutionary alternative both to the traditional culture and to foreign culture. The recasting of Western influence, at least for several decades, is an important part of the revolutionary process as well. And in all the major revolutions, and this goes back to the basic definition, new types of people were propelled into opportunities at political power. People from worker or peasant backgrounds did not necessarily run the whole show, but there was significant new political mobility, and with this a surge of new blood, new interests, new abilities to connect the revolutionary regime with ordinary people in ways that deserve attention as well. Revolutions, again, occurred in some places, not all. They have not yet occurred for the most part in countries that during the 20th century experienced an independent struggle. Seemingly, although independent struggles don't usually go as far in reform and change as revolutions do, they accomplish enough that at least for a while, the opportunities for outright revolution are bypassed. Revolutions also did not occur, although there were some hints once in a while in the aftermath of major war. Revolutions also did not occur in the successfully industrialized societies, where there was enough contentment and prosperity and/or enough military power on the part of the existing regime to beat the forces of revolution back, either directly or through cultural manipulation. But revolutions did have influence beyond their borders in two senses. Marxist movements obviously could compel significant attention even in societies where revolutions did not turn out to break out. They didn't have a lot of influence in the Middle East because of their anti-religious stance, but Marxist elements in India could be significant in certain regions. Marxist elements in Africa, including the African National Congress in South Africa, could provide significant inspiration. So revolutions could help engender other types of protest movements and could also help push regimes as a means of avoiding revolution into certain kinds of political and social change that might not otherwise have been undertaken. Literal revolutionary societies have their own quality. It's important to remember, for example, that China experienced a revolution in the 20th century, India did not. Both are interesting, both have significant reforms and changes to point to, but their actual trajectories are marked by the fact of revolution on the one hand, not revolution on the other. But the influence was considerable. 20th century revolutions also, of course, helped create a new conservative bloc among world powers, ultimately headed by the United States. The United States, if one can generalize, undoubtedly entered the 20th century with a sense of its own revolutionary heritage and a certain sense of sympathy for certain kinds of revolutionary strivings, particularly, of course, when they involved efforts against colonial regimes. But from the Mexican and certainly the Russian revolutions onward, Americans, at least Americans in power, increasingly found themselves concerned about the impact of revolution on American property rights, concerned about the impact of revolution on American values, concerned about the potential for the importation of revolutionary movements into the United States. The United States and some other powers, particularly in Western Europe, increasingly became conservative bastions in a century of revolution, and that was a not uninteresting division in the world as well. A key question, which is important to evoke, but frankly unanswerable, is whether the age of 20th century revolution is now over with the 20th century itself. There have been no major literal revolutionary outbreaks for at least 20 years. There have been significant movements, for example, the collapse of communism, in a few cases involving violence, but literal revolutions really don't seem to have been particularly active as opposed to successful reform efforts like the anti-apartheid struggle or the movements against communism. The increasing collapse of Marxism as an inspirational ideology, probably not to be revived, although who knows. The increasing disappearance of the peasantry as more and more of the world becomes urban. These changes might suggest that while revolution may well come back at some later stage, the current era of revolution is over. We don't know. We don't know. We're terrific as scholars at defining what's happening once a revolution is broken out. We can put it into categories. We can put it into the framework of 20th or contemporary era revolutions, but predicting them is really, really difficult, as the CIA, among other things, has discovered. So, question not answerable. What is important to remember for contemporary world history, even if the age of revolution is past, is that revolutions provided a really significant spur to change in a number of major countries and a number of majoring regions beyond the revolutions themselves. We may, as Americans, take some comfort in the possibility that revolutions themselves are over, but we also want to recognize what a powerful expression and powerful impulse revolutions were in the contemporary period, and how many really significant changes, particularly in social structure, in educational systems, how many significant changes they helped introduce.
Lecture 32, The United States in World History.
In this session, more than in most, I wish we could debate directly. The subject today is putting the United States in world history, and the main way to do this is to talk about certain kinds of issues that don't always have clear resolution, but that need to be discussed in order to figure out how to make this connection. We begin, frankly, with a practical statement. When world history began as a teaching subject in the United States 20 years ago or so, in terms of any significant incidents, most world historians didn't do much with the United States. Our reasoning was very simple. Students had a good bit of American history outside of world history. We had, heavens knows, plenty to do. So let's let them learn American history in U.S. courses. We'll do the rest of the world. Our situation is already more complicated than that of American history. Leave us alone. And for their part, and I think still it's fair to say in most instances, American historians were delighted not to have to do too much with the rest of the world. Most American history textbooks at the college level, even very good ones today, have at most 20 to 25% of their material in any way, shape, or form, talking about the United States as an actor in the world or as acted upon in the world. The notion of leaving the rest of the world pretty much alone was a deep-seated assumption, if not a practical necessity, in American history teaching as well. Well, pretty obviously, this sort of practical compromise was intellectually indefensible. And over the past 10, 15 years, world historians have increasingly realized that while they don't need to get involved in the internal details of American history, thank heavens we don't need to deal with the Jacksonian bank crisis, for example, any more than we get involved in the details of internal history of China or Western Europe or whatever. We can't leave the United States out. The United States becomes too important a player in world historical activities. World history involves a sufficient number of really interesting analytical issues where the United States also plays a role. You can't leave it out. So instead of we're going to leave it out, our discussion now revolves around how do we put it in so that it's manageable, so that it fits the things we do with other societies and does justice to the role of the United States, particularly, of course, in the contemporary period, though we'll spill back into the 19th century and even a bit into early modern issues as well. A key issue one has to confront at the outset, and it relates to the practical traditions of American education, where high school students, for example, conventionally do a world history course of some sort in their sophomore year, and then separate U.S. history in their junior year. Colleges usually divide between U.S. surveys and world or Western surveys. In addition to the practicality, we need to face one other issue that will color our discussion very strongly. Most U.S. history, and I trust it's obvious that I actually do quite a bit of U.S. history research, but I'm not a trained U.S. historian. Most U.S. history is posited, in its teaching role at least, on what is broadly called the exceptionalist approach. And the argument, although it's not always an argument, often it's just a set of assumptions. The assumptions run as follows. The United States was obviously initially heavily influenced by ideas and practices and people from Europe, although we would grant Native American and African influence as well. But over time, and I think certainly by the early 19th century, maybe a bit before, the experience of being in America, the mixing of peoples, the interaction with the frontier, perhaps God's will, whatever, created a separate set of American trajectories, an exception to European patterns, and some would add a superiority to European patterns as well. This American exceptionalism is a perfectly legitimate analytical stance if it is approached analytically. But too often it is merely asserted, merely assumed, and this is a further retardant to a sensible discussion of the United States in world history. There are three issues that I want to take up. The first one's prosaic but not unimportant, and it will help lead to the more elaborate two issues that I want to tackle particularly. The first issue is simply chronological. At what point in time does a world historian, who again has lots of other stuff to do and who leaves many societies out for simply practical reasons, at what point does a world historian need to include the United States in his or her coverage because the involvement of the U.S. in the world becomes so significant? Obviously, there's some justification for a little bit of attention to the United States in the colonial period. At this point, the United States was a slave recipient. Slave imports to what became the U.S. constituted only about a tenth of the total traffic across the Atlantic. Much more went to the Caribbean and Brazil, but a tenth is not insignificant. So U.S. participation in Atlantic slavery and the slave trade is an obvious topic. The colonies contributed a little bit to the world economy, particularly from the South. We've talked about this before in treating colonial America, particularly the South, in world economic terms. And the U.S. received not only slaves, but a certain amount of immigration from other parts of the world, particularly Europe. So there's a colonial connection. I don't think, frankly, it needs terribly elaborate attention, and some of it, again, can be subsumed into other concepts, such as the world economy and that sort of thing. The American Revolution probably warrants more attention. The Revolution, A, helps illustrate the range and trajectories of the larger phenomenon of Atlantic revolutions. The revolution undoubtedly inspired revolutionary activities in Western Europe. French revolutionaries made appeal to American example to some extent, and actual American institutions would influence European revolutionaries at key points, although they rarely adopted the American system outright. And as we've noted, there's no question that along with the Great French Revolution, the American Revolution had real inspiration to the Latin American Wars of Independence. So, for a moment at least, U.S. history, the history of the United States as it became the United States, has to be put into world history, along with a number of other examples. It doesn't necessarily need to be treated in national isolation. During the early 19th century, a crucial period in American history per se, the nation was pretty obviously heavily preoccupied with domestic developments, the westward expansion, which of course brought the nation in further contact with Canada and increasingly Mexico, but not the wider world, with defining American institutions and characteristics, with disputing over the issue of slavery, all really important developments, but not necessarily ones that require extensive treatment from a world history standpoint. Wouldn't hurt, but again, as a matter of practical time, there may be some limitations that can be accepted. But without much question, by the time one gets to the 1860s, or at least post-Civil War, you begin to have to treat the United States as a significant part of world history more generally, for several reasons. In the first place, by this point, the U.S. economy, although still very dependent on European capital and loans and European technological inspiration, the U.S. economy is growing enough that it has real influence on world trade patterns. Exports of industrial goods, establishment of American companies in other countries. By the 1870s, for example, two of the biggest companies in Russia were Singer Sewing Machine and Caterpillar Tractor. Export of American agricultural products, now that shipping permitted massive outpouring of grain across the Atlantic. These were influences of the United States on the world economy and from the world economy that really have to be considered as part of any sensible treatment of the later 19th century. The U.S. at this point is also becoming a weapons supplier to other parts of the world. An intriguing amount of weaponry was provided, for example, to the Japanese Civil War or civil strife in the later 1860s from Civil War remnants. The United States' involvement in the arms trade, in other words, begins at this point and becomes a reasonably consistent theme in world history right up to the present day and possibly beyond. The United States' role in larger world affairs, particularly as westward expansion begins to be completed, is an obvious point, familiar enough in U.S. history. The U.S. becomes a somewhat conflicted imperial power, taking important colonies in the 1890s and through the expansion toward Hawaii, but also criticizing colonial activity, sort of mixing an imperialist appetite with its anti-colonial revolutionary heritage, but a player nevertheless. The United States early in the 20th century enters the course of European diplomacy per se, playing intermediary between European combatants at key points, and of course with World War I enters the diplomatic military mainstream of the world quite directly. Brief pullback with isolationism, but frankly, while that needs to be treated, it's frankly a blip that doesn't need to be lingered upon from the standpoint of a clear recognition that from the essentially final third of the 19th century on to the present, the U.S. in world affairs is a prime topic both for the world at large and for the United States. Indeed, historians who are now beginning to really urge a, quote, internationalization of the U.S. survey history course really recommend frequently that the whole period from about 1900 to the present be organized in terms primarily of the mutual interaction between American interests and policies and activities in the wider world. A really interesting orientation that would cut through the survey course tendency to organize American history increasingly one decade or one presidency at a time, an approach automatically guaranteed to overshadow the woods with the trees. So, chronologically, you have to deal with U.S. history in world history. The invitation is an intriguing one, but you don't necessarily have to deal with all of it. There are some periods that can be treated much more briefly. The interaction is particularly reserved for the past 150 years. The second question is the one that I have most fun discussing with my college classes, and that's the question, okay, now that we've agreed that the U.S. needs to be put into world history, what's the analytical framework within which we do it? In our discussions, we have frequently used what's broadly called the civilizational approach, arguing that one way to help organize world history is to look to particular societies or civilizations that develop identifiable characteristics and identities that differ somewhat from other major societies or civilizations and constitute a unit that can be utilized in interaction with larger world forces in ways that make sense of comparative developments, that make sense in terms of the way larger world forces actually come to play upon individual cases and individual lives. All right, so the obvious question is the United States a separate civilization or not? And if not, the normal alternative, though I want to sketch briefly a second one, the normal alternative would be to see the U.S. as part of an expanded Western civilization zone. There are many prestigious universities that have American civilization courses and programs. Can Yale and the University of Pennsylvania be wrong? The United States may indeed be regarded as the newest of the great civilization traditions, newer even than Latin America, which I think would have to be conceded. Latin America got started earlier and was long more important in world affairs than was this upstart North American society. So a legitimate case can be made for the U.S. as a separate civilization. This is the thrust of the American exceptionalist argument, but now we need to subject it to real, if brief, comparative analysis rather than just assuming it, because there's an alternative case as well. Briefly, however, first, the United States certainly can be fit into a smaller number of societies that world historians call settler societies as they emerged in the 18th and 19th centuries. Settler societies, in this definition, are societies in which the majority of the population ultimately becomes of European extraction, but in which native peoples have to be dealt with and frequently substantially exterminated by one means or another. and in which other strands of immigration may play some role as well. Settler societies are also, of course, frontier societies, though there are frontier societies like Russia that don't involve the settler component to the same degree. The United States certainly might be viewed as the most important case of a slightly larger nexus of settler societies that would include Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And that's an approach that probably should be developed more fully in world history as a means of recognizing some distinctive features of the United States, but not distinctive features that take them out of the settler category altogether. But rather than linger on this category beyond mentioning it, the important thing, frankly, is to face head-on the question of U.S. exceptionalism versus subsuming into a larger Western civilization category. Again, most American history courses implicitly assume the exceptionalist stance, though they don't discuss it very clearly. The other case can be made as well. So I ask my students, and I ask you, though we can't discuss it directly, if you want to make the case for durable, not just brief, but durable American characteristics that really differ from those of Western Europe and possibly also in some cases Canada and New Zealand as well. Australia may be a little more like us. What's your best case? What's your best case? They have to be distinctive, they have to last over a considerable period of time, and we're off and running. Here's a list that I find provocative, among other things, because it lists some traits that we would probably regard as, quote, good, and some traits that we would probably somewhat regret. First of all, certainly in contradistinction to Western civilization until the 20th century, the United States never really had an aristocracy. It had some groups that were perhaps semi-aristocrat. Southern planters took on some aristocratic airs. Dutch settlers in parts of New York, more briefly, had aristocratic pretensions, at least from the standpoint of landed estate owners. But in terms of a durable legal class that made its mark on society and culture, we never had one. Western Europe clearly did. Nor, on the other end of the scale, did we ever really have a peasantry. We had a free farming tradition that differs markedly in terms of economic behavior and even some political impulses from what peasants are likely to do. So there are distinctive features of American social structure that could easily feed an argument for needing to treat the United States as its own entity or as part of the settler category rather than as part of Western civilization. The United States clearly had an experience of internal slavery and following slavery racial issues that did not affect Western civilization to the same degree. Of course, Western civilization had been involved in the slave trade and in setting up Atlantic slavery, and there had been more slaves in Europe than we sometimes recognize, but a large slave issue and a large problem of resolving slavery after emancipation simply does not describe the European experience, and it's fundamental to the experience of the United States. Many historians would argue that partially related to this and related to the greater ethnic diversity generally that would constitute the United States has frequently experienced levels of crime, and particularly levels of violent crime, much different from those of Western Europe, and also, possibly a reflection of the frontier tradition, a fascination with guns and a reluctance to discipline guns that's very different from the Western experience as well, particularly by the time you get to the later 19th, early 20th century. Religion is another intriguing point. The United States obviously managed to industrialize and modernize while remaining, ups and downs a little bit, but while remaining on the whole an intensely religious society as measured by the amount of religious practice, polls about religious beliefs, etc. The Western tradition certainly had religion at its base. We got a good bit of our religion from European origins, but by the 19th century and certainly in the 20th, many societies in Western Europe were becoming increasingly secular, and the contrast by the 20th century between minority religious interest and practice in Western Europe and massive outpourings of religious enthusiasms and religious evaluations in the American case is an intriguing and in some ways somewhat unexpected differential. The United States, and this began to become clear in the later 19th century as well, the United States was much more hostile to socialism than was Western Europe. Probably this flowed from a revulsion against doctrines brought from outside by individual European agitators. Certainly it flowed from a particularly vigorous capitalist self-defense in the United States that proved much more successful than that in Western Europe. It also owed something to the fact that American workers came from so many different countries and had so much difficulty for a time communicating with each other that a class tradition did not clearly develop to the same degree. Absence of socialism compared not only to the west of Europe but also to many other parts of the world. Absence of socialism is related also, by the time you get to the 20th century, to the fact that the United States never developed a significant welfare state by European standards. We moved a little bit in that direction from the New Deal onward, but the absence, to date at least, of anything like a government-organized medical care system is a really distinctive marker for the United States compared to the rest of the West and to industrial societies generally. There are other candidates. Used to hear, when I first evoked this question, used to hear sort of conventional murmurings about the United States as a nation of tinkerers, as a more inventive people than other parts of Western civilization. This, frankly, doesn't hold water. If you look at rates of American invention compared to European, or more recently those of some other parts of the world, they're not unimpressive, but they're not dominant either. I think that one's largely faded away. Interesting issues with regard to social mobility. American exceptionalist teachers, many high school teachers, devotedly teach the United States as an open society in which you could start low and rise high, and yet actually the data are much more complicated than that. In the 19th century, it was less likely to fall socially in the United States than in Western Europe, but no more likely to rise, because after all, both societies were industrializing, urbanizing, etc. And in the 20th century, no significant difference in mobility rates at all, either down or up. So the notion that the U.S. is a particularly open society is an interesting, frankly, largely myth. But we're not done. It is also interesting that Americans believe that they're open, whereas Europeans more characteristically believe that they're closed. So Americans are much more likely to exaggerate opportunities to rise from below. Europeans, interestingly, are more likely to minimize. They think it's harder to rise than it actually is. And this can have political consequences, may relate to socialism, etc. But it's a cultural difference, not an actual social differentiation. And one could go on. The obvious point is, when you actually start to analyze the facts of the situation, the exceptionalist argument has some real strength to it. It is legitimate. As long as you know what you're doing, as long as you compare directly, it is legitimate to talk about distinctive American features. But this needs to be balanced by a recognition also that the United States has continued to share a great deal with a larger Western zone. Obviously, all parties recognize that there was extensive European influence at the outset. We also need to realize that this influence has continued in the 19th and 20th centuries. Cultural, immigration, institutional, back and forth, even at the level of contemporary consumerism, is really significant and marks a connection that must not be forgotten. Even more impressive, and I'll sketch this only briefly, it's not as dramatic as the exceptionalist points, but it's really fundamental. Even more impressive are the instances where developments in the United States essentially parallel those of Western Europe, same basic direction, same time, same reasons, suggesting a shared civilizational dynamic. Examples from the early 19th century, the Industrial Revolution. The United States did copy Great Britain in its early industrialization, but the main point is American industrialization proceeds almost as part of the same process of expanding industrialization that affected France, Belgium, Germany, and elsewhere. It's part of the Western orbit. Similarly, same time period, the United States began to reduce its birth rate in what became known as part of the demographic transition. Same basic time, same basic reasons as many West European countries such as France and just a little bit later, Great Britain. Jump to the 20th century. The re-entry of married women into the labor force of the 1950s and 1960s. Essentially the same phenomenon, Same rates, same basic reasons, U.S. and Western Europe. The so-called sexual revolution of increased teenage sexual activity beginning around 1960 or perhaps a little bit before. Same patterns, U.S. and Western Europe. It's as though, again, because of mutual influence, shared origins, and ongoing participation in a similar kind of industrial and political society, you're talking about different versions of the same place. Obviously, there's no full resolution to this civilizational discussion. You can make a good case either way, and any party to one side has to recognize there's some merit on the other. The point is, as we try to put the U.S. in world history, we've got to recognize there's some serious issues about what kind of categorization to use, what kind of civilizational framework makes most sense. And one final point on this, very quickly, the relationships don't necessarily remain constant. In the decades right after World War II, the U.S. and Western Europe undoubtedly converged increasingly. The U.S. Developed increasing welfare activities. Europeans toned down socialism. Europeans got rid of aristocracy and peasantry. Europeans began to face increasing immigration. Lots of parallels that made it likely that it was going to become increasingly logical to recognize they're part of the same civilizational package. But then in recent decades, increasing separation again, partly as the U.S. remains a great superpower, heavily militarized, and Western Europe reduces its commitment there. New attitudes, differentiations arise concerning things like the death penalty, concerning things like appropriate stances toward teenage sexual behavior. The dynamic can oscillate, and that complicates and vivifies key analytical issues as well. Final question. Relating to the question, is U.S. separate civilization but different? As the U.S. becomes more important in world affairs, later 19th century onward, does it exert a special mark on the rest of the world? Or is it largely following the dynamic prepared by larger Western interactions already? Again, a debate is possible, and there are points on both sides. But think about it. If we're going to make a case, there's no question that the U.S. exercises increasing power. Its role in World War I is enhanced further in its role in World War II. Cold War, only superpower. The events and incidents in which the U.S. influence on the rest of the world expands is an undeniably important part of contemporary world history. But the underlying question is, as it did this, as it did become more significant, was it doing anything special? Here are some candidates. And again, I wish I could debate you directly, and certainly it's not a subject that's easy to resolve. Here are some candidates. Europeans frequently argued that as the United States became more important in world affairs, beginning particularly with Woodrow Wilson after World War I, the U.S. displayed a combination of inexperience and moralistic naivete that contrasted with the more sober, realistic approach that Europeans themselves took. In other words, they saw the U.S. as recurrently more idealistic, more starry-eyed, more risky, actually, more dangerous, because they didn't recognize the sober realities of world affairs. They constantly thought, for example, that American values could be easily translated to other parts of the world. So as the U.S. becomes more important, this unrealism/moralism becomes more important as well, differing from the world as it had previously operated under West European leadership more strictly. Some critics have urged, and I think this would particularly bear on World War II and after, that the United States displays an unusual penchant for high-tech approaches to military activities, delights in sophisticated weaponry, delights in long-distance bombardments in ways that go beyond what perhaps would be militarily desirable or necessary. Again, a controversial point may be worth undertaking. At some junctures, though I think the force of this one probably has faded by the 1980s, some analysts argued that as the United States became more important in world affairs, it became more interested than Western Europe was in promoting a destruction of colonialism and an encouragement to democracy. Maybe this would play, I think it's relevant for the 1950s and 60s, perhaps a little bit less so thereafter, an interesting element. And finally, and again, please, the list can be expanded. I'm only offering a few talking points. Finally, a real case for American influence in helping to shape world consumerism. The United States was not the origin of modern consumerist society. Western Europe was, as we've touched on previously. But the United States embraced consumerism increasingly in the 19th century. It had a huge national market, much larger than any individual European country, which helped develop the apparatus for the dissemination of consumerism. It did not have an aristocracy or some other traditional groups ready to criticize the shallowness of consumerism. There was a lot less opposition to consumerism in the U.S. than elsewhere. So by the 20th century, certainly, with the explosion of Hollywood, for example, as the world's movie capital, which had clearly been established by the second decade of the 20th century, the United States is prepared to play a cultural role, a popular cultural role in world affairs, different from that of the West more generally, and a distinctive, whether for good or for ill, a distinctive contribution to world affairs more generally. But again, finally, this approach needs to be balanced against a sense that as the United States became more potent in world affairs, it really picked up the neo-imperialist core mantle that Western Europe had already developed, as it tried to pick up the pieces of empire, for example, from the French in Vietnam, or pieces of British policy in the Middle East and Greece after World War II. The U.S., despite a different tradition in part, despite different rhetoric, was really behaving not as an outright imperialist, but as an imperialist legatee in ways that really are much more significant than any sort of special United States thrust. And the same certainly applies to core activities, where in its interest in obtaining access to cheap goods, in protecting the export opportunities of high-tech operations, along with basic foodstuffs, the United States behaves much as core societies have since the advent of the world economy. Again, a really tough, revealing debate in which historical traditions play against contemporary operations, in which the United States is separate as against the United States as part of a larger Western thrust, needs to be discussed very directly as we accomplish the essential goal, the unavoidable goal of taking seriously how we approach American history from a world history context.
Lecture 33, Contemporary Democracy.
Our discussion today focuses on political change in the contemporary period of world history, and more specifically on the various surges and sometimes setbacks of political democracy. Two preliminaries. I need first of all to offer a definition of democracy. Nothing particularly sophisticated here. I view democracy as that system that allows lots of people, at least majorities of people, opportunities to vote for political candidates and political parties. There may be some exclusions. The United States, for example, is regarded as a democracy, even though it excludes quite a number of people who've been convicted of felonies, a particular feature of the American system of criminal justice. Voting is part of democracy, obviously, but so are opportunities for reasonable freedom of expression, opportunities for different candidates and different parties to compete in elections and to have enough freedom of expression to elicit or solicit support for their candidacies. Second preliminary involves the obvious relationship between my sub-theme, the rise of democracy, or the rise, fall, rise of democracy, and particular facets of American foreign policy. At various points in the 20th and 21st centuries, the United States has been a vigorous sponsor of democracy in other parts of the world. It has tried this recently, obviously, as one particular expression. And therefore, the topic today relates to aspects of American foreign policy, but I also don't want to get bogged down in a detailed assessment of that policy or be associated one way or another with the virtues or drawbacks of this policy. So the relationship is clear. It's not my main focus. The most obvious, the most indisputable aspect of our topic today is the fact of political change. As I mentioned in introducing the contemporary period in world history a few sessions back, almost no part of the world by the early 21st century had the same system of government as it had had a century before. There were obvious exceptions, including the United States, but political change was a fact of life for a variety of otherwise different regions. And this means more particularly that the dominant political forms of the early 20th century, which were empires and monarchies, gave way in most instances to change. Empires, of course, fell most obviously because they could not sustain themselves against the rising tide of nationalism and demands for national independence. This was the fate, quite obviously, of the great European colonial empires, but we also want to remember that Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire fell victim to these forces as multinational empires early in the 20th century, and later on, elements at least of the Russian Empire would also be peeled away. So empire no longer seemed a viable approach by the second part of the contemporary period of world history as it is thus far played out. The fall of monarchy is perhaps less self-evident. Obviously, the tide of revolution, one of the important phenomena of the contemporary period, worked against monarchy. All the revolutionary movements wanted to replace monarchies with some form of republic. Monarchy fell victim also to a more general sense that somehow the form was associated with an older system, with outdated policies, that the form was not supple enough or expressive enough to fit modern circumstances. And monarchy, in some specific instances, also fell victim to its very definite association with aristocratic social systems, agricultural rather than urban systems of economic and political expression. So, with rare exceptions, monarchy also fell victim to a felt need for change. Of course, figurehead monarchies remained in some instances, and there were a few more active cases. There are vigorous monarchies in a few parts of the Middle East, in a few, although probably a smaller percentage of cases in sub-Saharan Africa, and in a couple of instances elsewhere. But in general, the dominant forms of the early 20th century, forms that had survived centuries of existence during the history of agricultural civilizations, these dominant forms fell by the wayside. Replacing them, if we look at the contemporary period of world history as a whole, replacing them were three or four major options, because the second point is that no absolutely uniform pattern of response emerged to the fact of political change. The old was out. How the new would be defined was a matter of contestation. One option, obviously, was democracy, and we're going to return to that momentarily. Democracy, as I've very crudely defined it already. But early on also, fascist totalitarian systems emerged. They are mainly a creature of the 1920s and 30s. They were extremely hard to dislodge. Only defeat in war really finally did the trick. But they were not sufficiently vigorous or popular enough to revive after their World War II defeat. But there's no question, in a number of parts of the world, fascist or at least semi-fascist alternatives seemed attractive, and some elements of this approach can be found even after World War II. Fascism appealed in societies where there were significant issues of national frustration, defeat in war, or appetites for more territory. Fascism emerged where there were pronounced, vigorous social divisions, with fascism serving as a popular cover for upper-class domination. But under new political labels, fascism obviously served as vehicles for new leadership ambitions, for new efforts to use modern methods of propaganda and intimidation to link peoples with this new principle of leadership. A second alternative, also usually called totalitarian, in that it involved governments that sought to control most aspects of the society under them and also to eliminate all vigorous forms of political opposition. Totalitarian options also obviously emerged in societies that were seized by communist revolutions or conquered by communist regimes. Communism was not the same as fascism, though some similarities can be found, but it did coincide with fascism in this emphasis on strong central government control, coupled with significant efforts to appeal to popular support and to insist on active popular loyalty. A fourth form, we have democracy, fascist totalitarianism, communist totalitarianism. A fourth form shades off a bit from totalitarianism. The boundary lines are not always totally clear, but this involves a somewhat updated version of authoritarianism, where leaders or single political parties or, in many cases, military combinations will seize control, eliminate most effective political opposition, not, however, necessarily construct quite such a powerful central government apparatus as fascism or communism involved. Authoritarianism surfaced, again, in countries where social divisions ran deep and it was difficult to gain agreement on any single political or social system without the imposition of authoritarian controls. They surfaced in some cases in societies that were eager to modernize, but mistrustful, or at least the leaders mistrustful, of other mechanisms for doing so, where a top-down approach seemed essential. Authoritarianism was obviously, and is still, a significant political response to change in the contemporary world history period. The world history's contemporary period began, as we've noted already, with World War I, and the aftermath of World War I initially, very briefly, seemed somewhat encouraging to possibilities for a spread of democracy to additional areas of the world beyond its then current home in Western society, both Europe and North America. The Mexican Revolution flirted with democratic systems and did install universal suffrage for the first time in Mexican history, but obviously fairly quickly the revolution turned to a reduction of political competition in favor of one-party rule. Democracy was established in Germany and Italy for the first time, although Germany had had approaches to it previously. Democracy was also established in most of the new regimes of East Central Europe, the regimes that had been carved out of the previous territory of the Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires. This initial democratic surge, obviously, went south fairly quickly. Most of the new regimes were incapable of sustaining democracy given the inexperience of their citizenry with democratic forms, given sharp social divisions, for example, in East Central Europe, sharp social divisions between landlords and peasants, such that landlords, as a means of trying to inhibit social unrest, supported authoritarian alternatives, basically to keep peasants down. And as is well known, the only durable democracy to emerge from this East Central European zone in the interwar period was that of Czechoslovakia. Every other system crashed, including the democratic experiments in the new nation of Yugoslavia. Democratic systems were also briefly installed in Japan, an important development of the early 1920s, but there too they quickly fell victim to more authoritarian leadership and particularly the demands of military authorities. The surge of democracy was interesting. It suggested already that the success of democracies in some parts of the West provided a model that seemed logical to many new regimes in other parts of the world. There were also hints of democracy even in Sun Yat-sen's China, though here too they fell victim to landlord usurpation and civil war and ultimately invasion. So a flurry of interest, but Obviously, also, the interwar period is dominated not really by the durable spread of democracy, but by its increasingly beleaguered stance, because the real winners from this first period of political change involved the rise of fascism in Italy and Central Europe, the rise of new authoritarian systems, some of them semi-fascist, in places like Brazil or Spain or East Central Europe, the rise of communism, of course, in Russia, the Soviet Union itself. Democracy even faltered in its home base of Western Europe, where the erosion of centrist parties, increasing social conflicts, increasing divisions over responses to the fascist and communist threats, paralyzed many democracies and caused it to become difficult for them to develop constructive responses to the major issues of the day. This was not a happy period for democracy, though, of course, it did survive and even demonstrated capacity for some regeneration in particular cases like the United States. The aftermath of the Second World War ushered in a more durable expansion of democracy beyond its previous concentration in North America and Western Europe, and I should also add Australia and New Zealand, clearly successful cases of democratic installation during the early 20th century. Particularly noteworthy, of course, was the establishment of democracy in Western Germany and in Italy, where Allied occupation encouraged a political change that, it has to be recognized, took surprisingly successful root given the experience of the interwar period. Obviously, the defeat of fascism removed one alternative, at least in these societies, and democracy began to flourish and has done so ever since in these cases. Democracy was also established in Japan under American leadership, and here too it took successful root. Japanese democracy has operated somewhat differently from Western democracies at key points. During much of the post-World War II period, Japan was dominated by a single liberal democratic party, and new leadership came more from struggles and competitions within the party than from inter-party competition, but there was such competition, and it had reasonable freedom of expression and political contest. Japan has to count as one of the new success stories also. And of course, soon after World War II, a huge gain for democracy came in the establishment of the democratic government in newly independent India. India, obviously, utilized its experience under the British, even though the British had not given them full democracy. India benefited from leadership emanating from Gandhi, Nehru, and others who were committed to democratic systems. Older Indian traditions, for example, the regional concentrations of Indian politics, which inhibited against the construction of too centralized a state. Earlier traditions also of government through advice councils and this sort of thing may also have encouraged Indian democracy. But the fact was that India stood out from 1947 onward as being the world's largest and ultimately one of the world's most successful democratic systems. In the main, however, the decades immediately after World War II were again not particularly friendly to democratic systems. Many of the new nations established in the wake of decolonization initially launched themselves as democracies. Again, the popularity, the respectability of this form and its pleasingness in Western eyes contributed strongly to this initial impulse. But equally obviously, democratic systems survived in very few of the new nations. India here stood out as a really interesting as well as a really significant exception. New nations issues, the lack of abundant experienced leadership, the lack of citizen experience with democracy itself, disputes over boundaries, disputes over social systems, internal social strife, all of these conditions, which were already familiar from new nations' experience in Latin America, all these conditions tended to yield fairly quick replacement of initial democratic experiments with usually authoritarian leadership, sometimes with vaguely fascist trappings. Latin America in post-war decades also tended to emphasize great variety and oscillation. But Latin America also tended to emphasize either new-style popular authoritarian systems like Peronism in Argentina, or military leadership equally bent on inhibiting political opposition and maintaining strong central authority. Democracy, again, did not seem to flourish, and the expansion of the communist world, not only through Russia's move into East Central Europe, but through revolution in China and then in Vietnam and communist seizure of North Korea, added new regions to the list of clearly non-democratic alternatives. Beginning in the 1970s, however, a new current can be discerned that seems to lead fairly directly to the present-day pattern of unusually extensive hold of democratic systems in the world at large. The 1970s saw first the establishment of democratic systems in the southern fringes of Europe, Spain, Portugal, and Greece, where monarchies and/or authoritarian systems had previously flourished. Spain, of course, did install a newly vigorous monarchy, but one that was committed to effective democratic rule. Later in the 1970s, the really historic shift of Latin America to democratic forms began, a shift that would extend from the late 70s into the 1990s and would see virtually every Latin American country except Cuba embrace democratic systems with a considerable degree of genuineness and some signs, at least, of real durability. So authoritarian regimes fell away. By the 1990s, Mexico's one-party system fell away to more widespread political competition and open political expression. This was a truly important surge. Following this first flush of new democracy in some parts of the world, the 1980s saw democracies installed in a number of places in East and Southeast Asia, usually on the heels of popular agitation. So democratic or more democratic systems developed in South Korea and Taiwan, and ultimately in the Philippines. Democratic systems also, obviously, and this was a third important regional extension, democratic systems also began to develop between the mid-1980s and the early 1990s in most parts of what had been the former Soviet Empire. Gorbachev's decision in 1985 to open Russia itself to new levels of political discussion and competition was not initially intended to install a multi-party democratic system, but it certainly began to lead in that direction. And then the dismantlement of the Soviet Empire led to a number of installations of democracies, either fairly peacefully or with only modest amounts of violence, in almost all of the string of former Soviet or Soviet-dominated territory in East Central Europe, in some other parts of the former Soviet Empire as well. The 1990s, continuing this surge, saw the expansion of democracy in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Most African countries remained one-party rule or authoritarian, but over 20 regimes during the 1990s did shift to democracy, and the movement seemed to continue into the 21st century. Crucial was the establishment of democracy in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, and, of course, the dismantling of apartheid and the establishment of a successful democratic political system in South Africa. Again, the sub-Saharan African map remains politically divided, but the trend was reasonably clear. And finally, early in the 21st century, additional democracies were established, usually through peaceful but well-organized protest in places like Ukraine, Georgia, Indonesia, and elsewhere. This was, as I said already, by the early 21st century, this was the most extensive incidents of democratic politics the world had ever seen up to that point. Causes are, at least in one sense, fairly easy to determine. The spread of democracy was certainly encouraged by the Western powers and to some degree also Japan and India. There was a clear desire to see democracy established in additional parts of the world, partly in the first instance because of Cold War competitions, partly because of a genuine ideological commitment to democracy as the fairest and preferred political form. The spread of democracy in Latin America in the late 1970s owed a good bit, actually, to the impulse of United States foreign policy under President Carter, who probably gets less credit than he should for at least one successful move that had deep implications for human rights defense and the spread of democratic systems, particularly in the Americas. So, Western sponsorship and encouragement, the larger popularity still of the Western political model. That is, the West seemed to be offering examples of successful societies. One badge of Westernness was by this point clearly well-established and well-functioning democratic political systems. And by the 1970s and 80s, the West was now sufficiently out of the game of defending imperialism and empire that different societies could emulate the West without having a sense necessarily that they were caving in to some sort of vestige of imperialist control. Democratic political systems spread also without question because it was widely believed that there was a direct association between democracy and economic prosperity. Many Latin American systems converted because of a belief that with democracy would come an additional commitment to freer enterprise, a dismantling of some former state interventions in the economy, and the association seemed reasonably clear. Gorbachev's opening of the Russian political system obviously was directly tied to his deep commitment to economic reform of a system that had become economically moribund. So the association of democracy with economic change was a key part of the picture. And certainly by the time one gets to the later 1980s, partly because of what was going on in the Soviet Union, the failure, or at least the considerable failure, of the Marxist political alternative meant that people interested in political change had probably a smaller set of options available to them, and in this sense also, democracy could seem particularly attractive. Two issues remain as we cap this aspect of the contemporary period of world history by noting the unusual spread of democratic systems. But two issues. One, there remain key parts of the world in which this democratic surge has not, at least to date, taken hold. China is a key case in point. The Chinese decision in 1978 to introduce market reforms was a sincere and significant change in policy, but it was accompanied by an equally clear assertion that the authoritarian aspect of communist political rule should not budge. So China, and in its wake a few other societies, notably Vietnam, attempted the really interesting effort to introduce rapid economic development, rapid economic change, while holding the political landscape still. And thus far, though it required a major put-down of democratic protest in China in 1989, thus far this experiment seems to work. The Middle East is another region in which democracy remains the exception rather than the rule, although there are a few additional stirrings in the early 21st century, partly under American encouragement. Israel, at least for Israeli citizens, is a democratic beacon. It's important to remember also that although there were ups and downs in this process, by the late 20th century, Turkey was fairly firmly established in the camp of democratic countries in which democracy and reasonably free political expression seem to have found durable base. But much of the Middle East remains anchored in one-party systems, in authoritarian rule, in monarchy, And while a certain amount of political discussion may be encouraged and there may be change in the offing, this is not a democratic bastion. And of course, there are still other parts of the world where exceptions need to be noted. What causes the exceptions, and how deeply rooted are they? The two biggest exceptions to the democratic surge, China and many parts of the Middle East, raise interesting issues concerning the interaction between older traditions and more recent developments. China, for example, is historically a Confucian or Neo-Confucian society in which political interests ran strong, but democratic impulses were quite feeble. Confucianism and democracy do not readily mix, although they can ultimately reach some accommodation. At the same time, of course, China is also a society that experienced successful revolution reasonably recently. As we've established previously, revolution does not, immediately at least, lead to democratic competitive political systems. So China entertains an interesting combination of probably undemocratic traditional impulses combined with recent events that inhibit democracy as well. Something of the same balance may operate in the Middle East. Experts debate inconclusively the extent to which Islamic traditions may or may not be compatible with democratic political rule. So there may be a traditional element here that needs to be considered, but more obvious in this case particularly are more recent inhibitors. The fall of the Ottoman Empire early in the 20th century led to a whole series of new regimes, essentially new nations, particularly in the Middle East proper, where social divisions, questions about legitimacy, in some cases religious divisions, clashes between secular leaders and religious majorities, all of these factors, which are 20th century factors really, all of these factors inhibit democracy, at least to date, as is the case in other new nations instances in other societies and other periods as well. The second key question about the late 20th, early 21st century spread of democracy, the democratic gains in answering the question, we've thrown out the old political system, what will the new one be like? The other main question obviously involves durability. By the early 21st century, questions were developing about Russia's commitment to a really open democracy as apparently authoritarian impulses, efforts to squelch political opposition, gained increasing ascendancy amid Russian leadership. And in a few Latin American instances, questions remained current as well about whether a society that had not previously sustained long periods of democratic rule really would be able to sustain it now. Questions also involved concerns about the association between democracy and expectations of economic prosperity. This was an attractive combination, but what if it didn't work? How many societies could maintain democracy, particularly when it was still fairly new, amid frustration at economic stagnation or even economic decline? There were obviously questions. Other issues, however, might encourage greater optimism for democracy, even in additional regions in the future. As the use of computers spread, for example, although some regimes like China managed to put some clamps on computer access and access to freely available internet programs, experts did begin to wonder, with computers, with increasing difficulties of preventing access to new ideas and new forms of political expression, would there be a technological underpinning that would see democracy spread still further? We don't know the answer to these questions. We know the questions exist, and they exist because of the undeniable change in global political climate in the final decades of the 20th and early decades of the 21st century. The rise of democracy has certainly generated a number of speculations about the world's future. Some experts have waxed enthusiastic about prospects for democratic systems expanding everywhere. Some have urged that once democracy is the common form everywhere, wars will diminish because democracies do not engage in war against each other. These flights of optimism probably were at the very least overblown, but it's important to factor them in to our assessment of recent trends and prospects for the near future. What is clear, again, is that political change has been a key feature of the contemporary period of world history, that it has yielded unprecedented recent interest in democratic political forms, but finally, and this against oversimple American assumptions about what democracy will bring, that it has also produced a variety not just of specific constitutional systems, but of political impulse. The early 21st century, for example, saw a wave of socialist victories in Latin American political elections. This didn't make these countries any the less democratic, but it meant that they were making democratic choices that differed from the preferences of United States leadership. The same thing may occur as democracy spreads to other parts of the world, particularly, for example, should it spread to the Middle East. The spread of democracy does not necessarily, in other words, erase the need to pay ongoing attention to global political complexity.
Lecture 34, Contemporary Cultural Change.
The contemporary period of world history has seen massive amounts of cultural change in most parts of the world. In this sense, the contemporary period might be compared to the post-classical period as a time in which large numbers of people rethought or were encouraged to rethink many aspects of their traditional beliefs. We can do the same thing for culture, at first at least, that we did for politics in our last discussion. If you look at the dominant cultural systems of most parts of the world around 1900, you would obviously emphasize the continued hold of the big world religions, plus Hinduism in India, plus Confucianism in many parts of East Asia. If one fast forwards a century later, the hold of the religions has been at least qualified, Confucianism has been profoundly challenged, the cultural map, quite simply, has become more complex. And again, this means that for whatever set of reasons, large numbers of people have rethought at least parts of what their parents or grandparents thought several decades earlier. But the story is, perhaps unfortunately, more complicated than the story we tried to tell for politics. In politics, we could argue that although there was no ultimate global agreement on a new political system, at least there was wide agreement that the old systems no longer worked. In culture, that turns out not to be the case. Perhaps until the 1970s, it looked like one or more of the new cultural systems would gain ascendancy and the old would really be pushed back. But revivals of religion, new religious dynamism makes it clear that we simply cannot call the new cultural scene, which means that although we deal with cultural change, we also deal with significant cultural contestation and competition among regions, but even more within regions and often even within individuals, points to which we'll return at the end of the discussion. There were several reasons to see the contemporary period in terms of cultural change. New migration patterns ultimately could encourage cultural change because migration now increasingly brought people from one cultural zone to a very different zone. And in that encounter, they might change or modify their earlier beliefs. And if they went home again, either permanently or on vacation, they would bring seeds of cultural change with them in turn. Massive urbanization, and it is really important to remember that underpinning the contemporary period in world history has been a massive movement of people from countryside to city. Massive urbanization tore people from familiar cultural as well as social contexts and could leave them open to new kinds of loyalties. Active missionary efforts, if that's not a misplaced term, saw people vigorously pushing one or more of the new beliefs. A subset of this obviously involves the great revolutions of the contemporary period. Each of the revolutions systematically attacked older cultural systems, religion or Confucianism, in favor of some new combination of commitments. Lots of people were encouraged, pushed, or even forced to rethink their older cultural underpinnings. There were three main new competitors for cultural allegiance. None of the three systems was actually entirely new. Origins go back at least to the 19th century, maybe even to the 18th. But it was in the contemporary period that these systems began to win larger mass followings and began, therefore, to contest more fully some of the older belief packages. The first entrant was nationalism. Nationalism, as we discussed earlier, could combine with older belief systems because nationalism always praised tradition to some extent. Nationalists might even embrace older religious values as part of the traditional lexicon. But nationalism tended to move people at least partially away from older religious formulations, and it might encourage them to move away more substantially. Indian nationalism, for example, in the personification of leaders like Gandhi, urged Indians possibly to retain their older commitments to Hinduism or Islam, but to modify these by new views about social caste and class, by new views about gender, by new views about politics. This was not a frontal attack on older beliefs, but it encouraged some real modification. African nationalism was even more committed to cultural change. African nationalists had to attack, either directly or indirectly, some of the older polytheistic religious loyalties because they seemed backward, because they introduced new kinds, important kinds of social and political divisions, for example, into tribal units. For a variety of reasons, African nationalists, in urging people to gain a new sense of loyalty to their nation and state, African nationalists really worked hard to undercut or modify traditional religious loyalties. Source one, then, of cultural change involved the spread of nationalism, particularly in Africa and Asia, and the extent to which nationalist beliefs could give people new loyalties alongside of, or in some cases instead of, their older ones. The most systematic competitor for cultural allegiance in the 20th century was, of course, Marxism. Marxism has been dubbed the equivalent of religion, the gospel according to St. Mark's, and it has many religious-like qualities, particularly in the hands of Marxist leaders in the 20th century. Thus, Marxism argues that religion is explicitly wrong, religion is an instrument of class oppression, and people should be encouraged to free themselves of it as preparation for the Marxist Revolution and then the glorious society that will come in the future. Marxism urged attention to scientific principles of history and to science itself. It urged a commitment to materialism and the material forces that, in Marx's view, drove the historical process. It urged commitment to principles of social equality, to new kinds of political formulations, and again, in the hands of actual Marxist leaders in the 20th century, it produced not only beliefs but also rituals deliberately designed to compete with older religious forms. So there were new holidays, new parades, new martyrs, new symbols that could really supplant religion in the eyes of many Marxist faithful, not only in the societies that went communist, but in societies, for example, in parts of Western Europe, where communist movements gained a strong hold. The third competitor for belief in the contemporary period in world history doesn't actually have as tidy a label, but it is probably ultimately the most important of the three. Some anthropologists have dubbed this third new cultural commitment liberal humanitarianism. I don't insist on the term, but we need some label for it, and I'll stick to that for the moment. Liberal humanitarianism, as it spread in many parts of the West, in Japan, and elsewhere, liberal humanitarianism, it seems to me, emphasized at least three principal kinds of identity or intellectual commitment. The first was to consumerism. Consumerism is a cultural system that urges that people gain part of their satisfaction and part of their personal and group identity from the process of consuming new kinds of goods that they don't, strictly speaking, need from the standpoint of material survival, but which bring them pleasure, and pleasure is an important component of this new consumerist package, including often sexual pleasure. So consumerism could give people a new set of goals, a new set of identities that could powerfully compete with older identities as well. But consumerism isn't the only part of this package, which is why I don't want to use that term alone. It's too narrow. Liberal humanitarianism also involved a substantial commitment to science as a means of explaining the world around us, as a means frequently, when transmuted into social science, of also explaining social systems, and as the potential solution for many kinds of social and individual ills. Liberal humanitarianism thus urged, pretty obviously, that when a person got sick, the basic authority whom one should consult was an authority credentialed by science rather than by religion, magic, or some other mechanism. The third pillar of the liberal humanitarian approach is a considerable degree of tolerance and cosmopolitanism, a sense that there are things to learn from other people. There are different specific ways of doing things that could be tolerated. Liberal humanitarians pride themselves on openness to and interest in foreign ways and foreign goods. That can be part of consumerism. So it's a package defined by increasingly enthusiastic consumerism, increasing commitment to science as explanation and solution, and a considerable degree of tolerance and cosmopolitanism. These three systems, nationalism, Marxism, and liberal humanitarianism, obviously are not identical. So the first point to note is that as each challenged traditional beliefs, they also frequently challenged each other. Communists, strictly speaking, Marxists, were not supposed to be nationalists. Marx and Marxist leaders firmly combated nationalism as another cultural component that could mislead and misdirect the working classes. Nationalists were frequently hostile to consumerism. Consumerism is a more individualistic form of expression, and nationalists often looked to a more collective expression. So it's important to note that although all three of these systems could compete with older religious and philosophical beliefs, they certainly didn't agree with each other. But 2 points. First, they could and did, in fact, frequently combine. Most Marxists in World War I, there were a few exceptions, most Marxists ended up, for a combination of tactical and cultural reasons, actually embracing a certain degree of nationalism. Many Marxists down the line would also find themselves interested in consumerism, and even sometimes a certain amount of tolerance. Combinations are a common part of a process of cultural change, and that certainly applies here. Combinations also apply, of course, to the ways these systems could interact with older cultural values. The fact that these systems gained ground and did win many people away from traditional cultural allegiances shouldn't blind us to the fact that many people picked and chose and combined elements of these new systems with older elements as well. Thus, many Japanese consumerists, liberal humanitarians, in a society that was culturally increasingly secular, would nevertheless continue to use some Buddhist rituals for particular purposes, for example, funerals. Italian Marxists were sometimes notorious, male Italian Marxists, for sending their wives and children to church and baptism just in case. They didn't believe in religion, but maybe they needed a little bit of a safety net. So again, a combination was possible. The three new belief systems also, finally, did share some points in common. They were, first of all secular. Again, they might combine with some continued interest in religion, but strictly speaking, they all judged society and individual in terms of activities in this world. The success of the national state, the success of the proletarian movement and the communist system, the success of the individual in gaining new access to consumer goods, in displaying toleration, etc. They were all secular. They also were, although nationalism once in a while could challenge this, they also were, broadly speaking, progressive. That is, they believed that society over time would, or at least could, become better if the national state gained ground, as the communist revolution took hold, as standards of living rose so that people had greater consumer satisfactions. They looked to a certain degree of social progress, if not as inevitable, at least as desirable and possible. And they obviously, in both of these capacities, tended to pull attention away from the idea that the goal of the individual was to look for greater satisfaction after this life, for progress from this life to the next, rather than for progress within this world. And finally, although again nationalism could challenge this in some instances, for example, Nazism as a case in point, these systems, for the most part, were attached to some commitment to science. Science is most obviously part of the liberal humanitarian package, a belief that scientific research is an important key to the future, etc. But it's important to remember that Marxists also established great faith for science. Marx himself prided his theories on their scientific qualities. And most nationalists in practice, if only because they wanted to see increasing national strength, urged attention to science, increased emphasis on science education, etc., as well. In these qualities, secular, this world progressive, and scientific, in these qualities also, these systems tended to challenge the old. So, if we could stop here, we'd have a picture not entirely dissimilar to the picture we drew for politics the time before. For various reasons, people in a variety of societies became open to new beliefs. New beliefs were available in 3 different packages, which obviously had some relationship to political change as well. And these packages all challenged the old systems that were the primary identifiers culturally of the world in 1900. But 2 problems, although they add up to a fundamental statement. To date, the new systems, although they have gained ground and significantly complicated the cultural map, have not dislodged the older beliefs nearly as clearly as the new political systems have dislodged their older counterparts. 2 problems. First of all, very simply, the picture we've drawn thus far does not entirely fit some key regions. Most notably, Sub-Saharan Africa has to be defined in the contemporary period of world history thus far as a scene of massive cultural change. There's been a little bit of interest in Marxism, although this has been more a leadership than a mass interest, and no durable Marxist societies have been established. Some real interest in popular nationalism, although here too more leadership interest than actual systematic mass conversions. Certainly some attraction to liberal humanitarianism as early as the 1920s, as novelists like Chinua Achebe have portrayed. Nigerian urbanites, for example, began to be converted to a new sense of the importance of improved living standards, new kinds of sexual expressions, etc., in such a way that they would defy older family and religious cultural traditions that, for example, urged people to give up their daily routines on occasion of the death of a close family member in order to go home and make sure that all the rituals and arrangements were taken care of. So the new belief systems, particularly consumerism, did gain ground, encouraged among other things by some exposure to new Western education systems. But the big cultural story in 20th century Sub-Saharan Africa has been the massive gains of Islam and Christianity among the Sub-Saharan African populace. In 1900, about 80% of African people would have identified themselves as polytheist. By the early 21st century, this percentage was down to 20%, with about 40% of the people Muslim, about 40% Christian, roughly evenly divided between Protestant and Catholic. So this is a big cultural story, a story of missionary activity on the part of Christians and Muslims alike, a story of individual African people and groups seeking new kinds of religious affiliations that would attach them for the first time to one of the great world religions. A really important, vibrant story of cultural change, but very different from the story that would emphasize the rise of Marxism, nationalism, and liberal humanitarianism. Latin America also provides a somewhat different story. Here too, of course, nationalism had some roots. Marxism would gain ground in certain cases, and without question, increasing interest in consumerism, science, and cosmopolitan outlook would spread particularly among middle-class urbanites. But much of the cultural story of Latin America in the past half-century has been the increasing interest, particularly in places like Brazil and Guatemala, in the increasing interest in Protestant fundamentalism, massive movement of evangelical missionary activity into parts of Latin America with huge successes to register, and also, again, in places like Brazil, the growing importance of new religious amalgams, which combined elements of Christianity with elements of Native American and African tradition, and sometimes some European scientific beliefs as well. Change in the religious scene, not changes away from the religious scene, marked this regional situation. A third regional case, although a more strictly recent one, obviously involves the cultural aftermath of the fall of Marxism in Eastern Europe and the effective reduction of Marxist cultural enthusiasm even in China. In the wake of the fall of Marxism, some people were once again open to new religious influences. There were revivals of Orthodox Christianity in Russia, interesting new penetrations here also of Protestant evangelical missionary activity, particularly stemming from the United States, although closely watched by and sometimes hampered by Russian authorities and Orthodox priests. The rise of the Falun Gong in China, a vaguely Buddhist-derived religious movement, extremely unpopular with the communist authorities, is another interesting specific religious story applying to a particular region. So, point one, the pattern that we started with, the challenge to traditional belief systems by new cultural allegiances, remains a valid one. It's part of the process of world history in the contemporary period. But we need separate regional stories as well that are sometimes quite different from, or at least provide significant modifications to, the basic narrative. The second issue, very familiar since the late 1970s, the second issue can have more global dimensions, although it also has regional components. The second issue involves the revival of religious enthusiasms and the rise of what some authorities call religious fundamentalism, not only in Islam, where the phenomenon has been most clearly noted, but also in Western, particularly United States Christianity, in Hinduism, and even in elements of Judaism and Buddhism as well. Religious fundamentalism, and it's a complicated, challenging, and doubtless oversimple term that some authorities don't like to use at all. Religious fundamentalism obviously urges, first of all, the transcendent importance of religious commitments and a religious cultural framework as against the new forces of nationalism, Marxism, or liberal humanitarianism. Religious fundamentalists don't like any of these three options, although they may obviously flirt with one or two of them to some degree. Religious fundamentalists also urge that there is an established traditional body of religious truth to which adherents of their religion should return, often involving stricter moral codes than seem to be predominant in contemporary society, rearrangements of gender relationships to insist on real or imagined traditional qualities. They insist then that there is and this is why the fundamentalist term is used, they insist that there is a core set of beliefs back in the original religion from which religious people themselves have strayed. So religious people need to return to their foundations, and religion needs to be re-emphasized as against its new cultural competitors. Religious fundamentalism, however, and this again applies to all the fundamentalisms, not just Islamic. Religious fundamentalism also, of course, typically involves innovation. Religious fundamentalists, among other things, are adept at using modern technology. They are skilled at uses of the internet and other technological devices to spread their message and win or reattach adherents. Many religions, under the spur of fundamentalism, also become more intolerant than they had been traditionally. Hindu fundamentalists, for example, are noticeably edgier, sometimes even outright aggressive, with regard to India's Muslim minority than Hindus often were in more traditional times. Islamic fundamentalists typically scorn the basically tolerant traditions of their religion when it comes to other faiths, when it certainly comes to one of the modern belief systems, and even sometimes increase the intolerance of minority or dissident groups within Islam itself. Christian fundamentalists, so Christianity traditionally is less marked as a tolerant religion, Christian fundamentalists are often also noteworthy for their intolerance of other cultural and political alternatives. Many fundamentalists, although this is not necessarily new in the religion, also insist increasingly on the importance of gaining state support for their religious goals and for their religious codes. So fundamentalism, the rise of fundamentalism, indicates, obviously, a definite and vigorous reaction to the new secular cultural alternatives. Involves also a reaction to the somewhat more latitudinarian, tolerant approaches within the religion itself, and suggests significant innovation, particularly when it comes to political policy and the uses of technology. Why has fundamentalism gained ground? A huge topic, I admit, but it seems to me some outlines are relevant. First of all, fundamentalism has gained ground in part in specific reaction to the cosmopolitan features of new cultural systems, particularly, of course, consumerism, but sometimes Marxism as well. It's a reassertion of real or imagined traditional identity as against outside influences that are seen as harmful as well as unfamiliar. Religious revivals also reflect the fact that many of the new cultural systems, perhaps all of them, fail to provide many people with real spiritual satisfaction. We've noted already, they're secular, they can be regarded as superficial, they do not probe the mysteries of life and death, they do not encourage attention to forces beyond the secular realm, to the nature of divinity, they do not encourage exploration of the afterlife for purely spiritual reasons. Many people may find existing cultural alternatives as established by modern missionaries, modern advocates, may find these systems just simply wanting. And obviously, particularly, though it's important not to be oversimplistic here, religious fundamentalism has frequently appealed to social groups, particularly urbanites, particularly poorer urbanites, who find themselves left out of the benefits, real or imagined, of the modern world. People who are having trouble getting jobs, people who are having trouble identifying any improvements in their standard of living. It's difficult, after all, particularly to sustain a commitment to consumerism if your real consumerist opportunities are in fact extremely restricted. So for a variety of reasons, particularly for certain groups, I think also for certain regions, religious alternatives seem to be increasingly important toward the end of the 20th, early 21st century because of failures and unevenness in the new belief systems themselves. And finally, of course, the cultural collapse of Marxism, the fact that one of the belief systems is no longer vigorous enough to be particularly attractive, can factor into this religious revival as well. The results are twofold. First, obviously, a certain degree of regional division. A few regions, although perhaps touched a little bit by religious revivals, a few regions seem largely content to be pretty secular. Japan has not significantly revisited its conversion to a combination of nationalism, but above all, consumerism and commitment to science. Western Europe remains largely a non-religious society. So a few regions really seem to have been part of a process of cultural change that has at least temporarily reached a fairly uniform conclusion. Of course, there are religious minorities. Of course, there are vestiges of religious belief, but this is no longer the dominant framework. Most parts of the world, however, need to be seen in terms of significant internal divisions, of conflict among groups within the region. Of course, there are regions in which religion looms larger than average. The United States is an unusually religious society. Much of the Middle East is unusually religious. And interestingly, although people worry about the conflict between the United States and the Middle East, this is actually a quality they share and could be the basis for some constructive dialogue. The key point, however, is not to see most of the regions of the world in totally straightforward terms. That is, they've either converted to one of the new belief packages, or they're simply religious. The conflict between secular loyalties and leadership and religious enthusiasms in the Middle East, in the United States, in Latin America, to some degree in Africa, although religion may be more purely dominant here, although not a single religion. These conflicts are actually, it seems to me, the key point, which leads then to the two final points. First of all, we can talk and have talked about the importance of cultural change, about the importance of cultural challenge as helping to shape the contemporary period of world history, but we sure don't know the end of the story. Is the revival of religion merely a last gasp, as secular loyalties will ultimately end up predominating? Or is it, as some people would argue, not necessarily themselves particularly religious? Is it the wave of the future? And it will be consumerism, Marxism, nationalism that will end up being scrap heaps in the refuse bin of history. We just don't know the end of the story. And the second conclusion, obviously, involves insisting on the real complexity that cultural divisions within regions, as well as among them, add to the story of global politics. We talked last time about the potential for the spread of democracy in additional regions such as the Middle East. Well, obviously, one of the question marks about democracy in the Middle East involves the questions about cultural division. Middle Eastern democracy might produce new majorities for the Islamic faith and for Islamic fundamentalism. The extent to which this cultural option is seen as operating in tension with frequently desired political goals adds obviously a huge complexity to policy determinations as well as calculations for world history to come.
Lecture 35, Gender in Contemporary World History.
Changes in gender relations and debates and questions about gender relations constitute one of the really important themes in the contemporary period of world history. They also allow us to measure this period against previous developments, and as we will discuss particularly at the end of this session, they raise some really interesting analytical issues for any contemporary person to think about. So it's not in the interest of political correctness, making sure that we pay due attention to women, but because these issues are really an important aspect of contemporary world history and touch so many other aspects of contemporary world history that we introduce this segment at this point. Again, first a backdrop, because we haven't specifically dealt with gender issues for a while. Early in our discussions, we established that patriarchal gender relations became characteristic of agricultural economies, and we talked about the reason for this. We talked about the extent to which all the great classical civilizations enshrined patriarchal relationships in codes of law and codes of conduct, although each society had its own particular take on exactly how to interpret patriarchy. We noted for the post-classical period that two, frankly, contradictory trends began to emerge that constituted the next reshaping of gender relationships. In the first instance, the spread of world religions established the new importance of spiritual equality between men and women and began to attack certain traditional practices like female infanticide. But at the same time, sometimes partly perhaps because religions allowed women new cultural outlets, at the same time, some key practical trends set in that could worsen women's conditions, the most notorious being the beginning of the practice of foot binding in parts of China, particularly initially among the urban upper classes. The early modern period and even the long 19th century did not introduce systematic global changes in gender relations. There were important specific social and regional stories. The spread of Western colonialism often brought Western standards to hunting and gathering or agricultural peoples, and Westerners, sometimes with the best of intentions, began to insist on domestic roles for women, public roles for men, for example, as against Native American practices that would lead to de facto deterioration of women's conditions. The spread of world economic relationships, for example, the development of transatlantic slavery, had clear implications for gender relations, including in Africa, where more men were taken than women. The Industrial Revolution, for those societies directly involved, had gender implications as well. But nothing before 1914 or so, it's not a magic date for gender, but nevertheless, nothing systematically challenged the basic patriarchal frameworks that had been established in agricultural economies and often deepened in the post-classical period. The contemporary period of world history ushers in some developments that, it seems to me, clearly erode traditional patriarchy, even though they don't necessarily establish real equality yet. And broadly speaking, I think that the contemporary period of world history will be regarded as one in which many traditional gender assumptions were rethought, many traditional relationships reconstituted, a significant period of gender change then, and a period in which gender change played a significant role in political, cultural, and economic discussions as well. There were a number of factors pushing for change. Most of the great revolutions of the 20th century, in interesting contrast to the Atlantic revolutions, that usually didn't have a lot of gender impact in any real sense. Most of the 20th century revolutions heralded their implications for gender relations, conservative implications in the case of the Iranian Revolution, but at least in principle liberating consequences in the Marxist revolutions and in Mexico. Women found in the revolutionary regimes, again with the exception of Iran, women found new opportunities for certain kinds of public roles. They found themselves newly praised in art. Principles of legal equality were established. Actual domestic situations might not change as much as the rhetoric suggested. Women might continue to be expected to perform largely domestic functions or to combine these with demanding work roles. So Marxism particularly didn't in fact usher in heaven on earth for women, but the rhetorical change and to some extent the changes in real opportunities were significant nevertheless. Nationalist movements frequently used women actively. These were ways in which the population could be further mobilized. These were people who could help stimulate and exemplify resistance to colonial oppression. It often occurred that once the nationalist movement succeeded, women were shunted aside. This was a characteristic pattern, for example, in Africa. But even that process, by creating frustration and galvanizing women to voice their concern that what had been promised was not being delivered, even that process could help accelerate change. Larger developments also enter in. Obviously, world economic relationships could have an impact on gender, and we'll touch on this more clearly a bit later on. Changes in production processes could provide new opportunities for women, for example, in certain kinds of factories, but they could also produce new competition for women's work. There was no single set of impacts here, but the framework obviously needs to be attended to. It's also true, obviously, that larger processes, such as urbanization, such as the reduction of infant mortality, larger processes would also have an impact on women in many instances. One of the reasons that women in most societies, by at least the later 20th century, earlier in some cases, began to have fewer children than was traditionally the case, involves simply the working out of an understanding of what urban conditions and modern public health conditions implied for traditional levels of birth rates. Equally important, and increasingly important from the 1950s onward, were the operations of international agencies, both governmental and non-governmental. By the late 19th century, in fact, a number of international feminist movements had formed. They were, in fact, almost entirely Western, but they claimed international audience, and they worked hard to gather at least a few representatives from places like China, Iran, etc. These movements pressed a women's rights agenda on governments around the world and on other international agencies that would press for greater legal equality, in some cases for rights of political expression, etc. By the 1920s and 30s, women's agencies became fairly adept at pressuring the League of Nations to issue statements, at least, urging gender equality. Not a lot happened, but the fact that an international agency, a representative of the international community, could be pushed to this kind of declaration in principle was itself revealing. The United Nations would turn out to be even more sympathetic than the League to women's rights statements in principle. United Nations Charter statements of rights conventionally included gender issues, and while these might ring hollow, they nevertheless provided a framework of legitimacy for pressure in individual societies toward changing gender laws and gender relationships more widely. Then in 1965, the United Nations began a pattern of sponsoring Years of the Woman every decade, or even a Decade of the Woman. And these measures, punctuated by large international conferences such as the one held in Mexico City in 1965 or the one held in Beijing in 1995. These conferences would spawn attendance by women's groups and women's representatives literally from all over the world. And in their wake, not only would the conferences themselves issue ringing pronouncements about the importance of equality, about the importance of equal pay, etc., pronouncements in themselves interesting, but the conferences would spawn local NGOs, local non-government organizations that would work on women's rights issues, that would report on these issues to larger groups like Amnesty International. By the 1970s and 80s, a real international network was being established whereby wrongs against women could be fairly readily publicized and international redress sought. A variety of factors pushed for change. During the 20th and early 21st centuries, there were certain clear directions to change as well, largely in line with at least a watered-down version of these formal agendas. In the first place, beginning a little before the World War in Scandinavia and after the World War in various other societies, the notion of allowing women the right to vote, sometimes first in local elections, then nationally, gained growing currency. After World War I, voting rights for women were established in the United States, in the Soviet Union, in Germany, in Turkey, interestingly, and often gradually then in other European countries, though full European conversion to women's suffrage was not completed until after World War II, indeed well after, in the interesting single case of Switzerland. Women, normally, where voting was permitted at all, by the second half of the 20th century, women normally voted. Other legal rights really were attached to this basic conversion in the suffrage systems, legal rights that established increasing parity with regard to access to divorce, legal rights establishing clearer title to property as against male or familial control. These activities were important areas of gains for the women's rights agenda. Third area, along with voting rights and legal rights, involved education. Without any question, although in some regions like Africa and the Middle East, women's education at the primary level continued to lag behind that of men, women gained ground on men during the 20th and to date the 21st centuries. They gained ground partly because they started from a lower base. So the increase in literacy rates for women was more rapid than that for men because women had more ground to make up. By the early 21st century, in an impressive variety of societies, women actually began to gain majority ascendancy even in the ranks of students in higher education. In Iran, in the United Arab Emirates, in the United States, in various other places by the early 21st century, women constituted about 55% or more of the university population. A really tremendous change and probably a promise also for further change in the future, because as women's educational parity gained ground with that of men, it surely would lead subsequently to other demands for greater job opportunities, greater political voice, etc. Voting rights and legal rights and educational change also propelled increasing female representation directly in elected legislatures. Obviously, there were interesting regional variations here. Intriguingly, despite its vociferous feminist movement, the United States actually lagged in this area, not only not generating until sometime in the 21st century an actual female president, but lagging also in the percentage of women elected to Congress and even to state legislatures. But women did gain in the United States. They gained political leadership roles in various parts of Europe periodically. In South Asia, while not in leadership roles in China, they certainly held important ministerial positions. The same applied to Russia, perhaps with a slight lag. Political gains then went beyond constitutional and legal rights. Women also gained, although this is a more contested terrain as to its significance, women also gained in consumerism. While men frequently accused women of being voracious consumers as a means of gender criticism, the fact was that both men and women participated in consumerism and both found meaning in it. I'm not arguing here that women necessarily found more meaning than men did, but because this was an area in which they had some clear opportunities for self-expression in buying things, in identifying goods that were desirable, etc. Consumerism also can be seen as a terrain in which they gained a new measure of equality, or at least a new kind of outlet for expression. And as a subset of consumerism, the rise of women in sports, particularly international sports and some key sports in the later 20th century, was an interesting development as well. These various changes, to one degree or another, applied literally to almost every region of the world. Different degrees, of course, different specific chronologies. But they add up, I would suggest, to what I think we have to admit is probably the end of literal patriarchal systems. That is, patriarchal systems, while they may be compatible with informal voice for women, with individual women achieving great things, patriarchal systems are not compatible with systematic legal equality or with equality of voting rights. Now, we don't have to use this statement to argue that therefore everything's just fine. Feminists still enjoy using the term patriarchy as a means of slamming ongoing inequalities, and more power to them. But I believe from an historical standpoint, we have to see developments in the 20th century as suggesting the beginning of the end of the kind of patriarchal systems that had predominated through the long agricultural period of world history. Of course, not all the systems really worked the way they were supposed to on paper. In rural India, for example, women have the right to vote, but fathers or husbands move in behind them and make sure they vote the way they're supposed to. But India itself has tried to take corrective measures here by insisting that a certain percentage of elected village council members, for example, be women. The change really is fairly general, and it's inconsistent, it seems to me, with literal patriarchy. But, here, as in so many aspects of our contemporary world history story, we can point to patterns of change, we can point to new issues and new causes, but we don't know the end of the story. There are at least 4 or 5 intriguing complexities. The first, obviously, is regional unevenness. Some regions have more smoothly adopted gender change than others. There's no secret here. Regions that have experienced revolution, like China, see far less debate about new roles for women once the revolution is completed than do regions where change has been more incremental, like rural India or obviously the Middle East. Prior cultures undoubtedly help explain why some regions have moved more quickly or systematically than others. No question about differences in regional speed and degrees of regional resistance. The speed question applies particularly to one of the other really significant areas of change in gender relations in the contemporary period that I think is pointing in a clear direction, but where we have to be a little hesitant at this juncture, and that is the change in the birth rate. By the end of the 20th century, every major region in the world was participating in a slowing of the birth rate. But some regions had achieved what we call the demographic transition, in which the average family, the average woman, has a quite small number of children, almost all of whom will live, and some regions had yet to reach that level. Western Europe, the United States, had demographic transitions effectively by the end of the 19th, early 20th centuries. Japan and the Soviet Union had their demographic transitions either between the world wars or right after World War II. Latin America, where the population is still growing rapidly, but the actual birth rate has slowed markedly, had its fundamental demographic transition in the 1970s. Sub-Saharan Africa, however, and some Islamic regions have yet to have a full demographic transition, even though the birth rate has begun to drop. Now, the dilemma here is obvious. I think there's probably a common trend. I think, without knowing for sure, that succeeding decades will demonstrate that this is another area where women's conditions are changing in similar directions. But it's really premature to say this, and the unevenness is marked. Where the demographic transition has occurred or is occurring, women's lives obviously changed markedly, not only because of new laws and new political rights and new educational opportunities or even new consumerism. They changed because far less of life is consumed by the act of conceiving, bearing, and rearing children. And we believe we can say from Western or Japanese or Russian experience, or currently Chinese, that this tendency to reduce the birth rate will inevitably have further implications for women's lives and their relationships with men down the line. But the picture is a little murky. Second issue. There is unquestionably an economic complication to generalizations about gender relations in the contemporary period of world history. There are, of course, several key patterns in which, along with new rights, new education, etc., come new opportunities for or new demands on women to participate in the labor force outside the home. Communist societies, building on earlier tradition, usually insisted on substantial levels of women's work all along the line. They might work in jobs that were paid less than those of men. They might be slanted toward certain occupations rather than the full range, but work opportunities and some praise for work opportunities were part of the picture early on. Western Europe, the United States, and slightly more slowly, but now clearly Japan, obviously have a different pattern in the 20th century. Women's work commitments gained ground systematically aside from brief episodes in the world wars. Women's work commitments gained systematically only from the later 1950s onward. This was the point in the U.S. and Western Europe where married women began to re-enter the labor force, where up to 44% of the labor force would become female, where it became expected that women would have career or work roles, and pure housewifery became the exception to the rule. Japan again entered this picture a little later. It's less far along, but it seems to be moving in a similar direction. This is another interesting pattern. But there are also cases in which world economic conditions seem to discourage women's work participation, at least in some of the newer and more promising areas of the economy. While globally located factories, in Mexico, for example, may allow new opportunities for women, experience of women in Africa economically through much of the 20th century and into the 21st has been considerably less encouraging. In Africa, as colonial peripheral type jobs expanded, men tended to seize them, going to the mines or to the cities, leaving many women back home so that women de facto became increasingly responsible for agriculture, increasingly also without male supervision. That was an interesting change in itself, but involved in the sector of the economy that was least prosperous, least changing. Whereas the newer opportunities, not always necessarily pleasant in terms of working conditions, but the newer opportunities and the higher earning opportunities tended to be reserved for men. The African pattern, at least to date, is a serious complication to any easy generalizations that, along with political gains, educational gains, etc., necessarily come economic opportunities that increasingly match or at least approach the levels available to men. The economic picture is more complicated. Some similar developments occurred with the fall of communism in much of Eastern Europe. With the collapse of Marxism, despite its incomplete commitment to women's gains, with the fall of Marxism, with the fall of political support for gender equality, with increasing economic turmoil, at least in the immediate aftermath of the fall of the communist system, many women found their economic positions eroding, jobs became harder to get, participation in the sex trades, both in their own countries and in export to other places. Participation in the sex trade increased as an evidence of economic dislocation. It would be nice to think that in the long run, economic opportunities will keep pace with political and legal changes, but the fact is we don't know this yet. Third complication, pushback. Without question, sometimes in trivial ways, sometimes in very profound ways, men, individual men, sometimes groups of men in many societies have found ways to retaliate against women for the gains they see around them or the gains that they think are threatening. It's not easy to claim that violence against women has increased in contemporary world history, but in fact it's fairly likely. That is, men in family situations or other situations using direct attacks on women as a way to express their own frustration, as a way to try to keep women down, as a response to some of the pressures that really were urging significant revisions of traditional gender relationships. It is at least possible, and I think many international agencies would argue quite likely, that rape and violence against women has increased as an instrument of war, particularly in the second half of the 20th century and early 21st. It's a complicated situation because obviously we don't have clear records before these bloody conflicts. And it's also very clear and important that international standards have changed so that rape is regarded increasingly in human rights activist eyes as a very, very serious crime, whereas previously it was regarded as more trivial. So this is a complex issue, but probably more civil strife, more conflict involves attacks on women than was previously the case. Certainly the rates are horrendous. Family violence may have increased in certain instances as well. There has been a troubling incidence in the last few decades of dowry murders in India and Pakistan. These are not at all typical. This is rare, but troubling, where men dissatisfied with the level of dowry they receive in marriage, attack and murder their wives, seeking apparently opportunities for another dowry round or simply expressing rage. Other gender separators crop up as well. I don't mean that this is terribly important, but I think it's intriguing that it was in the early 20th century in the United States that clear color demarcations began to be introduced to make it obvious who the girl was and who the boy was. The pink for girls, blue for boys is a surprisingly recent innovation of the 1920s. In other words, in superficial ways, I don't mean that that's terribly important in the larger scheme of things. In superficial ways and in more serious ways, men may push back. Sometimes this pushback also takes legal form. In the later 20th century, as one African country after another subscribed to United Nations Charter principles and established women's property rights, actual African courts, arguing on the basis of African tradition, held that women did not have such rights, that men and families controlled property, women did not. Pushback is an important qualification, if an unsurprising aspect, to the general pattern of gender change. And the final complication is, I don't mean it's the most important, but it is really interesting. And it's cropped up really, I think, particularly clearly in the last couple of decades. The final complication involves, I suppose, a world history version of what do women want. Here's the issue. Western feminists, and through them, and some other advocates from places like Japan or Egypt or elsewhere, feminists have usually, until recently, as they pressed human rights organizations and international tribunals, have usually agreed on a human rights agenda, an individual rights and equality agenda for women. But as more and more regions can step back a little bit from colonial and Western influence and assess the situation, it turns out, perhaps not surprisingly, that some very articulate women argue that the Western version of feminism is not, in fact, what they want. Let me give 3 illustrations. Some Indian women, writing in Indian women's magazines, have argued, for example, very explicitly that while feminist goals in some areas are quite suitable for what Indian women should strive for, they do not want to see India fall victim to Western marriage patterns. The argument here is that arranged marriages are better for women. They're more likely to produce stable marriages. They put less pressure on women to beautify themselves as a means of attracting men, to force themselves into cosmetic and other distortions. This is not perhaps one of the deepest concerns about gender standards around the world, but it really is an interesting one. There are aspects of the Western feminist women's package that some women in India and probably elsewhere simply don't want. Second example, really interesting. The extent to which, and it's not brand new, but I think it's received increasing articulation in the last couple of decades, the extent to which many Middle Eastern women, while not subscribing to traditional patriarchy, argue that they can find in Islam and in regional traditions satisfactory expression for their needs. They may wish Islam to revise itself a little bit, but they don't want a strictly Western version of women's rights. And they will sometimes argue, as do many individual women in places like Egypt at various points in the 20th and 21st century, they may argue that women's rights are in fact best exemplified through adoption or retention of traditional costumes. Veiling may be seen by some women as an important expression of their ability to make individual choices and an important gesture of defiance against undue international influence as well. Finally, some African feminists, very articulate African intellectuals from places like Nigeria, have argued that the Western international women's rights package is too frequently individualistic, that Africa has separate traditions of collective and family protection for women that need to be revised. Again, this is not a statement, let's just go back to unadulterated tradition, but which pose alternatives to Western and current international standards as well. So the fourth complication is, as women do gain new opportunities for expression, new levels of education, they may continue to differ regionally in terms of the goals they seek. So the key points are these. Questions have been widely opened up. Some of them shared pretty much around the world, some of them specific to particular regions. Resistances have been roused. Patterns of change have been very uneven if you look from the political to the economic category, for example. But the questions are there. And these questions are, it seems to me, an important new part and a rather fundamental part of what we can see as shaping the contemporary period of world history.
Lecture 36, Globalization and World History.
The most exciting social science concept to hit the streets in the 1990s was the concept of globalization, focusing obviously on an intensification of contacts among various societies in the world to the extent that basic frameworks of life were set by these contacts. The theory was a social science theory initially, but a batch of historians calling themselves the New Global Historians have joined in, arguing that globalization is one of the most fundamental changes in human history that the species has yet experienced. Discussions of globalization are an inescapable part of dealing with the 20th and 21st centuries as a new period in world history, but there's really more involved. Today we'll be talking about globalization in historical context, but in broad historical context, because globalization provides an opportunity to look at the broad sweep of world history, not obviously in great detail, but in terms of key moments and key issues as a means of setting globalization in appropriate historical context. Globalization is most often discussed, of course, in terms of is it good, is it bad, how fast is it proceeding, what are the objections to it, and history will help with these issues for sure. But the primary first question for globalization is a focus on the extent of change involved. And where change is concerned, history is the inescapable disciplinary tool for assessment. We'll begin with a brief further definition of globalization itself, but then turn to the connection to world history reaching well back into materials we've covered previously in our discussions. Globalization, obviously, first and foremost, depends on a sense of rapid technological change, particularly in areas of communication and transportation. And as we've already noted, new connective technologies form a basic part of defining the 20th century as ushering in a new period in world history. Technologies such as the airplane, radio contacts, satellite television, the internet, born effectively in 1990. The list is long, and it parades at various points through the 20th and into the 21st centuries. Globalization also, however, involves a sense of range of activity. Globalization, for example, by the 21st century was touching the lives of children. In 2004, for example, the United Arab Emirates banned the use of boy jockeys in camel races, because as they approached globalization, they realized that world opinion would disapprove of this use of children in ways that would be disadvantageous to the Emirates generally. A year later, in 2005, the United States Supreme Court ruled that children could not be put to death for crimes, making the United States one of the last societies to agree on this issue. But when the Supreme Court did this, it specifically cited the importance of world opinion in setting standards to which the nation must adhere. Globalization can also be discussed, finally, not only in terms of technology and range, but in terms of optimism for the future. And frankly, here some silly things get said, such as, for example, the notion that two societies that have McDonald's will never go to war with each other. The notion being that once you get this far along in consumer interest, you'll turn away from war in the interest of further consumer pleasures. That would be nice to believe. I frankly am somewhat dubious. But the very fact that this kind of theory can be put forward calls attention to the extent to which globalization is seen as a new force. But before we conclude too briskly about globalization as a new force, we need to turn back to world history. And we begin, frankly, as we began the course itself, by noting that one of the key themes in world history throughout, from early to now, involves a recurrent tension between human interest in forming local and regional societies that have clearly established institutions and identities that provide a comforting, predictable framework for human existence, on the one hand, and on the other, the clear advantages or inescapability of contacts with other societies. These tensions began to emerge early, they've been progressively redefined, and in one key way, globalization is simply the latest iteration of a redefinition of these tensions. Early in the human experience, to go back briefly to the days of agriculture and early civilizations, early in the human experience, two aspects of what we still regard as globalization were already emerging. One, for example, was migration. People began migrating early, first to lands that had not been populated, but then subsequently, by the time of agriculture and civilization, to lands that had at least some other peoples in them. Migration is still a key feature of globalization. Of course, migration now can proceed over longer distances more quickly. It involves the possibility of going but also coming back in ways that can affect both the sending and receiving societies. So migration has changed with globalization, but it remains a force that we have to recognize launched early in the world historical experience. The spread of disease, another key aspect of globalization, also has early roots, as we have seen. Now here too there's change. Globalization allows disease to spread more rapidly. Globalization also begins to generate some institutions like the World Health Organization that we hope can have some role in stemming the impact of disease through global contacts. But the basic force is not new. In the early stages of the human experience, while contacts through migration, through the spread of disease, were crucial, for example, in spreading knowledge of agriculture, in these early stages of the human experience, contacts obviously formed a vital but subordinate theme in a situation where the key attention of leaders and ordinary people alike was being devoted to the formation of local and regional societies, clusters of institutions, clusters of cultural identities. When we dealt with the classical period, for example, we talked about a key system of contacts that connected the various classical societies from China in the east to Rome in the west, along routes such as the Great Silk Roads. But we also noted that while these contacts were interesting and clearly sparked consumer and merchant interest, they were not yet fundamental in shaping the identities of the societies that were forming in the classical period. At this point, the balance between regional on the one hand, contact on the other, was still slanted in favor of the regional. With the post-classical period, however, between about 500 CE and 1450 CE, we saw the balance decisively shift, and frankly, some world historians would argue that what we now call globalization really began around 1000 CE. This was the point at which, along with migration and disease spread, trade among various regions at this point in the Old World, Afro-Eurasia, trade was now added to the list of factors that routinely and fundamentally connected various societies, creating new tastes, new dependencies on remote regions, allowing merchants to play a growing role not only in trade itself, but in certain kinds of cultural contacts. And from about 1000 CE onward, many world historians would argue, there's simply a recurrent intensification of the basic framework, rooted again initially in trade, the basic framework that would make contacts and convergences increasingly superior to regional identities in the balance that continued to shape the experience of peoples and societies in world history. The early modern period? with the addition of the Americas and then Oceania to the list of societies involved in global contacts, with the intensification of trade connections and biological connections, the early modern period clearly is another chapter, not necessarily a fundamental one, but clearly a very important one in this ongoing process of the intensification of the importance of contacts in the human experience. So, as I've already implied, some world historians, particularly pointing to the post-classical period as a swing era between primary focus on localities and regions and primary focus on contacts, some world historians would argue the framework's already set. And all we need to do with globalization is talk about subsequent tweaks, subsequent intensifications to patterns of interaction, dependencies on contact already well established. But there are two other alternatives to this view that don't wipe the view away, but argue for greater change in the last century or possibly 2 centuries. Candidate number one for slightly more focused attention is the long 19th century, and particularly its second half, where many historians now argue the process of globalization as distinct from earlier patterns of contact. The process of globalization really begins. Obviously, new technology is clearly involved even at this earlier phase, with steamshipping, the railroad, the telegraph, etc. Other developments, such as the Suez and Panama Canals, helped link societies with more rapid connections than ever before, and obviously, international trade was intensifying very rapidly, as we've seen as we talked about how societies progressively were drawn or compelled into the framework of international trade on terms that were sometimes not to their best liking. The long 19th century also saw the addition of 2 other features to the list of contacts that began to shape the human experience, along with migration, which obviously surges in the long 19th century, and disease impact, which has its moments as well, and obviously trade. Along with these 3 factors now come, first, signs of what we would now call cultural globalization. At the end of the 19th century, most obviously, international sports interests were beginning to emerge for the first time. Based on European and American sports like soccer and baseball, people in various parts of the world, in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa, began in the late 19th and very early 20th centuries to pick up sports interests in ways that would continue to feed what we can clearly see as a key element of international culture from that point onward. Cultural globalization was then a factor we can identify about 200 years ago, or at least 150. The other new addition to the ranks was what we might call the early phases of political globalization. It was in the second half of the long 19th century that international agreements began to forge opportunities to send mail from one society to another, no matter where these societies were located in the world. Other agreements featured treatment of prisoners in war and so on, and also international non-governmental organizations bent on defending women's rights or attacking slavery began to shape international political discourse to some degree. So there's a good case to be made for the long 19th century, particularly with new technologies, but also with 2 crucial additions to the list of elements that were beginning to have international shape. There's a good case to be made for the long 19th century as the effective crucible of globalization as opposed to important kinds of contacts that had helped set the stage earlier in the world history experience. The 20th century raises 2 issues in this connection. The first is frankly unexpected, although of course we know it, and that is the extent to which the second quarter of the 20th century saw a number of societies actually deliberately pulling away from globalization, at least in part and sometimes virtually entirely, seeking to set their own economic patterns, their own cultural patterns, either new or traditional. The Soviet Union under Stalin pulled away. Japan and Germany pulled away to some extent, at least economically. The United States pulled away politically. China under Chairman Mao a little later would pull away for several crucial decades. In other words, a good argument for seeing the late 19th century as the effective beginning of globalization gets additional vigor when we realize that a whole host of developments in the first part of the 20th century can be seen as deliberate reactions to a globalization that was not yet acceptable, that was not yet seen as serving general interests adequately. But the second feature of the 20th century returns us to the question of the extent of change. By the second half of the 20th century, even amid the tensions of the Cold War, it becomes clear that the new connective technologies in communication and transportation, that new organizational capacity, particularly in the form of multinational corporations, that differed from earlier international business units in being able to locate production facilities, to specialize production facilities, almost literally every place in the world to seek best labor and regulatory advantage. These multinationals, as they differed from previous international trading organizations, form a way to measure 20th century globalization as a partially new animal, along with technology itself. It's also in the 20th century that at least two final elements, final to date at least, get added to the globalization picture, along with intensified political and cultural globalization. First of all, as we increasingly realize, it's in the later 20th century that environmental change goes global. Instead of environmental impacts by human activities having mainly regional consequences, which had been true in the 19th century and even earlier with agriculture, now human activities in one region seem potentially or actually to have environmental impact on regions quite distant, through the spread of acid rain, through nuclear disasters, and obviously through the forces of global warming. Along with environmental change comes the first set of explicit protests against globalization, beginning in 1999 in Seattle. Here was a sign, not that globalization was stirring discontent and concern, because that actually had occurred earlier. But globalization is now a sufficiently defined phenomenon that various groups with labor interests, environmental interests, concerns about excessive consumerism, various interests can now unite around an effort to see globalization itself as the key, if diffuse, target. So the 20th, 21st centuries can be seen as different even from the long 19th in the extent of technological change, in the accumulation of various aspects of global contact, from early forces like migration and disease, through trade, through political and cultural globalization, now on to environmental and even protest mobilization. And it's this list that may convince people finally that it's the 20th and 21st centuries that actually see the crucial measures of globalization itself. The issue is, frankly, somewhat open. I think the two crucial points are, first, globalization almost inevitably must be viewed in the larger lens of world history. We have to turn back to previous types of contact and previous types of concern about contact in the name of local identity. We have to have this broader vision to see what's new, but also what's recapitulative about the globalization process itself. And we need this historical view. We need this perspective on the extent of current and prospective change. We need this also because this becomes a crucial part of assessing the quality of globalization. Is it good? Is it bad? Do economic advantages outweigh the costs to specific cultural identities? Do economic advantages themselves spread widely or uniformly enough? These are questions that I think take on new meaning and new capacity for assessment if we take the world historical view. World history contributes one other point of assessment that becomes crucial in discussions about what globalization is and where it's heading. And that is something that, again, we've done recurrently in our discussions of world history from 3500 BCE onward. And this element is the extent to which different societies, because of their prior historical experience and cultural and institutional contexts, respond differently to common forces of change. In other words, the extent to which different civilizations react to globalization in different ways because, again, of the kinds of experiences they've had in previous world history episodes, as well as differences in their contemporary approaches and experiences. Take, for example, the case of India. Many Indians find globalization, or at least partial accommodation to globalization, fairly easy because, after all, India has long been a society open to outside influences, reasonably tolerant. Obviously, the British experience in the colonial era is a particularly important instance of this, but even farther back in Indian history, we see an openness to outside contacts that helps explain why many Indians, particularly in the middle and upper classes, seem to be quite adept at accommodating to globalization without losing all sense of internal cultural identity. They'd done that before. On the other hand, again historically, India is also a stratified society in which other groups, particularly in the countryside, particularly in the lower classes, are much less impacted by globalization, much less drawn to it, so that one can see in Indian society differential accommodations to globalization, differential levels of tolerance, indeed, calling on earlier historical experiences. East Asia, Japan first and then China, form a second kind of case. Historically, without falling into the trap of seeing East Asia as somehow historically isolationist, which would really, as we've discussed before, be inaccurate. Historically, it is nevertheless fair to say that East Asia has not usually been an active outreacher into the global environment. And here we have to note that beginning with Japan, and now more recently South Korea, and more recently still China, East Asia quite simply changed. Japan reached its crucial decisions about what we would now call globalization in the late 19th century, calling attention again to the 19th century as a crucial aspect of the globalization experience. And the Japanese decided that globalization could not be resisted. Outside contacts and influences had to be addressed and accommodated, but obviously without fully losing a sense of Japanese distinctiveness and identity. The Japanese changed. In their wake, somewhat later, South Koreans would change, and more recently still, particularly beginning in 1978, the Chinese seem capable of a really impressive turnaround in light of their earlier history, in which they become active players and even eager participants in the globalization process. Here's a different package from that of India, based on a different set of historical experiences, but a package that seems quite successful in its own right because of the ability to change in light of global pressures and global opportunities. Sub-Saharan Africa is a third case. I think, frankly, that Sub-Saharan African encounters with globalization in the 20th and 21st centuries must be best understood, so far at least, in terms of seeing globalization as a recent intensification of economic inequalities, international economic inequalities, that actually had begun to develop with the formation of the world economy in the early modern period. Africa obviously has various cultural connections with globalization, political connections as well in various rights agitations, etc., and the spread of democracy more recently. But so far, the crucial impact of globalization on Africa is to enhance the African position in the international economy as a supplier of relatively inexpensive raw materials and foods. Globalization is here, again, a contemporary instantiation of a system of trade inequalities that began several centuries earlier. Again, a third case. The point, I hope, is clear. Globalization is a force that requires response from every major part of the world. That's a new element. but it's a force that also gains responses based on the historical experience of different societies and the willingness and ability of different societies to alter that experience in light of globalization itself. It has to be seen as a common force, but one that generates a number of different stories based on different civilizational pasts. And it is, of course, crucial to remember that this process rouses resistance as well as accommodation. Different societies will see different aspects of globalization as menacing or at least troubling. The Middle East, for example, which accommodates significantly to globalization in many ways and divides over the eagerness with which this force is embraced, the Middle East obviously uses, many people in the Middle East at least, use a religious lens in which to view globalization, and use Islam as the key shaper of this lens. Islam itself as an international force can accommodate to globalization, but it can also view aspects of globalization, particularly on the cultural side, as troubling and needing considerable constraint and regulation. Europeans embrace globalization in many ways more readily because they help set up the globalization system itself. They benefit from it in many obvious ways, but Europeans continue to worry about certain aspects of globalization, including, perhaps most obviously, the contemporary versions of the old pattern of human migration. Europeans and immigration set up a tension point at various junctures during the final decades of the 20th century and the early 21st, and these tensions have not fully been resolved. The United States, which has its own concerns about global migration, but probably handles this force a little bit more comfortably than Europeans do, the United States has its set of concerns about globalization, focused perhaps most obviously on issues of political sovereignty. The United States stands out from a number of societies in its reluctance to subscribe to political globalization, to international agreements that might seem to bind American freedom of action politically, even as most societies in Western Europe and many parts of Asia find these agreements more comfortable when they apply to landmines or environmental change or various issues of this sort. Each society then develops and emphasizes its own resistances based again on historical experience, based on a sense of what the crucial regional identity is that needs to be protected against globalization itself. World history, then, as we have seen it shaped over many millennia, provides a perspective on globalization, and globalization in turn provides an opportunity to renew our sense of why the world history enterprise is indeed a significant one. There are, as I hope many of us would agree, a whole batch of good reasons to be interested in history. The past is fascinating for its own sake. We see the varieties of possibilities in human response by looking at experiences in various societies through history. There are a batch of good stories. It can be seen as entertaining, all sorts of good reasons. But among them, and I would argue, frankly, primary among them, is the opportunity to see how the past shapes the present. And since our present is inescapably a global one, I trust it's at least arguable, if not absolutely clear, that world history becomes one of the crucial frameworks for historical knowledge that we need to explore in order to understand our own times. And very briefly, I admit, we've tried to use this last discussion as a way to see how that works. And let me recapitulate. If globalization is a new force, we can establish how new it is only by looking at previous historical experiences, and that means, in this instance, inescapably, world history. We need to understand that contacts are not a new phenomenon, that resistances are not new either, and then we need to say, well, but in the 19th century and maybe again in the later 20th century, while the basic tension between the regional and the global is not a brand new one, the terms of the tension changed crucially, and history helps us make that determination. World history is also essential, as we've just been discussing, in helping to determine why different societies react to globalization in different ways. They bring different cultural baggage. They bring different kinds of economic contacts with global forces, shaped not just recently, but in some cases going well back to the 16th and 17th centuries. We need history to see this aspect as well. And we need world history, finally, as the framework in which we can begin to sort out, looking at our own society, but also Africa or China or India, we can begin to sort out, well, as we begin to assess globalization and not simply define it, what's good about it, what's dubious, and what's probably bad, and what can we do, if anything, about any of those features. There's one final question to pose that comes straight from world history, that comes straight from the discussion we've been having here, that I think is an appropriate note to end on. We have argued, as will many world historians, that from 3500 BCE or so, using the concept of civilization is one, not the only, but one of the key mechanisms by which we can make sense of the variety of experiences that constitute world history. And we've argued that civilization is a form of human organization, but also that as individual civilizations developed, they formed identities and characteristics that would mark them off, in part, from other societies around them, that would allow their members to see themselves as somewhat different from societies the next continent over, or even the next subcontinent over. Civilization becomes, in this sense, a crucial form of identity as these factors develop through world history. But now the question. By the 21st century, under the impact of globalization, are we beginning to reach a point at which civilization itself, as an expression of identity, civilization itself will begin to yield ground to other, more global forms of identity? Some world historians, not necessarily eager partisans of globalization, are arguing that that is in fact underway. That, for example, it's more important now for a scientist to talk to other scientists based on this identity, regardless of whether they come from Islam or Japan or the United States. Science becomes the crucial framework for discussions rather than civilization of origin. And the same might be held for certain kinds of athletes, for certain kinds of businessmen and managers, for certain kinds of social scientists as well as scientists. Are we beginning to see a situation in which, at least at the middle and upper class levels, civilization begins to take a back seat to other more global expressions of identity and training? I think this has to be a question. I don't think it can be answered yet. But if this is the case, it adds weight to the sense that we are in an era that is beginning to experience a fundamental shift away from some of the common currency that world history has maintained really for over 5,000 years. This is a possible. It's not yet definite. There are even those who argue that civilization will trump globalization and that we will see a new clash of civilizations, focused particularly on tensions between Islam and the West. I not only hope that this view is incorrect, I believe it is, unless it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But it too calls attention to the extent to which we're at a point in world history at which we need to weigh what's persistent from the past, what's newly introduced thanks to new organizational forms, new human interests, new technologies. We don't know the future. We can raise questions that we can't answer. But what we do know is that we cannot even formulate sensible questions. We cannot even cast aside scenarios that frankly are dubious and risky without knowing the history that lies at their base. World history in this sense, intriguing I hope in its own right, is a vital tool to help us sort out what shapes our present and what will shape our future.
We genuinely hope you have enjoyed these lectures from our Great Courses series. Our courses are available to order online. Visit our website at www.teach12.com or call our customer care representatives at 1-800-TEACH-12. That's 1-800-TEACH-12. Thank you very much. 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 Thank you very much.